Chapter 41:33. Hearing this, Ning Jiuxian and the other three showed a worried expression. Jiang Posha was right. Ning Qi had killed so many people today, so how could the government cover it up? It was said that the city lord of Jiangyin City had a powerful army of 2,000 soldiers, and each of them was an elite soldier who was good at fighting. What do you think? Think about it. Killing me won't do you any good, but keeping me alive can indeed help you. Jiang Posha became calmer and calmer, and the smile on his face was not as stiff as before. He felt that the other party had to accept his conditions. If the Purple Mansion was the same as before, it could cover up such a small matter. But now, Ziyin was the only woman in the Purple Mansion. It was rumored that the few families and officials of Jiangyin City who had a good relationship with the Purple Mansion no longer cared about the Purple Mansion. It was impossible for the current Zifu realm to cover up what had happened today. How many people from the Black Tiger gang died? What does it have to do with me? Apart from you, do you think that anyone else will report me today? Everything depends on evidence now. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Does he want to? Jiang Posha's eyes were filled with fear, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Ning Qi had already walked in front of him. His tender face and not very strong body gave him a kind of pressure like a group of lofty mountains. So, please go on your way. Ning Qi smiled and grabbed Jiang Posha's neck. Don't worry. After you die, the Jiang family will have someone to replace you as the family lord. As for your disabled son, his life may be a little difficult in the future, but seeing that he is also a member of the Jiang family, your brother and brother will not make things too difficult for him. At least, they will give him a place to live. You. Jiang Posha's eyes were filled with endless fear. In an instant, he had already imagined what would happen to the Jiang family after his death. First of all, his brothers, who were eyeing the position of the family lord, would not let Jiang Tianshu take over his position easily. Jiang Tianshu's legs were broken, and he was a cripple. At the same time, he was still young, and his foundation was shallow. There was no way he could fight against his brothers. After that, the position of patriarch would inevitably fall into the hands of one of his brothers. According to how he had suppressed his brothers in the past, no matter who obtained the position of patriarch, he was afraid that he would not leave too much for his wife and children. Ning Qi was right. There might be a place to stay, but as for the rest, he could not ask for too much. Thinking of this, Jiang Pasha's body began to tremble like a sieve. He never imagined that his decision to come to the Black Tiger gang would have such a huge impact. His death would implicate all of his family members. I won't look for you to take revenge. I definitely won't look for you to take revenge. As long as you don't kill me today, I'll give you however much money you want. Isn't Z Mansion in urgent need of money recently? I'll give it to you. I'll help you get through the Violet Palace. Spare my life, spare my life. Jiang Posha said quickly, in your eyes, the difficulty of the Zifu realm is a difficulty, but in my eyes it's nothing. Ning Qi chuckled and exerted force in his hand. Crack! Jiang Posha's eyes gradually lost their vitality, and his head drooped to one side. When Ning Qi released his hand, his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Ning Jiuxian and the other three gasped, and their eyes were full of shock as they looked at Ning Qi. But in the midst of shock, Ning Heng's eyes burst into a burst of excitement. Brother, you crushed this old man with one hand. Father, mother, if they don't die today, our Ning family will definitely be in big trouble. Ning Qi smiled at Ning Heng. Then his eyes fell on Ning Jiuxian and Mother Ning, who looked exactly like Wang Muting, and he said seriously, whether this was an illusion or not, Ning Qi suddenly felt a little comforted that the two of them could stand together today. Even if it was an illusion, it did not matter. Ning Jiuxian's expression changed a few times, and he finally calmed down. You're right. Judging from their tone today, they will definitely not give up. Our Ning family is not what it used to be. With the power these two have in Jiangyin City, if they don't die, our family of 5 will definitely have no place to live. but the ground is full of corpses. What should we do with them? Mother Ning asked worriedly. Those who saw us are basically dead. Let's just go back to Z Mansion. As for these corpses, naturally the government will deal with them. Ning Qi smiled. An hour later, Li Hu, the chief constable of Jiangyin City, finally arrived at the Black Tiger gang with the constables. Xiaolan looked a little anxious. She said to Li Hu, "Constable Li, can you hurry up? My son-in-law has been taken away for a long time. If anything happens to him, I will definitely hold you responsible." "Miss Xiaolan, it's not that I'm not fast enough. As soon as I received the news, I brought my men and came with you," Li Hu said lazily. "Under normal circumstances, when there is no definite result, even if we don't show up, it is also in line with the rules. This is also for the sake of Z Mansion. Miss Xiaolan, if you continue to urge us like this, it will be a little unreasonable." Xiaolan was angry, but in the end she suppressed her temper and put on a kind attitude, saying, "Constable Li, you have worked hard. After today's matter, Z Mansion will definitely give you a small gift." There is no need for a small gift. We can't accept bribes," Li Hu said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then he ordered his men to knock on the door. After a long time, no one came to open the door. Li Hu's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. After a while, he let his men break the door. Xiaolan followed a group of constables into the Black Tiger gang. It was quiet inside, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Even Li Hu, who was careless and didn't care about the matter, deliberately bought some time for the Black Tiger gang, smelled a trace of abnormality. "Your Excellency, this guy was hiding in the rockery, and we found him." One of the bailiffs ran over with a terrified servant in tow. "Speak, why were you hiding in the rockery?" Li Hu shouted. So it's the constable." The servant let out a sigh of relief, and then said with a frightened expression, "I saw that there was no movement from the main hall for a long time, so I boldly went in to take a look, and found that Master and the others were all dead." What? All dead?" Li Hu said sternly. "Speak clearly, who is dead?" The servant timidly said a few names. After all, the Black Tiger gang wasn't very glorious, so he couldn't tell the first master and second master. He was afraid that Li Hu's purpose was the Black Tiger gang, but he didn't want to be implicated by the Black Tiger gang, so he could only mumble. "You don't need to say anything. I will go to the hall to take a look." Li Hu waved his hand and ordered the servants to shut up. After that, he led his men to the main hall. When they saw the scene inside, all of them gasped in unison. Only Xiaolan, who was terrified, seemed to have suddenly thought of something and instantly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Chapter 4134. In the lobby of the Black Tiger gang hung a portrait of descending the mountain tiger. It seemed to be the work of a famous artist. The tiger in the portrait was so lifelike that it almost broke out of the painting. The portrait added a dignified aura to the hall. Unfortunately, the hall was now filled with corpses. Zhuo Junkai, Jiang Posha, and those archers whose bodies were festering were all dead. None of them had even half a breath left in them. It was no wonder that the servants of the Black Tiger gang were so scared that they did not dare to step into this place. Even the older constables wanted to vomit at the scene in front of them. "Everyone, don't come forward." Li Hu waved his hand with a solemn expression. The death of the archers was too unsightly. Who knew if there was any poison left on their bodies? If they were infected by it, they would probably die just like them. "Constable Li Hu, hurry up and see if my son-in-law is here." Xiaolan said to Li Hu while covering her nose and looking into the lobby. Li Hu looked around, but Ning Qi was nowhere to be seen. "Your son-in-law is not here." Li Hu snorted coldly and then frowned. Zhuo Junkai was dead, and so was Jiang Posha. Both of them had a very special status in Jiangyin City. The former was in charge of hundreds of Black Tiger gang disciples, while the latter was also a merchant family with great wealth and a good relationship with the government. He was called here by Xiaolon today because he wanted to buy some time for Zhujiangkai to teach Ningqi a lesson. In the end, he would appear and take Ningqi back. In this way, he would be able to answer to both the Black Tiger Gang and Zifu. However, Li Hu had never imagined that after he arrived at the Black Tiger Gang, he would see such a bloody scene. He roughly glanced around and discovered that the core elites of the Black Tiger Gang were all here. They had become ice-cold corpses. It seems that they didn't have time to kill him. My son-in-law should be fine. However, Constable Li, when did such a god of death come to our Jiangyin city? He actually killed the Black Tiger Gang. I wonder if the leader of the Black Tiger Gang is among them? Xiaolon said with a smile. Normally, Li Hu would have been able to tell that something was wrong with Xiaolan's eyes. But now, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, and he had never placed any suspicion on Xiaolon. He had never thought that Ningqi was the cause of such a scene. Therefore, he didn't notice the strange expression in Xiaolan's eyes. That's the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Zhujiangkai. Li Hu pointed casually. Then he waved his hand at Xiaolon. Since your son-in-law isn't here, Miss Xiaolon should return to the Z Mansion first. All right, then I'll return to the Z Mansion first. However, I hope that Constable Li, who can make a decision on this matter as soon as possible. After all, the wealth of our Z Mansion far surpasses that of the Black Tiger Gang. If a great bandit really comes, it's hard to avoid having ideas about our Z Mansion. Xiaolon turned around and left after saying that. This girl, a trace of dissatisfaction, flashed in Li Hu's eyes. A mere maidservant dared to speak to him like this? Did she really think that the Purple Palace was still the same as before? If it weren't for the importance of the matter at hand, Li Hu would have wanted to teach him a lesson. Chief Constable, what should we do? Which expert actually slaughtered all the backbone of the Black Tiger Gang? I recognize a few of those people whose bodies are festering. They are the archers of the Black Tiger Gang. Under their joint forces, even the #1 expert in Jiangyin City, Niu Dezhuang from the Jintian Martial Arts Dojo, can't easily get close to them. A slightly younger constable came to Li Hu's side and whispered, Xiao He, immediately go to the city governor's mansion and report the situation here one by one. I'll check the situation around here to see if there are any clues. Li Hu said. The younger constable heard this and turned around to leave. Wait, Li Hu suddenly waved his hand. Chief Constable? Xiao, he looked at Li Hu with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. Send someone to the Z Mansion to see if the son-in-law Ning is still safe. Li Hu said. Yes, I understand. Xiao, he nodded slightly and left with a few constables. Chief Constable, are you talking about the son-in-law Ningqi of the Z Mansion? The constable's eyes suddenly flickered and said, Oh, have you seen him? Li Hu's face slightly sank. Yes, I have. He was brought to our Black Tiger Gang today. In addition, a few days ago, the gang leader also ordered people to go to the countryside to invite the family of the son-in-law Ning. They are guests of our Black Tiger Gang, but now they have disappeared. The constable hurriedly said. Oh, Li, whose eyes flashed a touch of contemplation. After a few breaths, he suddenly raised his eyes in surprise. Zhujiangkai certainly did not invite the family of the son-in-law Ning to the Black Tiger Gang as guests. A few days ago, he also heard that Zhuo Fei was killed in the Z Mansion. In this way, the purpose of Zhujiangkai was known. But why did Ningqi have already arrived at the Black Tiger Gang, but then disappeared without a trace? Even his family had disappeared. If it was not for his understanding of the Ning Mansion, he even regarded Ningqi as the #1 suspect. But in his mind, a weak and useless scholar could not do such a bloody thing. No matter what, this matter must be confirmed. If they are in the Z Mansion, I will ask them if they have seen the appearance of the murder. Li, who had a plan in mind. Not long after, a constable taken away. By Xiao, he hurried back to Li Hu and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Hu's expression changed, and he immediately ordered his men to watch the crime scene nearby. Then he took a group of constables and went to the Z mansion. The Z mansion. In the living room, Zi Yin respectfully bowed to Ning Jiuxian and Ning Qi's mother. "Dad, Mom, you can stay here for the time being." Ning Qi smiled. "Xiaolan, go and arrange rooms for Dad and Mom." Zi Yun immediately ordered. "Yes, Mississippi." Xiaolan turned and left. Before leaving, she took a deep look at Ning Qi, and a trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. "Well, I think we'd better go back to the countryside." Ning Qi's mother smiled and couldn't hide her embarrassment. "Dad, Mom, listen to my husband. Fortunately, my husband helped you this time. Otherwise, you would have been killed by the Black Tiger Gang. Who knows if there are still people from the Black Tiger Gang outside? If you are targeted by them, you will inevitably be killed." Zi Yun whispered. "Okay." Ning Jiuxian nodded slightly and gestured to Ning Qi's mother. Only then did Ning Qi's mother stop talking. It seemed to be the first time that Ning Heng and Ning Jun came to the Z mansion. Their eyes were full of curiosity. They only felt that this place was much better than the place where they lived before. "Young master, the chief constable of Jiangyin City, Li Hu, has come to see you." Ru Yun ran in from the outside, panting. Ning Jiuxian and the others' expressions changed slightly, and a trace of worry appeared on their faces. Li, who is the chief constable of Jiangyin City, did he find something so soon? "Ziyin, accompany my parents. I will go and meet this constable Li Hu alone." Ning Qi smiled at Ziyin. After saying that, he walked out of the living room with Ru Yun. Chapter 4135. In the lobby, Li Hu was sitting in an armchair, drinking tea served by a servant. Behind him stood 7 or 8 constables. Outside the door, there were some servants of the Z mansion looking around curiously. They didn't know why the chief constable of Jiangyin City, Li Hu, suddenly came here. "Chief Constable, today's matter is really strange." The servants of the Black Tiger Gang clearly said that they had seen Ning Qi and his family. But in the blink of an eye, Zhu Junkai and the others are dead, and Ning Qi and the others have returned to the Z mansion. Could it be that the death of Zhu Junkai and the others is related to this boy? A constable said in a low voice with a puzzled look. If it was a normal murder, Ning Qi would definitely be the #1 suspect. But which constable in Jiangyin City didn't know the methods of the Black Tiger Gang? As the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Zhu Junsai's martial arts were very strong. More than 10 constables couldn't capture him alive, let alone kill him without using military equipment. They knew the background of the new son-in-law of the Z mansion, Ning Qi. He was just a useless scholar. It was impossible for him to commit such a terrible crime. Whether it is related to this boy or not, we can only know when we see him. But I am more inclined to believe that the Z mansion hired a master. No matter what the possibility is, the Z mansion can't get away from this matter. Today, open your eyes and don't let go of any clues. Jiang Posha and Zhu Junkai are dead. If the city lord asks for an explanation, we can't bear it. Li, who used the lid to stir the tea leaves in the cup, then took a sip. Looking at his movements, it seemed that he drank tea often. He seemed to be very relaxed. At this moment, 2 figures walked into the lobby one after another. Li, whose eyes swept around and stopped on Ru Yun for a moment. Then his eyes fell on Ning Qi. "You must be young Master Ning Qi, right?" Li Hu stood up and smiled. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently and sat on the main seat as if nothing had happened. After the servants served tea, he took a sip and slowly said, "What brings you here?" Li, who didn't make a sound during the whole process, his eyes were secretly looking at Ning Qi. When Ning Qi opened his mouth, he smiled and said, "Today, something big happened in the Black Tiger Gang. I wonder if young Master Ning knows about it?" This boy is definitely strange. Li Hu thought to himself. From the moment Ning Qi entered the main hall to the moment he opened his mouth, his every move and action did not resemble that of a frail scholar at all. Furthermore, when he saw the bailiffs, he did not reveal the slightest trace of fear. Everything he did seemed to be slow and unhurried, and even a little arrogant. How was this the weak scholar rumored to be? This made Li Hu feel as if he was facing the city lord of Dark River City. Black Tiger Gang? Could it be that you think that my Zifu palace would mix with such lowly people? Why did you come to my Zifu to inquire about the Black Tiger Gang? Ning Qi glanced at Li Hu and said indifferently, "Despicable?" A trace of anger flashed in Li Hu's eyes. The other bailiffs were also secretly angry. Ning Qi's words seemed to be pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. As bailiffs, they naturally had an unclear relationship with the Black Tiger Gang. This kind of thing was basically known by everyone in Dark River City, but no one would mention it so bluntly in front of Li Hu and the others. Regardless of whether the Black Tiger Gang is despicable or not, today the gang leader of the Black Tiger Gang is Wu Junkai, and the clan leader of the Jiang family, Jiang Posha, and more than 30 people have died a violent death. I heard that young Master Ning has set foot in the Black Tiger Gang today, so I would like to ask young Master Ning if you... Li Hu smiled. Have you seen the murderer? Or, young Master Ning, you're the murderer. When he finished speaking, Li Hu's body revealed a trace of solemnity. Clang! Several bailiffs drew out the sabers at their waists and stared coldly at Ning Qi. If Ning Qi made any strange movements, they would act immediately. For a moment, the atmosphere in the main hall became somewhat somber. Ru Yin had never seen such a scene before. Her little face was a little pale with fear. When Ning Qi saw this, he patted her shoulder lightly and then took a step forward to stand in front of Li Hu. He was half a head taller than Li Hu, so when he came to stand in front of Li Hu, Ning Qi sized him up from head to toe. Throughout the whole process, the bailiffs nearby suddenly felt that Ning Qi's aura seemed to be stronger than Li Hu's. "What's your name?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Chief Constable of River Yin City, Li Hu." Li Hu said, coldly. Ning Qi's attitude really annoyed him, but the more Ning Qi behaved like this, the more suspicious he was of Ning Qi. "Oh, Constable Li Hu." Ning Qi nodded slightly and then chuckled. "No matter what happened to the Black Tiger Gang, do you have any evidence to prove that it has something to do with Zifu and me?" Although I don't. "No evidence. Then what are they doing with sabers? Are they trying to rob our people?" Ning Qi glanced at the group of bailiffs and then shouted angrily, "Put down your sabers!" In an instant, Ning Qi's aura changed rapidly. The group of bailiffs felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their chests, and even breathing became difficult. They subconsciously loosened their hands, and the sabers in their hands fell to the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Hu retreated a few steps in succession, and his eyes were filled with shock and terror as he looked at Ning Qi. Just a moment ago, an extremely terrifying aura instantly erupted from the body of the seemingly weak scholar, and he hadn't even seen such an aura from the city governor of Rivermoon City. Compared to this, he felt that the city lord of River Yin City was really insignificant. Impossible. It's impossible for a scholar to have such an aura. He's not a great scholar. Li Hu's mind raced. Could it be that he really caused the disaster of the Black Tiger Gang? This person is a martial arts expert. Ru Yin was a little afraid of Li Hu and the others, but when he saw that they couldn't even hold their sabers after being shouted at by Ning Qi, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Constable Li, remember not to use sabers and swords in other people's houses if you don't have any evidence in the future." Ning Qi walked in front of Li Hu and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Li Hu felt an enormous force coming from his knees with a thump, causing him to be unable to help but kneel down. "Chief Constable." When the group of constables came to their senses, They had just picked up the sabers and weapons on the ground. But when they saw Li Hu kneel down again, their faces suddenly showed a blank expression. You! Li Hu's eyes were almost spitting fire, staring at Ning Qi. He only felt pain in his shoulders. From what he saw just now, he could conclude that Ning Qi was proficient in martial arts. The fact was already very obvious. The person who caused the disaster of the Black Tiger Gang must be the son-in-law of Z Mansion, who was less than 20 years old and only had the image of a weak scholar in everyone's eyes. He deliberately showed martial arts in front of me. Damn it! Li Hu was shocked and angry. Oh, Constable Li, why do you bow to me? I can't afford it, I can't afford it, Ning Qi said in surprise, while stepping forward to help Li Hu up. Li Hu's face suddenly changed, and subconsciously looked at Ning Qi's palms that held his arms. Then, a sharp pain suddenly rushed to his heart, and Li Hu let out a scream on the spot. Chief Constable? The group of constables was even more confused. What happened to Li Hu today? Chapter 4136. After Li Hu let out a miserable howl, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately endured the severe pain and didn't make a sound. He looked at Ning Qi with anger in his eyes, and there was a trace of fear in his anger. Although Ning Qi didn't seem to exert any force, the strength in his palm was so great that Li Hu could feel that the bones in his hand might be cracked. He wasn't sure before. It was obviously not enough to judge from Ning Qi's momentum. But now, Li Hu could conclude that Ning Qi must be a martial artist with great martial arts skills. As the chief constable of Jiangyin City, Li Hu thought that his cultivation would not be much weaker than Zhuo Juansai's. He could also lift a stone hammer of 300 or 400 kilograms. Although he was not a third-rate martial artist, he was much stronger than ordinary young and strong people. There was no reason for him to be beaten like this by a weak scholar. This could only mean that their understanding of Ning Qi was too shallow. In fact, their understanding of the Ning family might even be completely wrong. They could hide everything, but their whereabouts could not be faked. Ning Qi had never left Jiangyin City, and it was even more impossible for him to learn martial arts and practice martial arts when he was a child. This could only mean that the Ning family was probably a martial arts family, not a family of books. I'm the chief constable of Jiangyin City. I work for the government. Are you sure you want to use force against me? Li Hu withdrew his hands, put them behind his back, and said coldly to Ning Qi. No one could see that his hands were constantly trembling behind him. Constable Li, what do you mean? When did I use force against you? Ru Yin, did you see it? Ning Qi said in surprise. Ru Yin shook his head. Young master, I didn't see anything. Did you see it? Ning Qi looked at the other constables. These constables naturally wouldn't answer Ning Qi's question, but they didn't dare to say anything blatantly. They could only remain silent. The matter of the Black Tiger Gang and the death of the master of the Jiang family haven't been settled. Young Master Ning, we will meet again. Li, who snorted coldly, called his men and turned to leave with a group of constables. Young master, are you all right? Ru Yan's eyes showed a trace of worry. What can happen to me? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Although the strength of the warriors in this world is not strong, in the end, the one with the biggest fist is the one who calls the shots. As long as my fist is big enough, I don't have to care too much about it. After a pause, he asked, when will shopkeeper Fu's batch of herbs arrive? Help me keep an eye on them for the next few days. Call me immediately when they arrive. Yes. Ru Yun hurriedly nodded, then said shyly, Young master, that ointment can make one's skin white and rosy. It's very beautiful. I wonder if it can. Yes, as long as there's an extra, I'll give you some. Ning Qi smiled faintly. In the next few days, Ning Zhoxian and the others lived in Z Mansion. Zi Yun personally ordered the servants to take care of their daily lives. Ning Heng and Ning Jun were not used to it. After all, they were used to living a poor life. On the contrary, Ning Jiuxian and Mother Ning were once rich when they were young. Later on, their families declined, so they were neither servile nor overbearing to the Z mansion. When the servants of the Z mansion faced them, they even felt like they were facing Zi Yun's parents. After Li Hu left, Zi Yun learned about what happened in the Black Tiger gang from Xiaolan. Shocked, she specially sent many servants of the Z mansion to secretly inquire about the news. However, this matter seemed to be suppressed by the government, and there was no news about it. There was no movement from the government for a few days. Zi Yun thought that Li Hu could not find any evidence, let alone suspect Ning Qi, so she was relieved. On this day, shopkeeper Fu personally sent a batch of medicinal herbs, all of which were requested by Su Han, and the quantity was even more than before. Miss, you ordered me to sell a large number of medicinal herbs in exchange for the medicinal herbs that young master requested. This time, the quantity is about 10 times that of the previous time. However, after this time, I'm afraid our spiritual medicine hall will not have any surplus in the short term. Shopkeeper Fu said in a low voice. His expression showed that he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Since the last time he sent medicinal herbs, he received orders from Zi Yin to send another batch, and the quantity was so large that the spiritual medicine hall's liquid funds were squeezed to the minimum. He did not understand why Zi Yin and Ning Qi began to mess around. Therefore, he wanted to remind Zi Yin that with the current situation of the Z Mansion, if there was no sign of a rise, the people of the Z Mansion would disperse. Shopkeeper Fu, you don't have to be afraid. Don't be in a hurry to go back after you've sent the medicinal herbs this time. When my husband refines the Vitality Blood Ointment, I'll show you its effects. Perhaps the Vitality Blood Ointment refined by my husband will be the opportunity for our Z Mansion to rise again, Zi Yin said with a smile. She was also a little excited. Judging from Ning Qi's performance during this period, the effects of the Vitality Blood Ointment were not nonsense. Originally, he was a weak scholar, but now he had become a martial arts powerhouse. This was enough to prove the effects of the Vitality Blood Ointment. Even a fool would know the value of the Vitality Blood Ointment that could create a martial arts powerhouse so quickly in the pugilistic world. Perhaps the Z Mansion could turn from a merchant family to a martial arts family. In the eyes of the common people, a martial arts family was not as famous as a merchant family or a scholarly family. However, in reality, the power that a martial arts family contained could not be underestimated. No matter how big a merchant family was, if they offended a martial arts family, they would still have to ask someone to apologize. Vitality Blood Ointment. Shopkeeper Fu was slightly stunned. Isn't young master refining pills? The outside world is saying that young master wants to cultivate, so he needs these medicinal herbs to refine pills. What do those ignorant people know? Zi Yin chuckled lightly. At this time, Ning Qi walked in with Ru Yun and Xiaolan. As soon as he saw Shopkeeper Fu, Ning Qi smiled and said, Shopkeeper Fu, you've sent the medicinal herbs? Yes, young master. Shopkeeper Fu hurriedly nodded. Then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The feeling he had when he saw Ning Qi this time was different from the last time. Compared to the last time, he felt that Ning Qi's aura was more oppressive. Apart from that, Ning Qi's appearance had changed greatly. His skin could even be described as so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Ning Qi didn't care about the shopkeeper's thoughts. He called out to Zi Yin and brought the 2 girls, Ru Yin, and a large group of maids and servants to deliver the herbs to his courtyard. Brother, what are you doing? Are you really refining pills? Ning Hun leaned over curiously. I'm refining something good. You'll know soon enough. Ning Qi smiled. This time, he planned to let everyone around him use a portion of the Vitality Blood Ointment. This way, they would have enough strength to protect themselves in Riverine City, even if he was not around. Chapter 40:137. Shopkeeper Fu had brought enough medicinal ingredients to refine at least 10 portions of qi and blood ointment. Zi Yin had even helped Ning Qi find an alchemy cauldron for a Taoist priest from the market a few days ago. With it, refining qi and blood ointment would be much easier. The utilization of medicinal ingredients would also increase, and they might even be able to save a portion of qi and blood ointment. Young master is really refining pills. Shopkeeper Fu stood behind Ziyin and watched Ning Qi instruct Ru Yun and the others to grind medicinal ingredients and then throw them into the alchemy cauldron according to a certain ratio. He could not help but feel a little ridiculous. The most ridiculous thing was that Zi Yun actually supported Ning Qi. In his heart, with Zi Yun's character, he would never allow Ning Qi to waste even a single blade of grass and tree of Zi Mansion for useless work. It's not refining pills, but something called qi and blood ointment. Shopkeeper Fu, I see that you're loyal to Zi Mansion, so I let you observe today. Zi Yun's lips curled up slightly. This qi and blood ointment is attractive to both ordinary people and martial artists. Miss, what's the use of this qi and blood ointment? Shopkeeper Fu asked suspiciously. The spiritual medicine hall he was in charge of right now could only maintain a minimum operation due to the large amount of medicinal ingredients Ning Qi needed. It could be considered a great loss. He did not believe that this so-called qi and blood ointment was worth the sacrifice of the spiritual medicine hall. You'll know when the time comes. Zi Yun smiled and turned to leave. Once she left, Shopkeeper Fu could not stay any longer and could only follow. While Ning Qi was refining pills, the incident with the Black Tiger gang finally spread. After all, dozens of people had died, including Jiang Posha. No matter how hard they tried to suppress it, the news could not be suppressed. Everyone in Jiangyin City beamed with joy when they talked about the incident. Only at night would they feel a little nervous. They thought that a great thief had come and destroyed the Black Tiger gang. Without Zhuo Junkai and the backbone of the Black Tiger gang, the ruffians who relied on the Black Tiger gang for a living had also fallen apart. Many shopkeepers who had to pay the Black Tiger gang every month were secretly happy because of this. Jiang family. The news of Jiang Posha's death had just arrived, and the Jiang clan was in chaos for a while. Finally, Jiang Posha's second brother, Jiang Poxian, had to step in to stabilize the situation. Constable Li, our lord has just passed away, and the morning hall has just been set up. Can't you wait until after the 7th day? Jiang Poxian, who looked 50 to 60% similar to Jiang Posha, frowned and looked at the group of constables in front of him. Li Hu smiled. Lord Jiang, it's not that I'm being unreasonable, but it's just that we can't afford to waste any more time. I've come here today to ask young Master Jiang Tianshu some questions. I wonder if you could introduce us to him? You want to see the celestial tree? A guilty look flashed in Jiang Poxian's eyes. He had found an excuse to chase Jiang Tianshu's family to the side courtyard. He didn't know if Jiang Posha had a personal relationship with Li, who when he was alive. If Li, who helped Jiang Tianshu, it would be troublesome for him to win the loyalty of the entire Jiang family. Not bad. Li Hu nodded. Young Master Jiang Tianshu might know some clues about the real murderer, but Tianshu's legs were broken by someone, and he's recuperating now. I'm afraid it will affect his recovery if he meets so many people at once. Jiang Poxian frowned. Not many. Everyone else, wait at the door. Only Dojo, Lord Neo, and I will go in. Li Hu smiled and glanced at a sturdy man who looked like an iron tower. Dojo, Lord Neo? Are you Dojo, Lord Neo Dezhuang of the Jintian Martial Arts Dojo? Jiang Poxian was slightly surprised. At first, he thought that Neo Dezhuang was just a constable who didn't wear a uniform. He didn't expect him to be the famous #1 expert in Jiangyin City. Dojo, Lord Neo. That's right, it's me. Neo Dezhuang said in a deep voice. Lord Jiang, don't you want to help your elder brother catch the real murderer as soon as possible? A few dozen lives were lost, and they died so miserably. If such a devil is allowed to continue living in Rivering City, then no matter if it's you or us, it won't be beneficial to either of us. He was able to kill your big brother this time, but next time, perhaps. Li, who sneered as he'd seen through Jiang Poxian's thoughts. Jiang Poxian was slightly shocked when he heard this. He then said with a hollow laugh, "Of course I want to catch the real murderer. If that's the case, please follow me." Not long after, Jiang Poxian brought Li Hu and Niu Dazhuang to Jiang Tianshu's room. Jiang Tianshu's face was instantly filled with anger when he saw Jiang Poxian, second uncle, leave. "You're not welcome here." Ever since Tianshu's legs were injured, his temperament has become extreme. If he offends the two of you later, I hope the two of you will not take it to heart. Jiang Poxian hurriedly smiled at Li Hu and Niu Dazhuang. However, when he looked at Jiang Tianshu, a sharp glint flickered deep in his eyes. Li Hu looked at the injuries on Jiang Tianshu's legs, and then looked at Niu Dazhuang. Niu Dazhuang nodded slightly. He took a closer look and said with a serious expression, "They were indeed broken by someone without the use of a weapon. Young Master Jiang, were your legs injured by Ning Qi from the Purple Mansion?" Li Hu immediately asked. "Ning Qi?" Jiang Tianshu's eyes flickered with hatred. He then looked at Li Hu and Niu Dazhuang and said, "So what if he was the one who injured them?" "Dojo Lord Niu, we can conclude that Ning Qi is indeed proficient in martial arts. Otherwise, how could a weak scholar break someone's legs with his bare hands? Even if you don't believe me, you should believe him. There's no time to lose. Dojo Master Niu, follow me to the Z Mansion and bring Ning Qi back for interrogation. He has 80% certainty that he is the murderer who killed Zhu Junkai and the others of the Black Tiger Gang." Li Hu said, "Wait, what did you say? The son-in-law of the Purple Mansion is the murderer who killed my elder brother?" Jiang Poxian was surprised and interrupted Li Hu's words. Jiang Tianshu also looked at Li Hu and Dojo Master Niu with disbelief in his eyes. His father was killed by Ning Qi? That's right. Father must have gone to the Black Tiger Gang to avenge me. It must be him. It must be him. Jiang Tianshu's eyes became brighter and brighter. He stared at Li Hu and roared, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring the murderer back. He killed my father. I want to tear him into pieces." "Young Master Jiang, please calm down. Even if we bring him back, he will be interrogated by the authorities." Li Hu glanced at Jiang Tianshu coldly, and then looked at Niu Dazhuang. Today, Li Hu had brought people to the Jintian dojo to ask Niu Dazhuang to help him capture Ning Qi. However, Niu Dazhuang did not believe Li Hu at all, so Li Hu brought him to the Jiang family to see what was going on. "He doesn't look like he's lying. Did I really misjudge him? Is the son-in-law of the Purple Mansion really a martial artist?" Niu Dazhuang's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. "Dojo Lord Niu," Li Hu urged. "All right, I'll follow you to take a look. However, if I'm sure that the son-in-law doesn't know martial arts, I hope Constable Li won't arrest him recklessly." Niu Dazhuang nodded and agreed. Li Hu's eyes lit up when he heard Niu Dazhuang's words. With an expert like Niu Dazhuang helping him, he was confident that he would succeed this time. Chapter 4138. Purple Mansion. The smell of medicine permeated the entire small courtyard. Occasionally, the maids and manservants who passed by the door would stop to watch curiously for a while, and then they would be driven away by Xiaolan with a wave of her hand. In Xiaolan's eyes, this was Ning Qi's unique skill. Other than those who participated in the alchemy, what if others secretly watched it and spread it? The fire in the furnace was extremely strong, and Ning Qi was a little lost in thought. If it was in the past, he would not need to use ordinary fire. With a thought, he could refine a furnace of elixirs. Now, even the qi and blood ointment, which was not even an elixir, needed him to personally guard it. A slight mistake would cause the refining to fail. "Big brother, do you think this qi and blood ointment can really help us become martial artists? Why do I hear that martial artists have to cultivate diligently from a young age, and they also have special cultivation methods to achieve something?" Ning Hung stood beside Ning Chi curiously, and his nose twitched slightly. He felt that the smell of medicine was refreshing. After hearing Ning Heng's words, Ning Jun also looked at Ning Chi curiously. She was a little surprised that her big brother had changed so much in such a short time. The previous scene in the Black Tiger Gang still appeared in his mind from time to time. If you want to become a martial artist, of course, you need a special cultivation method. If it's just the qi and blood ointment, it can at most make your skin better and your body stronger. If there's no cultivation method, the effect of the qi and blood ointment will be lost. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Xiaolan and the other maids also pricked up their ears. When they heard that it could make their skin better, their eyes suddenly lit up. Big brother, do you have a cultivation method for martial arts? Ning Hung asked curiously. Yes. Ning Chi smiled. Everyone wanted to know where Ning Chi's cultivation method came from, but they did not dare to ask. After all, this kind of thing was a secret to ordinary people. Hey, hey, hey! You can't break into this place without permission. My son-in-law is refining elixirs. Six Fan School is handling a case. Irrelevant people, get out of my way. If you stop me again, I'll take you back to the government office today for questioning. Li Hu's voice suddenly exploded, causing everyone in the small courtyard to reveal a look of surprise. Immediately after, a servant from the Z Mansion was pushed and shoved to the entrance of the small courtyard. Li, who brought Niu Dezhuang and a group of bailiffs into the small courtyard. When he was still several zhang away from Ning Chi, he stopped. The rest of the bailiffs surrounded the small courtyard and looked at Ning Chi nervously. Big brother, Ning Hung and Ning Jun revealed a panicked expression. After Li Hu caught sight of their expressions, his heart became even calmer. He could conclude that Ning Hung and the others had indeed been captured and taken to the Black Tiger Gang. What are you doing? A cold shout rang out. Zi Yin led shopkeeper Fu and a group of maids into the courtyard. She stood in front of Li Hu and the others with a cold gaze. Miss Zi, I came here today to verify something. Please don't stop me. Li Hu said in a deep voice. The shopkeeper's face twitched. He thought that Li Hu was here because of the previous incident, so he panicked. Logically speaking, the matter from last time should have already been settled. Verify something? Zi Yun frowned slightly, then glanced at Niu Dezhuang. Dojo leader Niu, why did you come here with Constable Li Hu? Miss Zi, Dojo leader Niu's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. At this moment, Ning Chi slowly walked to the front and glanced at Li Hu and the others. He then smiled at Zi Yun and said, If there's anything, I'll handle it. All right. Zi Yun nodded slightly and stood behind Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled and looked at the servant who was pushed to the ground. Did they hurt you? Young master, I'm not hurt. I'm not that badly hurt. When the servant saw that Ning Chi had asked him first, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. A trace of anger flashed in Li Hu's eyes. This attitude was obviously deliberately showing his disdain for them. During this time, Niu Dezhuang carefully sized up Ning Chi. He suddenly realized that Ning Chi's temperament had indeed changed tremendously compared to before. Young Master Ning, we're here today to verify something. Please forgive us if we've offended you. Li Hu smiled and glanced at Niu Dezhuang. Niu Dezhuang nodded slightly and suddenly stepped forward to grab Ning Chi. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Niu Dezhuang to suddenly make a move. This was the #1 expert in Riverside City. What if their young master was hurt? Just as Niu Dezhuang's arm was about to land on Ning Chi suddenly threw a punch at Niu Dezhuang's chest. Niu Dezhuang only felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then he floated out like a cloud and landed heavily on the ground. Li Hu and the others watched this scene with their mouths agape. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. How did this new young master send the #1 expert of Riverside City flying with a single punch. This was too magical. So strong, Niu Dezhuang clutched his chest and slowly stood up. His face was filled with shock. He did not even see how Ning Qi had punched him. In the blink of an eye, he had been sent flying. Fortunately, apart from some superficial injuries, his internal organs were not injured. Niu Dezhuang was extremely shocked in his heart. How could this weak-looking scholar in his eyes suddenly possess such strength? Could it be that Li Hu was right? Was he really the culprit behind the disaster of the Black Tiger Gang? Men, take him down! Li Hu suddenly shouted, then turned to Zi Yun and the others and said sternly, I now suspect that Ning Qi has something to do with the murder of the Black Tiger Gang. You are not allowed to stop me. Who dares to take a step forward? Ning Qi chuckled, and his gaze suddenly swept across the area. Every bailiff who met his gaze suddenly felt a terrifying aura rushing towards them. At this moment, it was as if their blood had stopped flowing, and it was difficult for them to even breathe, much less surround and capture Ning Qi. Are you trying to resist the law? Li, whose eyes flashed with fear. Even Niu Dezhuang was not a match for Ning Qi. This surprised him a little. If Ning Qi were to explode today, how many constables would have to be killed to bring him to justice? Resist the law? What kind of law are you talking about? I am a good citizen. You came in like wolves and tigers and want to arrest me without saying a word? Constable Li, may I ask what law you are enforcing? Ning Qi smiled lightly. I have already proved that you are proficient in martial arts, Li Hu said angrily. So what? Is it illegal to be proficient in martial arts? If that is the case, you should first arrest this dojo master Niu. Ning Qi smiled. Li, who was stunned for a moment. If you come to my Z mansion to cause trouble without any evidence, Li Hu, believe me, I will make you disappear from this world without leaving a trace. Ning Qi said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. From these words, they felt a bone-chilling, killing intent. Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 40, 139. How dare you threaten me? Li Hu sucked in a cold breath and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. If you think it's a threat, then it's a threat. Ning Qi smiled. I still need to start refining pills. If there's nothing else, please go back. What if I have to arrest you today? Li Hu said coldly. The next moment, Ning Qi's figure suddenly blurred. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi appeared in front of him and grabbed his neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. Chief of Detectives. The group of constables was shocked. When the shopkeeper saw this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If Ning Qi had really been a frail scholar in the past, then Ziyan's confidence in the blood qi ointment wouldn't have come from nowhere. I wonder what level young master's martial arts cultivation is in Jianghu. Can the Purple Mansion really become a martial arts family? The shopkeeper looked at Li Hu, who was already a little out of breath, and pondered to himself. He couldn't help but feel a little excited whenever he thought of the trading companies that he had come into contact with that worked for the martial arts families. The arrogant attitude that could be neither servile nor overbearing, even in the face of the officials, always reminded him. He was secretly envious. Young Master Ning, Constable Li is a public servant. You. Niu Dezhuang hesitated and tried to persuade him. He did not dare to make a move. Ning Qi had already held back once. If he did not know what was good for him, he might be beaten to death in the Z Mansion. Li Hu's face gradually turned purple. Just at this moment, Zi Yun spoke. She took a step forward and said to Ning Qi in a low voice, Husband, a mere constable is nothing. But if you let him die in Z Mansion, it will inevitably give those who are ready to hit us when we're down an opportunity. Today, for the sake of my wife, I will spare your dog life. I don't want to get involved in the dirty things between you and the Black Tiger Gang. If you want to seek justice for them, I will wait for you in the Z Mansion at any time." Ningqi smiled and waved his hand. Li, who felt his head become heavy. After a few breaths, he fell heavily to the ground. "Chief of Detectives, are you okay?" The group of constables hurriedly stepped forward to protect Li, who, as they looked at Ningqi in horror. Jiangyin City was just a small place. There were only second- and third-rated martial artists like Zhu Junkai and Niu Dezhuang. They had never seen the means of a first-rated martial artist. "I'm fine." Li, who stood up and patted the dust off his body. He took one last deep look at Ningqi and Ziyin, then turned around and left quickly. Even if all of them joined forces today, they would still be no match for Ningqi. In addition, there was no actual evidence to prove that Zhu Junkai, Jiang Posha, and the others had died in Ningqi's hands. It was useless to stay here any longer. Outside the Purple Palace, "Constable Li, I'm not as skilled as you. I'm sorry I couldn't help you today." Niu Dezhuang smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. "Master Niu, you don't have to do this. I didn't expect Ningqi's martial arts cultivation to reach such a level. I'll send a message to Six Fan School and ask them to send experts to capture him. It's a disaster for Jiangyin City to have such a lawless person." Li, who said in a deep voice. Niu Dezhuang was silent for a moment, then said, "It seems that Constable Li has no evidence to prove that he killed those people from the Black Tiger Gang. As long as we capture him and put him in prison, we can slowly find the evidence. However, without evidence, we can't make too much of a commotion. We'll let him run wild for a few days." Li, who said with a gloomy expression. After saying that, he cupped his fists at Master Niu, then turned around and left. Dojo Master Niu turned around and glanced at Zifu, and a trace of bewilderment and uncertainty flashed in the depths of his eyes. How did an ordinary scholar actually transform into such a formidable martial artist in a single moment? A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The qi and blood ointment that Ningqi had personally refined was finally formed. On this day, the entire Purple Palace was filled with fragrance. Even passers-by could not help but stop and twitch their noses before looking at the Purple Palace in surprise. Ningqi calculated that a total of 13 qi and blood ointment had been refined, which was a little more than he had expected. Ziyin, shopkeeper Fu, Xiaolan, Ruyun, Ninghang, Ningjun, and the others were all very curious about the effects of the qi and blood ointment. However, Ningqi had to use it first, so they could only wait outside. "I wonder how sparkling and translucent the young master's skin will be after using the qi and blood ointment." Xiaolan had a look of anticipation on her face. When Ziyin heard that, a look of anticipation also flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, this was not what shopkeeper Fu was looking forward to. He was looking forward to seeing how useful the qi and blood ointment would be for martial arts. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. Ningqi did not stop after using the first qi and blood ointment. He continued to use the second one. When he used the third qi and blood ointment, the qi and blood in his body finally condensed to an extremely high level. Then, a trace of warmth gradually appeared in his dantian. This trace of warmth was not obvious at first, like the raindrops that had just started to fall from the sky. Not long after, the warmth became more and more obvious, turning into a trickling stream. It was obvious that he had condensed his vital energy and had become the top-notch expert that Niu Dezhuang had mentioned earlier. After that, it would be the Peerless Peak and the martial arts peak above the Peerless Peak. The Divine Tang Empire had two people at the peak of martial arts. If these two people appeared in front of Ningqi now, he might not be able to defeat them. Everything will be easier now that I have vital energy. Ningqi slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in them. After condensing his vital energy, he could try out the cultivation method and techniques that he had used before. If he could use them, it would not take long for his strength to surpass this world. When that time came, he would take a good look to see if this place was an illusion or some other strange place. Ning Qi got up and jumped into the wooden bucket. After washing his body, he changed his clothes and pushed the door open. At the door, Ziyin and the others all looked at Ning Qi with curiosity in their eyes. There's still 10 qi and blood ointment left. I want 6 of them. You can use the remaining 4 for yourself and give 1 to shopkeeper Fu. As for the remaining 2, you can find a seller and sell them. However, each of them will cost at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. You can decide the specific price yourself. Ning Qi smiled at Ziyin. 1 for each of the 4 members of the Ning family and 1 for Xiaolan and Ruyin. Even if they did not know the cultivation method, they could still carry the strength of 1,000 caddies. They could be considered experts in Jianghu. I have a share too. Shopkeeper Fu was stunned. After a few breaths, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, but then he subconsciously looked at Ziyin. If Ziyin did not agree, all right, I will find a good buyer and sell the extra too. The corner of Ziyin's mouth rose slightly. According to Ning Qi, 1,000,000 taels of silver for each of them. These 2 qi and blood ointment would be enough to greatly improve Z Mansion's recent poor situation. Chapter 4140. Ning Qi spent a few days arranging for Ning Jiuxian and the others to use the blood qi ointment one by one. He also taught them some basic inner force mantra. The imprisonment dragon elephant sacred art was too profound. With their current strength, they could not understand it. Even if they did, it would be difficult for them to cultivate it. Ning Qi thought Ning Heng's aptitude would be higher, but he did not expect Ning Jiuxian to be the one with the highest comprehension of martial arts. After using the qi and blood ointment, Ning Jiuxian directly had the strength of 1,500 kilograms. As for the others, they were about the same as Ning Qi's speculation. They only had the strength of 500 kilograms, which was barely second-rate in the Jianghu. However, if they fought with Niu Dazhuang would definitely win. We've really become a martial arts family. The Z Mansion has really become a martial arts family. The shopkeeper was extremely excited. The fat on his body was much tougher than before because he had also used the blood qi ointment and successfully advanced to the second rate. With the strength of 1,000 caddies in his arms, he felt that he could even kill a bull with 1 punch. He had never dared to imagine this in the past. Now, excluding Ning Qi, the Z Mansion had 8 second-rate martial artists in Jianghu. According to the shopkeeper's understanding of the martial arts families, this kind of strength was not weak in the martial arts families. Moreover, Ning Qi's cultivation was not something he could see through. Earlier, Ning Qi could defeat Niu Dezhuang with 1 punch, which at least proved that Ning Qi's cultivation was most likely first-rate. Now that he had used a few more blood qi ointment that were like divine medicine, the shopkeeper could not imagine what level Ning Qi's cultivation had reached. The cultivation method I taught you is relatively basic. You need to cultivate every day and try to adapt to this feeling so that you can condense true qi in the future. Ning Qi smiled at the crowd. After that, he bade farewell to Ziyin and left the Z Mansion alone. He's gone out. Follow him from afar. Don't get discovered. Go back and report to the Lord. Yes. After Ning Qi left the Z Mansion, he went in the direction he entered the city that day. After staying in Jiangyin City for so many days, he had only walked to the city gate at most. He had never left the city even once. If all this is some kind of illusion, then this illusion is real enough to deceive the supreme divinity. No, even the silver dragon is afraid of this place and told me not to set foot in it. Perhaps even a divine king can't escape if he enters this place? Ning Qi thought as he walked. He believed that as long as it was an illusion, there would definitely be a flaw. In this world, there was absolutely no illusion without a flaw. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called an illusion, but a real world. Was there a flaw in Jiangyin City? Ning Qi wasn't sure. At least, he hadn't found any flaws in Jiangyin City during this period of time. Then, what about outside Jiangyin City? They're out of the city gate. Are we still following? I'll definitely continue following him. The Lord has probably already set up an inescapable net after receiving the news. So long as I find an opportunity, I'll be able to capture this kid back. Ha ha ha! There's a path to heaven for him to take, yet he just had to leave the Violet Palace. Isn't this fish that's delivered to our doorstep? Li Hu, is this really that person's biography? A handsome young man was sitting in the pavilion, holding a piece of rice paper in his hand. The paper was densely filled with words. Beside him, Li Hu stood respectfully with his hands on both sides of his thighs. After hearing the handsome young man's question, he quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Sir, this is indeed Ning Qi's resume. How did a weak scholar who never left his house become a first-rate expert in a blink of an eye? I was born in the 6th Fan School and have been practicing martial arts for more than 20 years. I've received the true teachings of the commander, but I've only just stepped into the first-class level. Ning Qi. When the Ning mansion was exterminated, his bloodline was not affected because it had long been separated from the main family. If they really have a martial arts inheritance, this matter should be reinvestigated. The handsome young man chuckled, and his eyes fell on Li Hu. I happened to pass by this place and received your letter for help. Come to think of it, perhaps this is God's will. It must be God who can't bear to see Ning Qi do evil. So Lord happened to pass by this place to eradicate evil. Li Hu hurriedly flattered the handsome young man. At the same time, he thought of the Ning mansion mentioned by the handsome young man. That incident happened many years ago. At that time, the Ning mansion was exterminated because of a major event. If the Ning mansion had not gone through this disaster, the Violet Palace would not have been the first family in Jiangyin City. Lord, the target is approaching this place. I wonder if the two of you would like to retreat? We have already set up an inescapable net. As long as he falls into the net, there is no way he can escape. A constable ran to the front of the pavilion and cupped his hands to the two. Lord, what do you think? Li, who looked at the handsome young man. There's no need to retreat. I want to see what he's capable of. Let's wait here. The handsome young man smiled. Li, who was a little dissatisfied. If they retreated, then the constables lying in ambush would use strong bows to launch a surprise attack. Even if he was a first-class master, he would still have to obediently surrender. Otherwise, he would be killed by thousands of arrows. Forget it. He's a Shangguan and a first-class master. I think there's no harm in waiting here. Li, who thought to himself, this was an official road. Usually, there were not many people on this road. Occasionally, there would be carriages of some rich families passing by, but they did not notice that this official road was filled with a murderous aura. The constables lying in ambush on both sides were a little nervous and a little excited. Soon, they saw a figure coming from afar. The person seemed to be on a sightseeing tour, walking and stopping, looking around. In the pavilion, Li Hu stared at the figure, but he was a little confused. Could it be that the other party knew there was an ambush, so he was looking around? Just as he was a little nervous, not knowing if the other party would fall into the ambush, the figure suddenly sped up and soon arrived in front of the pavilion. Hey, Constable Li, what a coincidence. Do you also have the leisure to come out for a walk today? Ning Qi smiled at Li Hu. A cold light flashed in Li Hu's eyes. Just as he was about to move, he saw the handsome young man stand up and walk toward Ning Qi. As he walked, he smiled and said, I am Lu Heng from 6th Fan School. I heard that young Master Ning is also from Jianghu. Do you know martial arts? A little. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Lu Heng had just taken a few steps when his body suddenly turned into a gust of wind, rushing toward Ning Qi at an extremely fast speed. He laughed and said, If that's the case, then let me see your martial arts. Seeing this, Ning Qi directly hit out with his palm. Roar! A golden dragon's shadow gushed out from Ning Qi's palm and directly bombarded Lu Heng's body. Lu Heng didn't have time to react and was knocked unconscious on the spot. His figure flew out, leaped over the pavilion, and landed on the other side of the pavilion, where there was a precipitous cliff. Chapter 41. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Heng's body kept hitting the cliff wall and was finally blocked by a big tree that grew out of the cliff wall. He fell unconscious. In the pavilion, Li Hu watched the scene with his mouth agape. The constables lying in ambush could not react in time. They were all dumbfounded. They just saw a golden dragon. What kind of technique was this? Is that the legendary vital energy? A knowledgeable constable gasped. He could not believe what he had just seen with his own eyes. In Jianghu, most of the martial artists were mediocre. These martial artists had a strength of 200 to 300 caddies and were considered good among the constables. Above them were third-rate martial artists like Zhu Junkai. Such powerful martial artists could become local tyrants. Second-rate martial artists like Niu Dezhuang were famous far and wide. They could open schools and teach disciples. Above Niu Dezhuang were first-class martial artists. Such powerful martial artists were the masters, leaders, and elders of various sections. They were respected by countless martial artists in Jianghu. The above were the martial arts that ordinary people could understand. Further up were the top experts who had condensed their true qi. There were only 2 or 3 people in a province who were at the level of martial arts masters, and they would basically not appear in front of ordinary people. Even if they did, ordinary people would not see such powerful martial artists in action. Even in the 6-fan school of the Shan Tang Empire, there were only a few top martial artists. The Shan Tang Empire's vast territory was not comparable to an ordinary country. This showed how rare top martial artists were. Martial arts master Li Hu looked at Ning Qi in a daze. At first, he thought that Ning Qi was only a second-rate martial artist, so he asked Niu Dezhuang to deal with him. Later, he felt that Ning Qi was a first-class martial artist, which shocked him. He then reported it to the 6-fan school. Lu Heng, a first-class martial artist, happened to pass by, so he decided to work with him to suppress Ning Qi. In the end, XDW8 as a first-class martial artist, Lu Heng was defeated in one move. In addition to the golden dragon shadow that he had seen with his own eyes, the 17 or 18-year-old young Master Ning was clearly the legendary martial arts master. How could a 17 or 18-year-old youth become a martial arts master of only 2 or 3 martial artists in a province? Such an expert could no longer be defeated by simply suppressing him with numbers. His jinqi was unfathomable, and his might was unimaginable. If that golden dragon phantom had fallen on an ordinary person, it would have been able to kill him instantly. Even if hundreds of people were to besiege him, all equipped with powerful bows and crossbows, it would still be difficult to kill a martial arts master. Could it be that only by requesting the assistance of 8 supreme experts would we be able to suppress this kid? The corner of Li Hu's mouth twitched. The transformation of genuine qi from acquired to innate was the pinnacle. There were only 8 such experts in the divine Tang Empire. Above them were 2 great grandmasters, who were at the peak of martial arts. They were the imperial advisor of the divine Tang Empire and the abbot of the Xianggu Temple. These 2 stayed in the Daidu all year round and were frequent guests of the emperor. Even the emperor was very respectful to them. Fire! Li Hu suddenly let out a loud shout. No matter how regretful he was, since he had already embarked on this path, he could only continue. It was unknown whether LV Heng was dead or alive. If he did not do something today, he might be thrown into prison if the higher-ups blamed him. After receiving Li Hu's notice, the constables who were lying in ambush on both sides of the road appeared one after another. Fierce arrows rained down on Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. The jinqi in his body surged and formed a shield around his body. The arrows were all blocked by the shield. However, his jinqi was too weak to block the arrows by force. Otherwise, his jinqi would be consumed very quickly. He used some small tricks to manipulate his jinqi. As soon as the arrows touched his jinchi, they were guided by it and sent in another direction. It was like an ordinary person tripping while walking. When the arrows touched Ning Chi's jinchi, they slid in another direction as if they had been smeared with oil. This kind of small trick could only be done by people who could manipulate their jinchi to the extreme. Naturally, Li Hu and the others could not see the reason behind it. From their point of view, the arrows did not seem to hit Ning Chi at all. They just brushed past him. "Constable Li, you really don't want to give up." Ning Chi smiled and slowly walked toward him. "Don't come any closer." Li Hu tried to put up a strong front while feeling weak inside. Behind him was a steep cliff. He was not an expert, so he did not have any qinggong to help him escape from the cliff. "I've told you before. What will happen to you if you try to harm me again? Do you still remember?" Ning Chi came in front of Li Hu. Li Hu could not retreat, so he could only use his eyes to signal his subordinates to come out and help. However, the group of constables did not dare to act rashly. In their eyes, Ning Chi's tricks were too magical. Some of the constables even showed a look of awe. "What are you doing? You want me to disappear?" Li Hu suddenly squeezed a smile on his face. "With so many constables here, if you kill me, the governor will definitely send troops to destroy your entire Z mansion. So what if you have condensed your vital qi? There are dozens of martial artists like you in the divine Tang Empire, not to mention the 8 top experts. Any one of them can easily kill you. Yes, if I kill you today, the governor will definitely know. After all, I have no reason to kill these hundreds of constables." Ning Chi smiled faintly and nodded. Li Hu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "But I've even knocked that guy who seems to be a first-class expert, a senior member of the 6 Doors, off the cliff. Do you think I'll let you go?" The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up slightly. Li Hu's face suddenly became very ugly. His legs trembled more violently than before. After living for so many years, Li Hu did not know that there would be a time when he would be so afraid of a person. "Li Hu, as the chief constable of Jiangyin City, you are supposed to get rid of all the thieves. However, the Black Tiger Gang has existed for so many years, doing all kinds of evil. I can see that your relationship with the Black Tiger Gang is not simple. Killing you is also doing the people a favor." Ning Chi smiled. "Do you have any evidence?" Li Hu gritted his teeth. "If you don't have any evidence, don't frame me." He felt that he had swapped places with Ning Chi. Previously, Ning Chi asked him if he had any evidence. Now he wanted to use this excuse to delay Ning Chi and find a chance of survival. "Evidence? That's easy." Ning Chi smiled and glanced at the group of constables around him. He chuckled and said, "Whoever can show me the evidence of Li Hu's collusion with the Black Tiger Gang, I'll teach him martial arts. He doesn't need to be a small constable anymore." What a joke! How could they? Li Hu could not help but laugh. "Young Master Ning, I have evidence of Constable Li colluding with the Black Tiger Gang." A young constable stood up and cupped his fists at Ning Chi. Seeing this, Li Hu was shocked and angry. "What's your name?" Ning Chi smiled. "Young Master Ning. Constable Li used to call me Xiao He." Xiao He smiled. Chapter 41-42. Why? How dare you betray the chief of detectives? One of the constables shouted in shock and anger. Li Hu stared at He Bai, as if he wanted to see clearly whether the heart of this guy, who was loyal to him but suddenly betrayed him, was black or red. He Bai sneered and glanced around. "What do you mean by betrayal? The chief of detectives has no evidence to prove that the case of the Black Tiger Gang was committed by Mr. Ning, but he attacked Mr. Ning again and again. Isn't it because he has been bribed by Zhuo Junkai for many years? Ordinary people don't know about this, but don't you?" This time, the superior of the 6 Fan School was involved in this matter and fell off the cliff. "Do you think that the 6 Fan School will not send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly?" Everyone suddenly stopped talking. Thinking about it carefully, the horror in their eyes became more and more intense. Even Li, who couldn't help but shiver. Yes, no matter whether LV Hung was alive or dead today, he was implicated because of this matter. How could the Six-Fan School not know Li Hu's previous selfishness when they thoroughly investigated? Because of his selfishness, the superior was implicated. This crime was enough to put Li Hu in prison. Chief of Detectives, in the past you were just making a small fuss, so he didn't have to face the danger of being beheaded. But what about today? If the Six-Fan School thoroughly investigates, can we get away with it? By sneered again. I didn't betray you today, nor did I stand up for Mr. Ning. Whether Mr. Ning committed the murder of the Black Tiger Gang or not, the Six-Fan School will send someone to investigate it thoroughly. But this time you are wrong. Ha 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 ha. Li, who couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked at Hebai and kept nodding. You're very good, very good. You've been with me for so many years. But I didn't know you were so decisive and cold. Mr. Ning, please allow us to arrest the arrestor and bring him to justice. We will wait for the superior of the Six-Fan School to come and investigate this matter thoroughly. Hebai ignored Li Hu and cupped his fist to Ning Qi. Li Hu was slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Was this just an expedient measure for Hebai? Thinking of this, he didn't look as angry as before. Ning Qi smiled, walked to the edge of the cliff, and stretched out his hand. Lu Heng's body was pulled up by his true qi, and he landed heavily in front of everyone. Seeing this, Li Hu hurriedly checked his injuries and found that he was still breathing. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and his desire to live gradually became very strong. I don't intend to get involved in the affairs of your Six-Fan School. Next time you come to Shangguan, remember to inform me. We can sit down and have a good talk. Ning Qi walked up to Hebai and gently patted his shoulder. Then he left the pavilion and continued his journey away from Dark River City. He had come out today to search for clues. He would not return to Riverine just because of this small interlude. He looked at Su Han's back until he could no longer see him. Then he cupped his fists and said to Li Hu, "Chief Constable, I'm sorry." Without waiting for Li Hu to speak, Hebai shouted to the constables around him, "Take down the chief constable and wait for Lord Lu to wake up before making a decision." The group of constables only hesitated for a moment before rushing forward to take down Li Hu. They did not listen to Hebai's orders, but were persuaded by Hebai's words just now. If they did not take down Li Hu today, Lu Heng would be furious when he woke up. What would happen to the constables who had accepted bribes from the Black Tiger Gang? Li Hu did not resist. He looked on coldly. As long as he could save his life today, he was confident that he could turn defeat into victory. How could he put a mere he-shu in his eyes? Ning Qi's walking speed was getting faster and faster. He gradually displayed the method of traveling 90,000 miles in a flash. However, with his current cultivation, he could not even travel 1 mile, let alone 90,000 miles. But with one step, he could still travel more than 100 feet. Is it really impossible to get out of here after setting foot in this place? Ning Qi stopped on a precipitous cliff, facing the strong wind. His clothes flapped noisily. He didn't quite believe that there was an illusion in this world that could trap someone for a lifetime. The Silver Dragon was afraid of the city, probably because he had never entered it before. However, he was sure of one thing. He must have seen other ultimate gods or even divine kings step into the city and eventually disappear. So, where would those divine kings be? The divine Tang Empire has 2 people at the peak of martial arts. One is the imperial advisor, and the other is the abbot of the Xianggu Temple. I wonder if these 2 are the divine kings who were trapped here before? Ning Qi's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. This kind of thing, as long as he met them face to face, he might be able to find an answer. However, he still needed to improve his strength a little more to be safe. After a while, when Ning Qi was about to leave this place, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. Then Ning Qi saw a fireball falling from the sky and landing in front of him with a bang. The flames slowly disappeared, revealing a long saber that was shining with a sharp, cold light. On the long saber, there were 7 gems of different colors shining. The dragon's saber. Ning Qi was stunned. The appearance of this long saber was exactly the same as the dragon's saber. Ning Qi's eyes gradually became more serious. He slowly walked in front of the dragon's saber and stopped to look at it. Finally, he was sure that this long saber was the dragon's saber. The person who created the illusion thought that I was too bored, so he wanted to play a trick on me? Ning Qi's face slightly darkened. He stepped forward and grabbed the dragon's saber. However, as soon as the dragon's saber touched his palm, it turned into a ball of fire and instantly entered Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi's body faintly emitted a golden light, and then the golden light disappeared. "Where's the saber?" After a few breaths, 2 figures landed in front of Ning Qi, one after the other. While they were vigilant of each other, they looked around and saw the traces of the dragon's saber falling, but they did not see where the dragon's saber was. Then they looked at Ning Qi with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. These 2 people obviously came here by walking in the air. Ning Qi did not show it, but he was a little surprised. The peak of martial arts that he heard about was only the peak of martial arts. He could only cross the river on a reed, but he could not walk in the air. "Have you been here all this time?" One of the figures slowly opened his mouth. She was not old, but the aura that her body occasionally emitted made Ning Qi feel an extremely strong pressure. The other young man was about to speak as well, but seeing that she had already taken the initiative to ask, he shut his mouth, his gaze continuously moving between Ning Qi and the woman. "Yes." Ning Qi slowly nodded. "Did you see a long blade descend from the sky?" The woman continued to ask. "I saw it," Ning Qi said. "What about the blade?" the woman asked. "I don't know," Ning Qi said. The woman's expression abruptly changed, and a terrifying pressure instantly descended upon her. This aura. Cultivators. Ning Qi suddenly laughed in his heart. In this world, there were still cultivators. A mere mortal, if he really hit a blade, how could we not be able to tell? "Let me verify it." The young man suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Ning Qi's shoulder. His speed was too fast, at least Ning Qi was unable to react at this moment. Chapter 41-43. Just as the young man grabbed Ning Qi's shoulder, a wave of energy surged into Ning Qi's body. The energy circulated through his body for a dozen or so times before finally being retracted by the young man. This power was truly overbearing. If it was an ordinary person, their meridians would have been damaged, and they would have to stay in bed for half a year. Even though Ning Qi had condensed true qi and was countless times stronger than ordinary people, his qi and blood floated up, and a layer of dark red qi gradually appeared on his face. No, the young man shook his head. The dragon blade is not in his body. It seems that this spirit weapon really has a remnant spirit and ran away on its own. "I don't believe it." The woman snorted. The young man smiled and took a few steps back. "Since you don't believe me, then see for yourself." The conversation between the 2 of them had never taken Ning Qi seriously, nor did they ask him if he was willing to be examined like this. Seeing that, the woman moved slightly and immediately appeared in front of Ning Qi. She extended her hand towards Ning Qi's shoulder. "You too be gentle. Be careful of my meridians." Ning Qi smiled faintly. The woman was slightly startled, and then looked up and down at Ning Qi. "You're not afraid of us?" "I just discovered that he has condensed true qi, so he should be a martial artist in the secular world. I think this level is called a top martial artist. There are only a few dozen of them in the divine Tang Empire, and this child has such a martial arts cultivation at such a young age. He should be a young and knowledgeable genius," the young man said with a smile. "Even if it's the peak, it's just the beginning of the immortal sect. A mere peak is nothing." The woman snorted coldly, then ignored Ning Qi and reached out to grab his shoulder. After circulating her power a few times, The woman's face became extremely gloomy. "Look, the dragon blade is really not on him." The young man smiled. "Search. Since it landed here, it won't be too far away. During this period of time, you and I don't need to make a move. It won't be too late to use our respective abilities when the dragon blade appears." The woman said coldly, "Can I go now?" Ning Qi suddenly spoke. "Before the dragon blade appears, you are a suspect. You are not allowed to leave this place." The woman snorted. The young man also agreed, but he added, "If we can't find the dragon blade, you can go back. However, I hope you don't speak carelessly about seeing us today, because we are not in the same world. If you say it out loud, others might think you are crazy." "All right." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The two of them searched for an entire day. During this time, Ning Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the suppressing dragon elephant saint art. His cultivation was advancing at a rapid pace, and he didn't even need the qi and blood ointment. In another month or so, his Zhen Qi would be able to transform from Hotian to Xiantian, and he would become a peerless expert. Ning Qi occasionally heard the two arguing and learned their names. The young man was called Zhang Xiansheng, and the woman was called Xia Anwen. These two should be the most ordinary itinerant cultivators. I wonder how the cultivators in this world are classified. If it was in the Shenluo world, their cultivation would at most be at the first step of qi refinement. They might even be at the third or fourth level of qi refinement. The two of them naturally didn't know that the ants in their eyes were treating them as ants. After searching for an entire day, they still couldn't find the dragon blade. The two of them finally lost their patience and suspected that the dragon blade had flown somewhere else. "You can go now." Xia Anwen coldly glanced at Ning Qi, then directly soared into the sky and left. Zhang Xiansheng looked at Ning Qi and smiled, then also soared into the sky and left. Seeing that, Ning Qi chuckled and walked towards the direction of Jiangyin City. When he entered the city and entered the Z Palace, Xia Anwen and Zhang Xiansheng, who had been hiding in the void, looked at each other, then turned around and left with a look of disappointment. With Ning Qi's cultivation, he naturally didn't know that someone was following him. However, he wasn't stupid enough to take out the dragon blade to see what was going on the moment the two of them left. In the following period of time, it was as if Ning Qi had never been possessed by the dragon blade. Other than cultivating the suppressing dragon elephant saint art, he taught Ning Heng and the others martial arts. The rich shopkeeper suddenly became a second-rate martial artist. His confidence in the Z Palace had reached an all-time high. Under Zi Yan's instructions, he personally went to find a buyer, preparing to sell the 2 extra qi and blood ointment and use it to make a name for himself. At the same time, Zi Yan was also constantly selling the property of other businesses and investing the extra money into the spiritual medicine store. The only purpose of the spiritual medicine store was to collect the spiritual materials that could be refined into qi and blood ointment for Ning Qi. Many people didn't understand the main point. They all thought that the Purple Mansion had begun to decline because it couldn't support the situation alone. There were more and more rumors in Jiangyin City. It's about time. One day, Ning Qi suddenly woke up from his meditative state. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes. The true energy in his body was constantly transforming into a higher quality energy. This was what people in the Jianghu called the transformation from Hotian to Xiantian, and the true energy had become Xiantian true energy. However, in Ning Qi's view, this was not Xiantian true energy at all, but spiritual energy that he was very familiar with. With spiritual energy, one could cast spells. No wonder Xia Anwen and Zhang Xiansheng said that the top experts had just entered the Immortal Gate. It should be because martial artists in this realm had changed from manipulating true energy to manipulating spiritual energy. Ning Qi's mind moved, and a long saber suddenly appeared in the depths of his danci. Then, this long saber flowed out of Ning Qi's body and finally condensed into a shape. It really is the dragon's saber. Ning Qi touched the blade with some emotion. The spiritual energy in his body was slightly stimulated, and the dragon's saber ignited with a layer of flames. Then came the frost, and then the golden heptachi. The 7 pearls each represented a type of attribute, a total of 7. Ning Qi wasn't sure what level of spirit weapon the dragon saber was in this world. But seeing Xie Anwen and Zhang Xianqing fighting each other, it shouldn't be something common. Son-in-law, the rich shopkeeper, was seriously injured. Ru Yan's voice sounded outside the door. Ning Qi frowned slightly and opened the door. What happened? Ru Yun hurriedly said, I heard from Miss that when the rich shopkeeper was selling the blood qi ointment, he was severely injured by the people from the martial arts family, and the blood qi ointment was taken away. Where is the rich shopkeeper right now? Ning Qi said. He's in the side hall. Miss has already invited a doctor to treat him. But looking at the rich shopkeeper, I'm afraid. Ru Yun hesitated. Let's go take a look. Ning Qi said indifferently. The two of them quickly arrived at the side hall and saw the doctor shaking his head at Ziyin. His heart meridian has been broken. There's nothing he can do. Cough, cough. Miss, before I died, I had a taste of a martial arts expert. I can die in peace. You don't have to be too sad. The rich shopkeeper grinned and forced a smile. If the king of hell wants you to die in the middle of the night, you will die in the middle of the night. Moreover, I know that king of hell as well. I can guarantee that he didn't send the black and white impermanents to seduce you. Ning Qi walked into the side hall and smiled at the rich shopkeeper. Chapter 41-44. Young master, you are? The shopkeeper's face was pale. He didn't know what Ning Qi meant. Ziyin came to her senses. She stepped forward and asked nervously, Husband, can you save Shopkeeper Fu? The doctor sneered. Shopkeeper Fu's heart meridian has been severed. How can he be saved? Since he said that the shopkeeper couldn't be saved, wasn't it the same as slapping him in the face? What does a severed heart meridian have to do with whether or not he can be saved? Ning Qi smiled at the doctor. He then walked in front of the shopkeeper and gently pressed his hand on the shopkeeper's chest. A stream of true energy slowly flowed into Shopkeeper Fu's body. After about a dozen breaths, his complexion gradually turned from pale to rosy under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The doctor was dumbfounded. He then reacted and sneered. It's just the final radiance of a setting sun. The shopkeeper suddenly jumped up and paced back and forth a few steps. Then he looked at Ning Qi with surprise and said, Young master, my body doesn't hurt any more. Shopkeeper Fu, are you really all right? Ziyin was stunned. In just a dozen breaths, Ning Qi actually managed to save a seriously injured person that the doctor said couldn't be saved. Moreover, looking at the shopkeeper's walking posture, it didn't seem like he was seriously injured or that his heart meridian was severed. The doctor was dumbfounded. He still didn't believe that the shopkeeper could survive. However, after waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the shopkeeper didn't seem to have any intention of dying. The doctor's face turned pale, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Miss, I'm really fine. The shopkeeper was a little surprised. He then immediately cupped his fist and bowed to Ning Qi. Thank you for saving my life, young master. No need for formalities. You were also injured for the Z Mansion. Tell me in detail what happened. Ning Qi smiled. When the shopkeeper heard this, he glanced at the doctor. When the doctor saw this, he quickly said to everyone, Farewell, farewell. I will take my leave first. He then turned around and left in a fluster. His back was extremely disheveled. After the doctor left, the shopkeeper slowly recounted the entire incident. As the head shopkeeper of the elixir shop, he would often come into contact with some martial artists. Occasionally, he would also cooperate with some small martial arts families. This time, Ziyin asked him to sell the Tu Qi and blood ointment, so he used his own connections to find a martial artist he was familiar with. Then, through his connections, he finally got in touch with a martial arts family that was only 400 miles away from Jiangyin City. After successfully finding a buyer, the shopkeeper personally went to sell the blood qi ointment. He felt that if he wanted to sell it for a good price, he had to show his sincerity. Moreover, he was afraid that people wouldn't believe in the efficacy of the blood qi ointment, so he had to show up in person. Otherwise, he would always be treated as a scammer. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived at the martial arts aristocratic family and talked about the efficacy of the blood and qi ointment, he would be beaten up and even the blood and qi ointment would be snatched away. XDW 8-inch son-in-law, they really don't distinguish right from wrong. Even Brother Tiger, who led the way for me, was seriously injured by them and is still being detained there. Shopkeeper Fu smiled bitterly. I think they think you're a liar. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Even if they think I'm a liar, they should investigate clearly before making a move. Shopkeeper Fu was a little speechless. How about this? You take me there. I originally planned to sell the 2 blood and qi ointment for 1 million taels. But now it seems that the price is still too low. An ordinary person can immediately become a second-rate martial artist with just 1 set of it. With the strength of 1,000 caddies, it would save them more than 10 years, or even decades of hard work. I plan to sell such a treasure for 5 million taels in the future, and only sell 10 sets a year. Ning Qi smiled. Zi Yan's eyes lit up slightly. If he really sold it for 5 million taels and sold 10 sets a year, wouldn't he earn 50 million taels? And the raw materials needed to make 10 sets of blood and qi ointment would at most be worth 1 million taels. The profit in between was simply frightening. Descended Tiger, you've become quite bold recently. How dare you collude with others to swindle our Qin family? Do you really think that just because everyone in the Qin family is a martial artist, we can be bullied? In a training field, a burly man was tied to a wooden stake. His entire body was covered in scars. At this moment, there were a few figures surrounding this burly man. One of them held a whip in his hand, and with every sentence he spoke, he would lash out at the burly man's body. You're just a mediocre warrior, yet you're still so daring. I really admire you. Smack! Another whip. Descended Tiger trembled from the beating, and then he said with difficulty, Boss Qin, I really didn't lie to you. Shopkeeper Fu's reputation in the spiritual medicine hall is absolutely trustworthy. Since he said that the blood and qi ointment has such a miraculous effect, there's no reason for him to lie. If he really lied to you, we wouldn't be able to walk out of this place alive. His voice was extremely hoarse because he had not drunk for several days. Hee, as long as you use the blood and qi ointment, you can become a second-rate martial artist. Ha ha ha! The middle-aged man whom Descended Tiger addressed as Boss Qin could not help but laugh at the sky. Then his expression turned cold, and he shouted at Descended Tiger coldly, You've been cultivating martial arts for decades, but you're still second-rate. Although our Qin family is a martial arts family with our own martial arts heritage, it takes decades to nurture a second-rate martial artist. Among this generation of young disciples, only one has entered the second-rate, and the rest are all third-rate. Only my father and I have barely stepped into the first-rate. Although our strength is not too high in the Jianghu, when others mention our Qin family, who doesn't give us a thumbs up? With my father's and my strength, we can easily become a sect leader. He paused. You're actually telling me that the blood and qi ointment can transform an ordinary person who doesn't know martial arts into a second-rate martial artist in just a few days? Tell me, are you guys greedy for money, or are we too stupid? Descended Tiger was speechless. At this moment, a young man hurried over. His face carried a sliver of joy, a sliver of surprise, and a sliver of panic. All sorts of emotions were mixed together, causing his expression to look extremely twisted. Father! The young man came in front of Boss Qin and cupped his hands. Have you tested it? Is that blood and qi ointment useful? Boss Qin looked at Descended Tiger with a cold smile and said calmly, Father, little brother, He has already advanced to the second rate, the young man said in a low voice. Advanced to the second rate, he. Boss Chen continued to laugh coldly, but after a few breaths, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Descended Tiger suddenly raised his head and looked at the young man with sparkling eyes. What did you say? Your little brother is only 15 years old this year, and he hasn't even touched the third rate. You said that he has advanced to the second rate? Boss Chen looked at the young man with a stunned expression. Father, it's absolutely true. That blood and qi ointment does have such a miraculous effect, the young man said with a bitter expression. Of the 2 blood and qi ointment, one was destroyed by Boss Chen in a fit of anger, and the other was used on his little brother. He was only a third-rate martial artist, and he had not even stepped into the second rate. In the end, his little brother was 1 step ahead of him and had stepped into the second rate. Descended Tiger. What do you think the shopkeeper's name is? What is his background? Boss Chen's heart suddenly twitched. He immediately looked at Descended Tiger and asked anxiously. Chapter 41:45. A hint of ecstasy flashed in the Descended Tiger's eyes. The young man's words were enough to prove that the blood qi ointment was completely effective. In this way, he wouldn't be tortured to death by Boss Chin. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Boss Chin, I don't know shopkeeper Fu's full name. I only know that he's the shopkeeper of the Purple Mansion in Riverine City. The Purple Palace of Rivershade City? Boss Chen's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, I've heard of this place, but the Purple Mansion seems to be just an ordinary merchant family. How could they have a spirit medicine like the blood qi ointment? I'm not too sure either. Tiger, descending the mountain, said dryly, Boss Chin, since this vitality ointment is proven to be useful, can you let me go? I have no intention of deceiving you all. Boss Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then he put on a fake smile and said, My son's aptitude for martial arts has been extremely high since he was young. This time he was able to become a second-rate martial artist because of his own efforts. What does it have to do with your vitality ointment? Descending the mountain Tiger was stunned. After that, a look of despair flashed in his eyes. The other party was clearly making the best of his mistake. He had no intention of letting him leave, and even wanted to silence him. Big brother, I'm afraid we can't underestimate a family that has the blood qi ointment. Someone advised worriedly. Knowing that down the mountain Tiger had no intention of deceiving them, the majority of the Chun family martial artists felt that there was no need to make this matter worse. I know that Zifu. Don't worry, it's just a merchant family. Even if he has a backer, can he be stronger than my Chin family? I remember that the #1 expert in Dark River City is only a second-rate martial artist. His cultivation is the same as my son's. Boss Chin sneered. Everyone stopped trying to persuade him. They knew Boss Chen's personality. Since he had already made his decision, no one could change his mind. Master, there are guests outside. They say they are from the Purple Mansion of Jiangyin City. The fat shopkeeper we threw out last time is also here. A big man who looked like a servant ran over and whispered to Boss Chin. The Descended Tiger's eyes immediately lit up. Boss Chin frowned and said, That rich shopkeeper is a second-rate martial artist, but I broke his heart meridian. Thinking about it, he should be dead by now. How can he still come to my Zifu? Big brother, they don't look friendly. Since that shopkeeper is a second-rate martial artist, there might be experts in his Zifu as well. We have to treat this matter seriously. Hey. Boss Chin sneered and glanced at his brothers. The longer you live, the more cowardly you become. One of you go and inform father. The rest of you follow me to meet Zifu. When Boss Chen's brothers heard this, although they were unhappy, they could only do as he said. In the living room of the Chin family, because the rich shopkeeper had returned with a young man who seemed to be in charge, the servants of the Chin family did not treat them lightly. Instead, they invited the two into the reception hall and even served tea. When Boss Chin arrived, Ning Chi was chatting with a rich shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was nervous at the beginning, but he gradually relaxed. He talked with Ning Chi about some interesting stories he had encountered in his business over the years. Who served them tea? When Boss Chin entered the living room and saw the two of them drinking tea, he immediately shouted coldly. One of the servants jumped in fright and hurriedly appeared to apologize. "Retreat," Boss Chin said coldly. "Yes, yes." The servant hurriedly snatched the tea from Ning Chi and the rich shopkeeper's hands and withdrew it. The rich shopkeeper's face turned ashen as he stared at Boss Chin. He clearly remembered that this person was the one who had beaten him up. If Ning Chi hadn't intervened, he would have died. How dare a swindler come to my Chun family to cheat? How dare you drink tea from my Chin family? I beat you half to death last time, and you dare to come looking for trouble again? Boss Chin stared coldly at the rich shopkeeper. A trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. The rich shopkeeper didn't look like he had suffered any internal injuries. How could his injuries recover so quickly in such a short period of time? Moreover, his heart meridian was severed. Only a top expert who had condensed true energy could save him, and even then it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. You're really slandering me. You don't have any evidence, yet you're calling me a swindler. Forget it, my son-in-law is here today. You can tell him what you want. The rich shopkeeper's face was ashen as he said indifferently, "Your son-in-law?" Boss Chin glanced at Ning Chi with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "How could this immature guy be your son-in-law? How dare you?" The rich shopkeeper suddenly stood up and shouted at Boss Chin. The Chun brothers, who initially wanted to turn the matter into a small one, also shouted at the rich shopkeeper. They rubbed their palms and were ready to take him down. "You're the head of the Chin family?" Ning Chi was not angry. He looked at Boss Chin with a smile. "My father is old, so I'm in charge of the Chin family now." Boss Chin nodded. "I found out that you guys cheated me the last time. What are you planning to do here today? I've already let you guys live the last time. Do you want the Chun family to personally come to Riverine City and settle this matter with your purple mansion? You need evidence for everything. Since you said that the blood chi ointment is fake, why don't you take it out and I'll test it on the spot?" Ning Chi smiled. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The rich shopkeeper said in a low voice, "Young master, one of the blood chi ointment was destroyed on the spot. They still have one left. I think it's gone." Ning Chi suddenly smiled. "Indeed, I've already thrown that fake into the gutter." Boss Chin nodded. "It's not thrown into the gutter. It's already been used, right?" Ning Chi smiled and stood up. Boss Chin said with a fake smile, "Why would I use it for something useless? I'll give you a chance. Get out of my Chin family, and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise what?" Ning Chi smiled. "Second brother, teach him a lesson. Let him know what the Chun family does." Boss Chin sneered. "Yes, big brother." Boss Chen's second brother immediately walked toward Ning Chi. His chi and blood were surging. It was obvious that he was a second-rate expert. His strength was definitely much stronger than the rich shopkeeper. "Little brother, I'm sorry." Boss Chen's second brother seemed to be quite reasonable. He walked in front of Ning Chi and smiled. He did not make a move directly. "I should be the one who's being offended." Ning Chi smiled and gently waved his hand. Boss Chen's second brother immediately flew out of the living room and landed heavily on the ground. "What?" The Chun family's expression changed at the same time. How could a second-rate expert be sent flying by such a young junior in the blink of an eye? Boss Chen's eyes suddenly became solemn. He knew that he had misjudged. Chapter 41-46. Second Uncle. Boss Chen's son ran out of the door hurriedly. He looked at his second uncle's injuries and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that they were not serious. Boss Chen and the rest of the people looked at Ning Chi with a solemn expression. This young man, who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, was most likely a top-notch expert. Everyone, including Boss Chin, felt a little nervous when they thought of Ning Chi's martial arts cultivation at such a young age. Such a young top-notch expert would be nurtured as the successor of any sect or family in the Jianghu of the divine Tang Empire. Could it be that he was also nurtured by the blood and qi ointment? Boss Chen's heart skipped a beat. The solemn expression on his face dissipated a little, but he was getting more and more curious about the origin of the blood and qi ointment. I'll ask you again, where is the other blood and qi ointment? Ning Chi smiled faintly. I threw it into the smelly ditch, Boss Chin said coldly. I admit that I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be a top-notch expert at such a young age. However, the Chen family is not easy to deal with. My father and I are both top-notch experts. Are you sure you want to fight 1 against 2? It seems like you're really unrepentant. You won't repent until you see your coffin. Ning Chi sighed softly. Anger surged in Boss Chen's eyes. He suddenly shouted and punched at Ning Chi. The qi and blood in his body were mobilized at this moment. The power of his punch was at least 2,000 caddies. If it hit a person, it would be enough to kill them instantly. Ning Chi's face turned cold. He raised his hand and punched. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard. Wisps of golden vital energy gushed out of Ning Chi's palm and turned into a golden dragon. Under Boss Chen's horrified gaze, the dragon crashed into him. Bang! Boss Chen was sent flying several feet high. He smashed through the living room's ceiling and landed heavily in the courtyard outside. Uft! Boss Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to support himself with his hands. He raised his head and stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. Vital energy. It was vital energy. He was a top-notch expert. He was an existence akin to a martial arts master. How could a young man have such a cultivation base? How was this possible? It wasn't just the Qin family that was shocked. Even the shopkeeper who had come with Ning Chi was shocked by Ning Chi's methods. A top expert. The son-in-law is actually a top expert. The shopkeeper's entire body trembled, and his face turned red. He was not afraid, but excited. As long as one had a slight understanding of world of martial arts, they would know what a top-notch expert represented. In the entire province, there were only a few top-notch experts. Only those top-notch families and sects had such experts overseeing them. If the Z Mansion has a top-notch expert, wouldn't it become a top-notch clan? It's over. It's over. Big Brother was really harmed by greed this time. To actually provoke such a powerhouse for my Chen family. Eldest Chen's younger brothers looked at each other, and their eyes revealed a wisp of despair. They should have thought of this. How terrifying would a force that possessed the vitality ointment be? It was impossible for them to be like they were on the surface, just a merchant family. That Zifu was most likely just a representative of this faction, just like their Qin family. They would also nurture a few merchant families that specialized in doing business for them. After all, practicing martial arts was extremely costly. Without the support of money, it was impossible to practice martial arts. What frightened them the most was Ning Chi's age. At the age of 17 or 18, he already had such strength. How terrifying was his background. They did not believe that Ning Chi did not have someone supporting him. So, what kind of cultivation did that person have? Extremely powerful. Thinking of this, eldest Chen's younger brothers moved their lips and their faces turned pale. They did not know whether they should open their mouths and beg for mercy. Little brother, please have mercy. A white-haired old man suddenly rushed over. He squatted down to check on eldest Chen's injuries, and his heart was instantly relieved. He then stood up and walked into the living room and cupped his fists at Ning Chi. Little brother, I am Qin Shaoran, the head of the Chen family. If my son has offended you, please forgive him. Dad, Grandpa. When the Chun family saw Qin Shaoran, they immediately found their backbone and breathed a sigh of relief. Forgive him? Ning Qi looked at Qin Shaoran and suddenly sat back down on the chair. Tell your son to come here. I have something to ask him. Qin Shaoran looked at Ning Qi deeply and then shouted at eldest Qin, Did you hear that? Come here now. Yes, Dad. Eldest Qin forced himself to walk into the living room. His eyes flickered, and he did not dare to look at Ning Qi. Come here and kneel. Ning Qi smiled. What? The Chun family members looked at each other, and their hearts suddenly surged with anger. Wasn't this too humiliating? He swallowed the qi and blood ointment of my Z mansion, and even injured the shopkeeper of my Z mansion. Shouldn't he kneel? Ning Qi smiled. He should kneel. Qin Shaoran forced a smile, and then looked at eldest Qin. Unfilial son, what are you waiting for? Eldest Qin's face was pale, and there was a hint of green in it. He gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Ning Qi. Shopkeeper Fu, what did you say the name of the person who helped you before was? Ning Qi smiled at Shopkeeper Fu. Young master, his name is Downhill Tiger. Shopkeeper Fu hurriedly said, Oh, bring Downhill Tiger here. He's not dead, right? If he's dead, then use the 3 lives of your Qin family to pay for it. Ning Qi smiled. The Chun family members felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't know if what Ning Qi said was true, but they were sure that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for a top-notch expert who had condensed true qi. He's still alive. I'll bring him here now. Eldest Chen's son immediately turned and left the guest hall. Not long after, Downhill Tiger, who was covered in cuts and bruises, was brought into the guest hall. When Downhill Tiger and shopkeeper Fu saw each other, they immediately rushed forward and looked at each other affectionately. Brother Tiger, I've implicated you this time. Shopkeeper Fu's face was full of guilt. It's not brother's fault. This Qin family has gone too far. First, they thought we were swindlers. Later on, they clearly knew the effects of the qi and blood ointment, but they still went along with it. If brother didn't come this time, this little brother might have been secretly buried in the wilderness, and I, Downhill Tiger, would no longer exist in this world. As Downhill Tiger spoke, he gritted his teeth and looked at eldest Qin. Then he immediately bowed to Ning Qi. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. There's no need to be so courteous. Since you're doing something for the Z Mansion, we'll definitely protect you. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, Ning Qi looked at eldest Qin. Did you hear what he said? Who did you use the qi and blood ointment on? Me, my youngest son. Eldest Qin lowered his head and clenched his fists. He felt extremely humiliated. He was a dignified expert, but he had to kneel in front of a junior in his own territory. This feeling was really torturous. Chapter 4147. Your youngest son? Ning Qi smiled. Where is your youngest son now? Since the vitality ointment was used on him, don't you know what it does? Boss Qin lowered his head, not daring to defend himself. Seeing this, Qin Shaoran hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over. Little brother, my son is careless and careless. Some things must be done very carelessly. This time, it should be a misunderstanding. Since no one died, why don't we double the price and buy that qi and blood pill? Double the price? The Qin family was slightly stunned. The last time shopkeeper Fu came, he said 1 million taels of vitality ointment for 1 portion. Double the price would be 2 million taels of silver and 4 million taels of silver for 2 portions. The price was indeed a little expensive, but compared to the effects of the vitality ointment, the price seemed very reasonable. They were well aware of Boss Chen's youngest son's character. He did not have much interest in martial arts since he was a child, but after using the qi and blood ointment, he immediately became a second-rate warrior. This qi and blood ointment was simply a legendary elixir that could seize the good fortune of heaven and earth. Double the price? Ning Qi glanced at Chen Xiaoran and smiled. You don't know anything about what happened in the Qin family these days. Well, I know a little. Chen Xiaoran smiled awkwardly. Since you know, why didn't you show up to deal with this matter? Did you have to wait for me to come personally before you were willing to show up? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Well, I have been cultivating in seclusion for some time. I think you have no time to discipline your son, causing him to do such unconscionable things at such an old age. Ning Qi smiled. It's my fault for not teaching him well. Little brother, can you give him another chance? The smile on Chen Xiaoran's face had become extremely stiff. For an old man like him to smile cautiously in front of a young man. This feeling was even more humiliating than Boss Chen kneeling in front of Ning Qi. However, the means that Ning Qi had used earlier had forced him to ignore the age of both parties. So what if Ning Qi was young? He was an expert who had condensed vital energy. At the very least, he was a top-notch expert. In Chen Xiaoran's eyes, it was not Ning Qi who was scary, but the terrifying force that could cultivate such a young expert. His heart was beating like a drum. He had already guessed that Ning Qi was most likely the disciple of the two martial arts peak of the divine Tang Empire. Young master, you can't give him a chance. This Boss Chen clearly knows the effects of the vitality ointment, yet he still intends to silence me. If it wasn't for young master coming to visit today, he might have already brought people to the Z Palace. Tiger, descending the mountain, suddenly spoke. Because the shopkeeper addressed Ning Qi as son-in-law, he naturally also addressed him as son-in-law. When the members of the Chun clan heard his words, their expressions changed drastically. Boss Chen's body trembled. He indeed had such a thought. Moreover, the moment he found out about the effects of the qi and blood ointment, he planned to take some people to the Purple Mansion. It was not to make amends. Instead, he wanted to obtain more vitality ointment. One portion of vitality ointment could create a second-rate martial artist. What about 10 portions? Wouldn't that give the Qin family more than 10 young second-rate experts? What was even more frightening was that these second-rate experts were all very young. With a little nurturing in the future, it would not be a problem for them to become first-rate experts. It was even more likely that they would be able to condense true qi and become top-notch experts. At that time, the Chen clan could leap to become one of the few top-notch families in the province. I can see from your expression that he was right. Ning Qi smiled at Boss Chen and then slowly stood up. A trace of panic flashed in Chen Xiaoran's eyes. He quickly said, "Little brother, please calm down. Little brother, please calm down. After today, I will definitely punish him. There's no need for that. Since you have no time to discipline your child because of your cultivation, I will discipline him for you." Ning Qi chuckled and reached out to pat the top of Boss Chen's head. Wait, Chen Xiaoran anxiously turned his palm into a claw and directly grabbed Ning Qi's arm. Ning Qi waved his hand fiercely. Chen Xiaoran, who was also a first-rate expert, was directly sent flying and smashed the screen in the distance. The crowd did not have time to exclaim. In the next moment, they saw Ning Qi's palm had already landed on the top of Boss Chen's head. As soon as Boss Chen opened his mouth, he felt a terrifying aura crazily surging into his body. Then, Boss Chen spat out an arrow of blood. After spitting out this arrow of blood, Boss Chen's face suddenly became incomparably pale. I will spare his life today. However, his heart meridian has been broken. If you want to live, you will have to find a way yourself. Ning Qi smiled. Chen Xiaoran stood up from the broken screen. Seeing that his son was not dead, he first breathed a sigh of relief. But then his heart was in his throat again. His heart meridian was broken? How could he be saved? Other than a top-notch expert who had condensed true qi, ordinary doctors would not be able to treat this kind of injury. Boss Chen's face was extremely ugly. The other party had actually broken his heart meridian. Was this revenge? He had previously broken the rich shopkeeper's heart meridian. Now, the rich shopkeeper had brought people to break his heart meridian. Little brother, since my son's heart meridian has been broken by you, should we just let this matter go? The forced smile on Chun Xiaoran's face had already disappeared. Take out the 2 portions of qi and blood ointment from my zifu, and I will let this matter go. Ning Qi smiled. 2 portions of qi and blood ointment? 1 portion had been destroyed on the spot, and the other was used on Boss Chen's youngest son. How could the Qin family take it out? How about this, little brother? Let's make it 4 million taels of silver. Give us a month to raise the money. When the time comes, I will personally send it to the Zifu in Jiangyin City. How about it? Qin Xiaoran said. Young master is still the best. The price has quadrupled as soon as he appeared. The rich shopkeeper secretly admired him. For 1 million taels of silver? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. How can there be such a cheap deal in this world? I originally intended to set the price at 1 million taels of silver. Since you don't like this price, then let's make it 5 million taels of silver. 5 million taels of silver for 1 portion. 2 portions of 10 million taels of silver. I will give you a month to raise the money. 10 million taels of silver? Not only were the Chun family shocked, but even the rich shopkeeper sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. 10 million taels of silver had been earned just by moving his lips? From his point of view, the Chun family did not have the strength to resist Ning Qi. If they did not pay up, what awaited them would be the destruction of their family. Little brother, 10 million taels of silver is too much. After deducting the necessary expenses from our Chen family's various businesses, we only have 1 million or so left over in a year. Qin Xiaoran said with a deathly pale face. This is your Qin family's matter. I only want the money. There is no need to say anything else. Ning Qi smiled. What if our Chen family can't afford it? Qin Xiaoran's voice gradually turned cold. Then we will destroy our family. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth slightly curled up. Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 40-148. Annihilation. Ning Qi's words were like a nail, hammering deeply into the hearts of the Qin clan's disciples. Even after Ning Qi and the rest had left, they could still hear the murderous intent in his words. Since when did the Chen clan face the calamity of annihilation? Ever since Boss Chen and Chen Xiaoran both became first-rate experts, the Qin clan's position in the province had risen many times over. There were only 7 or 8 clans that were similar in strength to them. The only ones that were stronger were the 3 clans that had top-notch experts. 2 of them were sects, and only 1 was a clan. From this, it could be seen how strong the Qin clan was in the province. It was not an obscure sect, but a powerful clan that had 2 first-rate experts, several second-rate experts, and many third-rate experts. Father, this time it was I who harmed the Qin clan. Boss Qin lowered his head. Even after Ning Qi and the rest had left, he did not stand up. Instead, he knelt before Qin Xiaoran. If it wasn't for my greed and desire to keep the blood qi ointment, our Chen clan would not have provoked such an expert. Father, your heart's meridian has been broken. Rest more, don't speak any more. Boss Chen's son quickly stepped forward, wanting to help Boss Chen up. At the same time, he said to Qin Xiaoran, Grandfather, you must save my father. Our Qin clan only has 2 first-rate experts. If father dies, our status will plummet. I'm old, and the rest of you don't have the aptitude to become a first-rate expert. If he dies, then when I die, our Qin clan will be reduced to a second-rate clan. In the entire province, we will be ranked below 50. Qin Xiaoran sighed, and his eyes flashed coldly. Since he wants 10 million silver and broke your father's meridian, our Chen clan cannot compromise. Father, do you have any other ideas? Boss Chen was slightly startled, and his eyes suddenly revealed a hint of joy. With his understanding of Chen Xiaoran, he would only say such words when he thought of a way to deal with the situation. In my early years, I had a relationship with the Dongfang clan's patriarch. If I go to them and give them 1 or 2 million silver, they should help to save you. The only thing we need to consider is the person behind Ning Qi. Chen Xiaoran's eyes became deep. Such a young top expert. There's a high chance that there's a top expert behind him. That's not necessarily true, Father. Have you forgotten the effects of the vitality ointment? He's already a top-notch expert at such a young age. It's very likely that it has a lot to do with the vitality ointment. Boss Chin suddenly opened his mouth. As he spoke, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could the Z family of the Riverine City, which was not famous for the past few decades and was just an ordinary merchant family, suddenly have a top expert in one night? What you said is not impossible. How about this? Send someone to Jiangyin City to gather information, and I will personally bring you to the Dongfang family. With this blood qi ointment, perhaps the Dongfang family will treat you without the need for money. Qin Xiaoran said thoughtfully. Everyone instantly came to an understanding in their hearts when they heard this. Qin Xiaoran's meaning was very simple. He wanted to use the blood essence ointment to draw out the Dongfang clan, and at that time, the Dongfang clan would go against the Zifu clan. In this way, not only would they not have to pay the 10 million silver, but they could also borrow the Dongfang clan's hands to get rid of the Zifu clan. If Boss Chen's guess was correct, there was no top expert in the Zifu clan. In that case, a mere Zifu clan would not be a match for the 200 years old Dongfang clan. Let's go, there's no time to lose. Prepare the carriage immediately, Chen Xiaoran shouted. Hearing this, Boss Chen's brothers immediately turned around and left. They quickly arranged everything. While Boss Chen followed Chen Xiaoran to the Dongfang clan, another group of martial artists also rushed to Jiangyin City to gather information. Young master, if we just leave like this, will the Chen clan regret? The rich shopkeeper's face revealed a trace of worry. According to my understanding, the Chen clan has been around for more than 100 years. Since the generation of Boss Chen's great-grandfather, the Chen clan has been a tyrant. They have a lot of connections in the martial world, and it's very likely that they know those 3 top experts. Descending the mountain tiger had the same worry, but because he wasn't familiar with Ning Qi, he didn't dare to speak on his own. The moment the rich shopkeeper spoke, he immediately followed up. Shopkeeper Rich is right. The Chen clan should not be able to take out 10 million silver in a short period of time. Even if they do, they would have to sell off a lot of their assets. With Boss Chen's temperament, I can tell that Qin Xiaoran's temperament is similar to his. They won't let the Chen clan suffer such a huge loss. It's very likely that they will go to other places to ask for help. This time, he had been miserably abused by the Qin clan. He already knew that there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. With his strength, how could he be a match for the Qin clan? In his heart, he hoped that Ning Qi could beat the Qin clan until they couldn't raise their heads. Only then would things be settled once and for all. Isn't this just right? Let's get rid of them in one fell swoop. In the future, all the powers in the martial world will know of the Zifu clan's prestige. We won't have to worry about the sales of the blood qi ointment, and we won't have to worry about the Chen clan trying to hide my blood qi ointment. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Shopkeeper Rich and Tiger down the mountain were both startled. Then they sucked in a breath of cold air. So this young Master Ning had considered this point? But Shopkeeper Rich didn't think too much about it because his understanding of the martial world was not deep enough. Tiger down the mountain was a little nervous. As far as he knew, the power of those top families was very strong. Moreover, it wasn't just reflected in martial arts cultivation. In addition to the top experts overseeing them, they could casually call out and people from both the black and white sects would come to help. At that time, if they invited a few good friends or even 2 other top experts, the Zifu clan would be annihilated without the need for the government to intervene. Tiger down the mountain spoke of the worries in his heart. At the same time, he sized up Ning Qi's expression. When he found that Ning Qi was not worried about this point, he gradually became a little anxious. He would never have thought that Ning Qi's cultivation had already reached the peak level. Moreover, he had also found the Dragon Slayer saber. With the power of the Dragon Slayer saber, Ning Qi could easily defeat the two peak martial arts experts if they personally came. Unless those two were like Ning Qi, a divine king or ultimate god who had fallen into this world. Ning Qi had countless methods to defeat the strong with the weak in his memory. I haven't practiced that sword technique for a long time. I should take some time to practice it when I go back. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Chapter 41-49. River, Yin City. After a period of recuperation, LV Heng's injuries had recovered a lot. He could now walk freely in the yard. The government had sent 2 constables to take care of LV Heng. One of them was Hebai. Did you say that Li Hu has been put in prison? LV Heng stretched himself and looked at Hebai. Bai immediately bowed and said respectfully, Your Excellency, Li Hu has colluded with the Black Tiger gang and abused his power. He is now in prison waiting for your arraignment. Colluding with the Black Tiger gang, LV Heng sneered a few times. Then he thought of the scene where he was sent flying by Ning Qi's palm. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. There was actually such a young top expert hiding in the small Jiangyin city who had condensed true qi. This was something that LV Heng could not figure out. In Jianghu, the distribution of the major forces was actually very stable. 1 was 1, 2 were 2. It was not like the chaotic times when heroes or ambitious people often rose up. So, why would there be a top expert in the purple mansion of Jiangyin City that was not even recorded by 6 Fan School? He was so young. It should be known that there were only 2 or 3 such people in the entire province. There were only about 30 top experts in the divine Tang Empire. Even 6 Fan School only had 4 or 5 top experts. I heard that young Master Ning said that whoever could take down Li, who would be taught martial arts. Then you stood up. LV Heng calmly looked at Hebai. Although he had suffered some light injuries, he had more or less recovered. The aura of a first-rate expert suddenly rose and pressed down on Hebai like a mountain. Hebai could not help but take a few steps back. The constables who served LV Heng with him were also shocked by this aura. A trace of panic flashed in their eyes. Then he looked at Hebai with some schadenfreude. He knew that LV Heng's aura was only aimed at Hebai. Who asked you to betray Constable Li? Lord LV is also a constable of 6 Fan School. How can he tolerate such an obvious betrayal? The constable sneered in his heart. It was indeed this lowly one who stood up. A trace of panic flashed through Hebai's heart, but he immediately calmed his heart and slowly said, The situation is critical. If we don't give young Master Ning an explanation, I'm afraid that with his methods he will easily kill us all and leave with large strides. In addition, this lowly officer is also very angry at Tiger Li for repeatedly finding trouble with young Master Ning because of the Black Tiger gang. Experts who can condense true qi. No matter where they are, be it in Jianghu or in the imperial court, they cannot be easily offended. LV Heng stared at Hebai for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, before he suddenly laughed lightly. Your decisiveness is not bad. I'm quite satisfied. As he spoke to this point, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Li, who didn't even know the other party's background. Yet he almost caused me to lose my life here. He deserves to go to prison. When the other constable heard this, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. However, he did not dare to show it and lowered his head even more. Has there been any movement from the Z mansion during this period of time? LV Heng said indifferently. Young Master Ning brought the Z mansion's shopkeeper out for a trip a few days ago. Today, they have returned to River Yin City. Hebai said, That's good. Come with me to the Z Mansion. LV Hung said indifferently. He Bai was a little surprised, but he did not refuse. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He believed that Ning Qi's words would not be forgotten. Martial arts inheritance. What a thing to look forward to. If he could practice martial arts, then he would not need to be a small constable in this life. He would not need to muddle-headedly pass his days, not to mention reaching the next level. But replacing Tiger Li's position in River Een City should not be a problem. At the same time, Qin Shaoran brought Boss Qin, whose heart meridian had been broken, and a few servants of the Qin family. They arrived in front of a simple and unadorned house. An old man was holding a broom, cleaning up the withered leaves on the ground. When he saw Qin Shaoran and the others, he laughed lightly and said indifferently, "Everyone has come from afar. Is there something you need?" "This one is Qin Shaoran. Today, I came here to discuss something with Brother Ling Tian." Qin Shaoran stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Everyone, please wait for a moment. I will go pass the message." The old man nodded slowly and carried the broom as he turned around and entered the house. Not long after, he appeared in front of everyone again and said with a smile, "The Patriarch has agreed to see you. The Patriarch has agreed to meet you. Please follow me." Qin Shaoran heaved a sigh of relief and immediately brought everyone into the Dongfang family. Don't look at the Dongfang family as one of the top families in the province. In truth, there were not many people in the Dongfang family. Including those who were scattered all over the place, there were only about 100 of them. This little brother's face is pale without any color, and his breathing is rapid. It seems like he has suffered a serious internal injury. As the old man walked, his gaze suddenly swept across Boss Qin, and he said indifferently, "Old brother is right. My son's heart meridian has been broken by a thief." Qin Shaoran said, "Oh, his heart meridian has been broken? Then today you came to find my old master to ask him to repair his heart meridian?" The old man suddenly frowned. "There is another important matter. If this matter were to spread in the pugilistic world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar." Qin Shaoran said. The old man did not believe it, and his expression turned cold. If his old master really wanted to repair someone's heart meridian, it would affect the person's cultivation. Not long after, Qin Shaoran stopped in front of a courtyard. Looking up, he saw 2 old men about the same age as him, sitting face to face. In front of them there was a chessboard. Old master has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. However, the game should be ending soon. Everyone, please wait here for a while. The old man said indifferently, turned around and left. Qin Shaoran and the others looked at each other. 3 days and 3 nights without sleep? What if it was another day and night? Qin Shaoran and the others could afford to wait, but Boss Chen's injuries could not wait. Fortunately, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a helpless sigh and a hearty laugh could be heard. The game had already ended, and the old man who lost looked up at the entrance of the courtyard. His brows slowly relaxed, and he said with a light smile, "Brother Qin, we haven't met for many years, but you are still as elegant as before." Qin Shaoran immediately walked into the courtyard and cupped his fists towards the old man. Brother Ling Tian must be joking. All these years, I have not been able to break through the shackles and condense my true qi. I'm afraid that in another 7 or 8 years, I will have to rest in peace. Compared to Brother Ling Tian, the difference is really too great. As he spoke, he looked at the other old man, and his eyes moved slightly. That old man's status was also not ordinary. Chapter 4150. The province that Qin Shaoran was in had 3 top-notch experts overseeing it. One of them was the Dongfang family's Dongfang Lingtian. His age was not much different from Qin Shaoran's. The 2 of them had interacted when they were young, and it was also at that time that they had a bit of friendship. Qin Shaoran also knew the old man who was playing chess with Dongfang Lingtian. He was one of the two top-notch experts in their province, the sect leader of the righteous sword sect, Qiu Yuanqi. Dongfang Ling Tian smiled and looked at Boss Qin, who was standing behind Qin Shao Ran. He asked, "Is this your son?" "Yes." Chen Shaoran told him everything in a low voice, including the existence of the blood qi ointment and Ning Qi from the Purple Mansion. Boss Qin couldn't hold on for long, so he had to end the battle quickly. "You said that the blood qi ointment can promote a martial artist who isn't even a third-rate martial artist to a second-rate martial artist?" Qiu Yuanqi was a little surprised. He had lived for more than 80 years and had never heard of such a thing. Even if some heaven and earth elixirs had powerful effects, they could at most increase a person's cultivation by 5 or 6 years. This kind of medicine was enough to make people fight for it in the Jianghu. "You said that young Master Ning from the Purple Mansion has condensed his true qi at the age of 18 or 19, and his cultivation is on par with us?" Dongfang Lingtian's eyes moved, and his face showed a trace of seriousness. "Yes." Qin Shaoran nodded and said with a wry smile, "I was also very shocked when I discovered this. Even the most talented Heaven's Pridelings are only first class at this age. I have never heard of anyone who could condense Xin Qi before the age of 40 in the Jianghu for hundreds of years. This kind of existence is like the two of you. The two of you are the masters of martial arts. I'll help your son reconnect his pulse first. We'll discuss the rest in detail later." Dongfang Lingtian narrowed his eyes. If what Chen Shaoran said was true, then the effect of the blood qi ointment was terrifying to martial artists. Since the other party could take out 2 sets to sell, there must be more in stock. Qin Shaoran hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Lingtian, they want me to gather 10 million taels of silver in a month. 10 million taels of silver? With the strength of your Qin clan, even if you manage to gather this amount of money, it will still be a huge blow to your foundation. There is no need to be anxious. When the time comes, Brother Qiu and I will accompany you. I also want to see the cultivation of that young man and see if he is as powerful as you say." Dongfang Lingtian smiled. Qin Shaoran heaved a sigh of relief. It was the right decision to come to the Dongfang family. As long as Dongfang Lingtian promised, the matter would be half resolved. Moreover, Qiu Yuanqi was here. In Qin Shaoran's eyes, the righteous sword sect was stronger than the Dongfang family. Hee, let's see if your Zifu sect can withstand the attacks of 2 top experts. Qin Shaoran sneered. "Young master, the constables are here again." Ru Yun hopped over to Ning Qi. Ever since she used the blood qi ointment, her skin had become sparkling and translucent. Those servant girls who had never used the blood qi ointment before were extremely envious. Moreover, Ning Qi had taught her some martial arts. In addition, she was already a second-rate master, so her overall temperament was completely different from before. She was also a lot livelier. "Who is it this time?" Ning Qi smiled. "One of the constables seems familiar, and the other is very young as well. I have never seen him before, but that constable is extremely respectful to him and always calls him Lord Lu." Ru Yun said, "Are they in the guest hall now?" Ning Qi asked. "No, they are waiting at the door. The young miss said that our Zifu sect is different from before. Even the officials don't have to give too much face. Not to mention that group of constables were so rude last time. No matter what, we won't let them in this time." Ru Yun said, "Go, invite them to the guest hall. I will go over in a while." Ning Qi smiled. Ru Yun stuck out her tongue when she heard this. Then she turned around and skipped away. At the entrance of the Zifu sect, LV hung and Hebai waited quietly. If it was in the past with LV Hang's temper, he would have already been angry. However, since he was defeated by Ning Qi in one move last time, he no longer regarded the Zifu sect as a small merchant family. With a top expert overseeing, they're not much weaker than the Dongfang family and the righteous sword sect. If I am not wrong, this is really a hidden martial arts family. Maybe this time I can recruit a strong assistant for the six-fan school. Thinking of this, the door suddenly opened. Ru Yin said to the two of them, "The son-in-law wants you to wait in the guest hall. Follow me." "Thank you, little girl." LV Hung smiled and cupped his fist. Then he gave Hebai a look and brought Hebai to follow Ru Yin to the guest room. During this process, LV Hung kept looking at Ru Yin. When Ru Yin noticed this, her expression changed slightly and she sneered. "Young master, you keep looking at me. Is there a flower on my face?" Hebai's face became a little strange. LV Hung smiled and didn't explain. However, Ru Yin looked at him with a hint of vigilance and didn't get too close to LV Hung. He deliberately took a few steps back and said to Hebai, who had a strange expression, "The Zifu sect has been in your Jiangyin city for many years." Li, who didn't notice it, "Is the Zifu sect a martial arts family?" "Martial arts family?" Hebai was stunned. LV Hung pouted his lips at Ru Yin. "Do you know that such a 15 or 16-year-old girl's qi and blood are more than 10 times stronger than ordinary people like you? Her punch has a force of 2,000 jin, enough to kill a tiger. She is a second-rate master." Second-rate master? Isn't that the same as Dojo Lord Nyo?" Hebai's eyes flashed with a touch of horror. When he looked at Ru Yin again, there was a trace of awe in his eyes. Nyo Dazhuang was the #1 master in Jiangyin City. This was recognized. Even when the Black Tiger Gang was at their most rampant, they didn't dare to provoke the people of Jintian Dojo because Nyo Dazhuang was there. Now he learned that the strength of a little maid of the Zifu sect was comparable to that of Nyo Dazhuang. How could he not be shocked? Whether it was in Jianghu or in the court, a second-rate master could easily achieve great achievements. For example, if the six-fan school had the strength of a second-rate master, it could be ranked in the top 10 among the constables of the entire province. The Zifu sect is really getting more and more unfathomable. Hebai was secretly shocked. Some of the servants and maids he met on the way had become unfathomable in his eyes. Young Master Ning said that he would give me the martial arts inheritance. Since even a maid can become a second-rate master, I should at least be a third-rate master, right? Thinking of this, Hebai's face suddenly showed a trace of joy. The two soon arrived at the reception hall. After waiting for a while, they saw a figure slowly walking into the hall. Hebai subconsciously stood up when he saw this. Chapter 4151. Young Master Ning. Hebai was not so nervous when facing LV Hung, but when he saw Ning Qi today, he suddenly became a little nervous. This had a lot to do with Ru Yin's martial arts cultivation that he had just heard from LV Hung. A little maid could have such martial arts cultivation. What about him? There was no need to feel a fire in his heart. It was as if he could imagine himself becoming a martial arts expert in the future. Ning Qi smiled and nodded to Hebai, then his eyes fell on LV Hung. At this time, LV Hung also stood up. Although he was young and was a senior member of the Six Doors, he was neither servile nor overbearing when he met some top experts. But Ning Qi was different. Ning Qi was younger than him, but he had become a top expert at this age. He did not dare to be arrogant, not to mention that he had been defeated by Ning Qi in one move before, so he still had some respect in his heart. "Young Master Ning, we don't know each other without fighting. That Li who helped the enemy in Jiangyin City and is now in prison. I hope young Master Ning will not take it to heart." LV Hung said with a smile, "I won't take it to heart. No matter where it is, there will always be a few rat droppings." Ning Qi smiled. He did not see hatred in LV Hang's eyes. "Mr. Ning, I'm Lu Hung, a silver-plate arrester of the Six-Fan School. I happened to pass by Jiangyin City this time. If I didn't, I wouldn't have known that there's a martial arts genius like Mr. Ning in Jiangyin City. You and I are quite fated." LV Hung said with a smile, "Brother LV, you flatter me." Ning Qi smiled. "Today, Brother LV came not only to tell me that Li Hu is in prison, is there anything else?" Young Master Ning, there is something I don't know if I should ask. The smile on LV Heng's face faded slightly, and his expression became serious. Go ahead, Ning Chi said with a smile. Young Master Ning's martial arts heritage. Which sect does it come from? LV Heng asked. This is hard to say. My martial arts heritage is quite complicated. Ning Chi smiled. Then I won't ask any more questions. Lu Heng laughed awkwardly and paused. Young Master Ning, our Six Fan School has recently been recruiting Jianghu heroes. In a short period of time, more than 10 first-class masters have joined the Six Fan School, and several top masters have also taken up posts in the Six Fan School. The authority of the Six Fan School is quite strong in the Divine Tang Empire. The order in the Jianghu is also maintained by the Six Fan School. I wonder if young Master Ning is willing to join the Six Fan School for a position? Temporary position. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. The Six Fan School was the official organization of the Divine Tang Empire, which he had heard from Ziyin and shopkeeper Fu. The strongest sect in the Divine Tang Empire did not exist in Jianghu, but in the imperial court. The Six Fan School was undoubtedly the best. This was because the imperial advisor of the Divine Tang Empire and the abbot of the Xianggu Temple. These two pinnacle martial arts existences held positions in the Six Fan School. In the huge Six Fan School, there were countless constables below the third rate. Even the second-rate and first-rate experts were more powerful than the rest. Before this, the Six Fan School had more top experts and peerless masters than the sects in the Jianghu. I wonder how this temporary position is going to work. Ning Chi smiled and said, Do you need me to go to the capital? This is the first time I've taken a temporary position. I do need to go to the capital and retrieve the tiger tally of the Six Fan School. LV Heng said, In addition, only when something serious happens and the constables of the nearby Six Fan School can't solve it, would they ask for experts like young Master Ning. On a normal day, young Master Ning can receive a handsome salary every year, and you can also use the resources of the Six Fan School. You don't need to be on standby all the time. You can be free and unfettered. Ru Yan's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. In her opinion, LV Heng's conditions were extremely generous. If I join the Six Fan School, what kind of constable can I be? Ning Chi smiled and said. LV Heng's eyes brightened. Since Ru Yun asked this question, it meant that she was interested. When he thought of the reward he could get if he recruited a top master into the Six Fan School, LV Heng's heart was a little hot. Ordinary top masters might not get a high reward, but if he could recruit a young top master like Ning Chi, the Six Fan School would be very happy, and the reward would not be low. Young Master Ning is a top master, so he can naturally be a gold medal constable. Above young Master Ning, there are a few top masters. LV Heng said with a solemn face and cupped his fists. Gold medal constable? Bai's eyes lit up. Although he was not clear about the cultivation of the martial artists in Jianghu, he was clear about the hierarchy in the Six Fan School. Six Fan School had a strict hierarchy, and a subordinate could not go against a superior. Even if his superior asked him to go on a deadly mission, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only bite the bullet and do it. Even if he wanted to resign, he had to do it after that mission. Otherwise, he would be sent to prison for disobedience. The gold medal constable was the real high level in the Six Fan School. Every gold medal constable had many silver and bronze medals under his command. In Bai's eyes, the bronze medal constable was an extremely powerful big shot. An ordinary county magistrate would not dare to be arrogant in front of them. If Ning Chi became a gold medal constable, wouldn't he have a powerful backer in the Six Fan School that others could not surpass? There's something you're wrong about. Ning Chi smiled. LV Heng was slightly stunned, and then whispered, Young Master Ning, what do you mean? Although my cultivation was only at the top level before, now my genuine chi has changed from acquired to innate and entered the top level. If I want to work in the 6-fan school, the position of gold medal constable is not enough for me. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. His genuine qi changed from acquired to innate. LV Hung was stunned, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He Bai was also shocked by this sentence. Top masters. There were only 8 top masters in the 16 provinces of the divine Tang Empire. There was not even one top master in a province. Young Master Ning, you just said that you have reached the innate realm? Become a top master? LV Hung stuttered. Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Lu Hung sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He did not doubt Ning Qi's words. After all, he had seen Ning Qi condense his true energy with his own eyes. What reason did such a strong person have to deceive a mere first-rated warrior like him? The 9th top master in the divine Tang Empire. LV Heng's face suddenly showed a trace of excitement, and his body was trembling. If I can recruit a top master for the 6-fan school, the higher-ups will spend countless cultivation resources to help me reach the top level. Thinking of this, LV Heng's voice became a little trembling. Young Master Ning, if you are a top master, you are qualified to be a purple card constable in the 6-fan school. Wearing a purple Kirin robe, you are qualified to sit in the imperial court and stand shoulder to shoulder with the officials. Chapter 4152. On par with the dukes? Ning Qi smiled. The status of the constables in the divine Tang Empire was quite high. However, he also knew that martial arts were respected in the divine Tang Empire. The status of a purple card constable must have something to do with his martial arts cultivation. There were only 8 peerless experts in the entire divine Tang Empire, and the number of dukes and marquises far exceeded this number. If that's the case, I'll take up a position in your 6-fan school. Ning Qi smiled and said, Young Master Ning, this matter involves many people. I must go to the capital first to report this matter. When everything is settled, I'll personally go to Jiangyin City and go to the capital with young Master Ning. LV Hung said with a solemn expression. Thank you, Brother LV. Ning Qi smiled. You're welcome. LV Hung waved his hand repeatedly. He didn't say anything when he left. He left the Z mansion with a face full of excitement. Young Master Ning. LV Hung looked at Ning Qi with an awkward smile. I said, I'll teach you the martial arts inheritance. I won't go back on my word, but not now. Come back when LV Hung comes. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, I'll take my leave then. LV Hung hurriedly cupped his fist and saluted. The way he addressed Ning Qi had subconsciously treated him as a big shot in the 6-fan school. In the next few days, Riverine City seemed to be quite peaceful. Apart from the matter of Li Hu being imprisoned, which became a topic of conversation among ordinary people, even the deaths of Zhu Junkai and Jiang Posha of the Black Tiger Gang were gradually replaced by other topics of discussion. A few days later, the rich shopkeeper brought back another batch of spiritual materials. This time, because he had obtained the benefit of the energy and blood ointment, he had regarded this matter as his top priority. Even the other businesses were ordered by Ziyun to assist the rich shopkeeper. Even though some of the shopkeepers were reluctant, they felt that since they were not in the Z mansion, there was no need to be afraid of the kitchen knife in Ning Qi's hand. However, when the rich shopkeeper personally went to the Z mansion with Descended Tiger, these shopkeepers completely gave up resisting and began to fully cooperate with the rich shopkeeper. With such a group of martial artists, the Z Mansion had become an extremely powerful martial arts family that could not be judged by common sense. No matter how many tricks the shopkeepers had, they were no match for the rich shopkeepers' fists and feet. Beijing. LV Hung hurried to the office of 6-fan school, which was an ordinary courtyard. Only the plaque outside had the word 6-fan school written on it, which made ordinary people feel awe when they passed by. Apart from that, the courtyard was not extravagant. Whether it was the level of prosperity or the geographical location, they were all mediocre. The Six Fan School of the Divine Tang Empire had the right to make arrests. Whether it was officials, dukes, marquises, or royalty, or the tyrants in the Jianghu, they were all within the scope of the Six Fan School's authority. Every day, in every province, in every big city, there were constables from the Six Fan School handling cases, and the small courtyard in front of LV Hung was the core of the Six Fan School. Countless information from all over the world gathered here every second. As long as one was able to sit in one of them and obtain a decent position, one would be able to learn about the major events of the world without even going out. Lord Liu. Has Lord Liu returned from official business? After LV Hung entered the small courtyard, he met quite a few bailiffs who were at least 10 years older than him. When these bailiffs saw LV Hung, the first thing they did was to respectfully salute him, and then they greeted him with a fawning smile. LV Hung was only in his early 20s this year, but his strength had already reached the first-class level, and he had become one of the few silver plate constables in the Six Fan School. Everyone knew that with LV Hang's background, he would definitely become a top-notch expert before the age of 30, and by then he would be ranked among the many gold plate constables. The position of a gold plate constable was equivalent to a third-grade or fourth-grade official in the imperial court. They did not dare to think about becoming a purple plate constable, nor did they think that LV Hung had such qualifications. However, the strength that LV Hung had displayed was enough to earn their respect. It was fearless. LV Hang's journey was unimpeded, and he finally arrived at a side courtyard. There were dozens of constables standing at the entrance of the side courtyard. These constables looked as travel-worn as LV Hung. Obviously, they also came from the major provinces of the Divine Tang Empire. Among them, the lowest position was a bronze plate, and the highest was a gold plate. After seeing LV Hung, they just smiled and nodded to each other, unlike the other constables who were so respectful to LV Hung. Because these constables, regardless of their positions, could come to this side courtyard and personally hand over the work with the legendary #1 constable of the Six Fan School. This proved that their status and potential could not be generalized. The gold plate constable was older, looking like he was in his 60s or 70s. His clothes made his posture look straight, and his gray hair was neatly combed and meticulously. Constable Liu, I have something very important to report. I wonder if I can cut the line? LV Hung cupped his hands at the gold plate constable. At this moment, a constable walked out of the side courtyard. Apparently, he had finished handing over the work. He cupped his hands at the crowd and left quickly. The atmosphere outside the courtyard became a little strange. Basically, no one would cut the line when they were lining up to see the #1 constable. Only LV Hung, the youngest first-class expert in the Six Fan School, suddenly wanted to cut Constable Liu's line. Was it really because he had something urgent to report? Was it not because he wanted to deliberately provoke Constable Liu to prove his identity and status? Constable Liu looked at LV Hung indifferently and said with a smile, "No matter how urgent your matter is, it can't be more urgent than mine." After saying that, he ignored LV Hung and walked straight into the side courtyard. Seeing this, LV Hung frowned slightly. He felt that there seemed to be a strong dissatisfaction in Constable Liu's words. "Constable LV, is your matter really that urgent? If so, there's no harm in everyone giving up a seat." A constable, who was also a silver plate constable, said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and finally nodded with a smile, agreeing to give up a seat for LV Hung. Next, as long as Constable Liu finished reporting his matter, LV Hung could enter the small courtyard that countless constables of the Six Fan School respected like a god and dared not desecrate. In the courtyard, "Thank you very much." LV Hung nodded with a smile. After waiting for about an hour, LV Hung saw that Constable Liu did not come out after a long time. Coincidentally, he met a servant who was doing odd jobs in the side courtyard. LV Hung went up to him and asked, "Is Constable Liu still reporting?" Hearing this, the servant smiled and said, "Constable Lu is chatting with His Excellency." Chatting? Everyone's expression became strange. It was obvious that Constable Lu was unhappy with LV Heng's attitude just now, so he deliberately delayed the time. And with Constable Lu's identity and status, even if His Excellency Constable found out later, His Excellency Constable would not blame him. After all, there were only a few gold plate constables in the huge six-fan school. Chapter 4153. Go and inform him that I have an urgent matter to report. Lu Heng endured the anger in his heart and said to the servant. The servant was in a dilemma. On one side was the golden arrestor of a province, and on the other side was Lu Heng, who grew up in the headquarters of the Six Doors and had a good relationship with several superiors. He also had a peerless master as his master. Why? You don't want to? Lu Heng's face darkened slightly. I'll go and inform him now. The servant gritted his teeth and finally chose not to offend Lu Heng. After all, arrestor Lu did not stay in the capital city every day, and Lu Heng was always working in the headquarters of the Six Doors. Who knew when he would be sent out to suppress a province? The servant turned and left. Not long after, he came to arrestor Lu and another middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s with a delicate mustache. The middle-aged man was wearing a purple Chilean robe. The luxurious silk outlined his perfect figure, and one could feel a threatening aura from him from afar. Sir, arrestor Lu said that he has something important to report. The servant came in front of the two and bowed to the middle-aged man in the purple Chilean robe. This middle-aged man was the number 1 super arrestor of the Six Doors, Gongsun Tai-ho. Gongsun Tai-ho, a citizen of the capital city of the divine Tang Empire, became famous at a young age. He was only in his early 40s this year, but he was already one of the 8 peerless masters. He took over the Six Doors from the previous generation's old master. His strength was faintly known as the number 1 among the 8 peerless masters. Most people thought that the other 7 old masters were no match for Gongsun Tai-ho. Perhaps Gongsun Tai-ho was the 3rd peak of martial arts in the divine Tang Empire. I heard that arrestor Lu went out for a stroll this time. Did you encounter a big case? Arrestor Lu said with a faint smile. Gongsun Tai-ho glanced at him, smiled, and said to the servant, "Let Lu Heng in. XDW8, yes, sir." The servant nodded and left the courtyard. When he saw Lu Heng, he immediately said, "Sir, let arrestor Lu in to talk." "Okay." Lu Heng nodded slightly and walked straight into the courtyard. The rest of the constables were curious after seeing this. They were eager to know what could have caused Lu Heng to be so anxious. In the courtyard, Gongsun Tai-ho and Constable Lu watched Lu Heng walk forward. Before Gongsun Tai-ho could speak, Constable Lu laughed and said, "Constable Lu, so you really have an urgent matter. If I had known earlier, I would have let you in first." "Oh." Gongsun Tai-ho looked at arrestor Lu and smiled. "What happened just now?" "Just now, arrestor Lu said that there was something urgent, but I thought that nothing was more important than that big case, so I didn't let arrestor Lu go first." Constable Lu smiled. LV Heng's eyes moved slightly. He could already feel that Constable Lu was digging a trap for him. If what he said wasn't as important as Constable Lu's big case, then in Gongsun Tai-ho's eyes, he wouldn't be steady enough. However, Lu Heng's eyes flashed with ridicule. No matter what case Constable Lu was working on, it was not as important as the news he was about to tell Marquis Gongsun Tai. "My lord, I discovered a martial Dao prodigy during my trip to Riverine City. His aptitude is extremely high, and it's something I've never seen before. If we can recruit such an expert into our six-fan school, our strength will definitely increase greatly." LV Heng cupped his fists and said. Constable Lu was stunned at first, and then the smile in his eyes became more and more intense. "So it's a martial Dao prodigy that makes arrestor Lu so anxious? How good is his aptitude that it can make arrestor Lu so nervous? As far as I know, Arrestor Liu himself is the famous #1 among the younger generation in six-fan school. Gong Sun Taiho frowned slightly, but when he saw the confidence in LV Heng's eyes, his eyes suddenly moved, and he said, "What's his background and what's his martial Dao cultivation now?" "He's Ning Qi, a disciple of a side branch of Riverine City's Ning Mansion," LV Heng said. "Side branch of Ning Mansion." Gong Sun Tiaho's face darkened slightly. Constable Liu also put away the smile on his face and said with a hint of sarcasm, "The Ning Mansion of Riverine City you mentioned. Is it the Ning Mansion that was executed decades ago?" "Yes." LV Hung nodded slightly. At that time, the master of Ning Mansion offended Lord Chund. Later, Lord Chund found out that he had the intention of rebelling, so his whole family was executed, although no side branch was involved at that time. But how can a person with such a background be qualified to join our six-fan school? Even if his aptitude is similar to yours, I'm afraid he's not qualified to join our six-fan school. Otherwise, we will definitely offend Lord Chund, who has a very good relationship with the one in Xiangwu Temple. Constable Liu sneered. Since Arrestor Liu mentioned this today, I think he has his own opinion. Gong Sun Taiho smiled and said, "That's right." LV Hung glanced at Constable Liu, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Although he is a disciple of the side branch of Ning Mansion, he is only 18 years old, and he has already condensed genuine qi, converted from acquired to innate, and become the 9th peerless expert of our Shin Tang Empire. If we don't recruit such a martial Dao prodigy into six-fan school, are we going to watch other forces snatch him away? 18 years old, genuine qi converted from acquired to innate. How is this possible? Constable Liu suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at LV Hung in disbelief. Then he realized that he seemed to have lost his composure, so he slowly sat back down. Although Gong Sun Taiho remained calm, it could be seen from his constantly trembling knuckles that his heart was in turmoil at this moment. An 18-year-old innate expert had never appeared in the history of the Shin Tang Empire. Is what you said true? Do you still remember the rule of six-fan school? Gong Sun Taiho said in a low voice. Of course it's true. LV Hung said, How dare I lie to you about this? To tell you the truth, I accidentally fought with him and was defeated by him in one move. Only then did I realize that there is such a martial Dao prodigy in this world. To defeat you in one move, he must at least be a peerless expert who has condensed genuine qi. Gong Sun Taiho nodded slightly. As long as he was an 18-year-old peerless expert, it was absolutely worth it for six-fan school to win him over at any cost. That's only a peerless expert. It's so difficult to convert genuine qi from acquired to innate. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to become an innate expert at such a young age, right? Constable Liu's face was a little gloomy. Ha ha, Constable Liu, you haven't seen that person. Since he's already a peerless expert and admitted to me that his genuine qi converted from acquired to innate, I can guarantee with Xiangshang's head that he won't lie to me. LV Hung said with a mocking smile. Indeed, there's no need to lie. Gong Sun Taiho nodded slightly. Constable Liu's face suddenly turned black and red, as if he had been slapped by LV Hung a dozen times. It was burning hot. My lord, I have come here today to request a set of purple Qilin robes and a purple lightning token. LV Hung bowed slowly and said, Chapter 4154. Purple Qilin robe? Purple electric token? Arrestor Liu's expression changed slightly. The meaning of LV Heng's words was not simple. Liu Hung, has that young master Ning you mentioned already agreed to join our six-fan school? Gong Sun Taiho said solemnly, Your Excellency, Mr. Ning has indeed agreed. But with his strength, the position of gold card arrestor is certainly not worthy of him. When LV Hung said this, he glanced at Constable Liu. Constable Lu's face was a little pale. If what LV Hung said was true, and he had entered the 6th Fan School, then his position would be second only to Gongsun Taiho and the other purple card constables. LV Hung had such a backer, and he had offended LV Hung today. It was inevitable that he would be punished in the future. Thinking of this, Arrestor Lu suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known this earlier, he would not have quarreled with LV Hung. He should have let LV Hung meet Gongsun Taiho first. He wants the position of purple card arrestor. Gongsun Taiho said, "Yes, Mr. Ning wants to be a purple card arrestor in 6th Fan School. If your excellency agrees, I will bring all the necessary things to Jiangyin City and meet His Majesty." LV Hung nodded. Such a young, peerless master. Gongsun Taiho pondered. Your excellency, no matter what, he is a branch of the Ning Mansion. If we let him join our 6th Fan School, I'm afraid that Lord Chund will be dissatisfied. The one behind him is the one from the Xiangwu Temple. Arrestor Lu suddenly said. LV Hang's eyes flashed with anger, and he glared at him. Arrestor Lu did not look at him, but just looked at Gongsun Taiho, feeling a little nervous. The one from Xiangwu Temple and our Nation Master are both in 6th Fan School. Even if Lord Chund is dissatisfied, there is nothing he can do. Gongsun Taiho had already made a decision. He looked at LV Hung and said, "The thing you want will be sent to you soon. At that time, you must personally bring that person to the capital. Before meeting His Majesty, I want to see him." "Yes, Your Excellency." LV Hung cupped his fist and said excitedly, "It was done." From now on, he would have another peerless master as his backer in the 6th Fan School. With his contribution this time, it wouldn't be long before the 6th Fan School would give him a lot of cultivation resources that could help him advance to the top level. It was really a win-win situation. At this time, he suddenly didn't hate Li Hu so much. If it weren't for Li Hu, he wouldn't have been able to make friends with Ning Qi, let alone get a position in 6th Fan School. He had missed a great opportunity. Arrestor Lu sighed in his heart. After LV Hung left, he walked out of the headquarters of 6th Fan School. He had originally planned to return to his own province, but after thinking about it, he came to another place, Prince Chun Mansion. After knowing Constable Lu's identity, the people in the mansion didn't dare to make things difficult for him. They immediately informed Prince Chund. Then, someone led Constable Lu to a study room and met Prince Chund, who was extremely powerful in the divine Tang Empire. "Constable Lu, what's the matter for you to come to see me today?" Prince Chund said with a smile. He was only in his 40s and had a scholarly air about him. However, Arrestor Lu knew that the Chun prince in front of him not only had an extremely profound martial arts cultivation, but the power in his hands was also one of the best in the divine Tang Empire. Constable Lu didn't dare to neglect him because of his identity as a top master. He cupped his fist and said, "Prince, I came here today to inform you of an important matter." "Oh, tell me about it." Prince Chund smiled curiously. After a while, Constable Lu finished what he wanted to say and waited for Prince Chund's reply. However, Prince Chund remained calm. After a few breaths, he suddenly smiled and said, "You said that the Ning family has a martial arts genius who is already a peerless master at such a young age." "Yes, Prince. I know what happened in Ning Mansion. So I came to inform you as soon as I heard the news." Constable Lu whispered, "Why did you inform me?" "Since he wants to join 6th Fan School. He is the pillar of our divine Tang Empire. They were not involved in the incident in Ning Mansion, which means that they did not participate in the rebellion. Do you think I will be unhappy because of this?" Prince Chun smiled. Constable Lu was slightly startled and forced a smile on his face. "I dare not think so, but I am also very curious as to whether or not he is a peerless expert at such a young age. How about this? I'll have Grandmaster Wu Shi accompany you on this trip and help me take a look at this kid's background. After all, 6th Fan School is the national treasure of our divine Tang Empire. If it is played by others, it will not be good for Six Fan School's reputation. Prince Chun changed the topic and said lightly, as soon as Constable Liu heard the name of Master Wu Shi, his eyes lit up. This was the head of the martial monks in Xianggu Temple, one of the 8 peerless masters of the divine Tang Empire. His strength was not weak. Since Prince Chun would let Master Wu Shi go, it meant that there must be a deeper meaning in his heart. Constable Liu did not speculate too much. He knew that if Prince Chun had other instructions, he would definitely inform Master Wu Shi. He only needed to take him to Jiangyin City. While LV Hung took his things and rushed to Jiangyin City without stopping, Constable Liu also set out on the road to Jiangyin City with a respectful look on his face. Jiangyin City, City Governor's Mansion. Today, there were a few unusual distinguished guests in the City Governor's Mansion. Even the servants could feel the City Governor's respect for these distinguished guests. Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi were chatting with the City Governor with a smile. During the conversation, the City Governor was very respectful to these 2 top experts. Although the people of Jianghu were not very presentable in the eyes of the government, it still depended on the other party's strength. For example, there were not many top experts who had condensed their true energy in the entire divine Tang Empire. Moreover, they could appear and disappear unpredictably. Their ability to take the enemy's head from an army of 10,000 was enough to make most people revere them and not dare to slight them. As for Chun Shaoran, who was sitting aside, the city governor did not take him seriously. A first-rated warrior only had brute force. As long as hundreds of soldiers surrounded him, they might be able to kill him. May I know why the 2 of you have come together from afar? After chatting for a while, the city governor of Jiangyin City went straight to the point. Dongfang Lingtian smiled. It's not a big deal. I suddenly learned that the Purple Mansion of Jiangyin City is a martial arts family. Out of curiosity, I came with Brother Qiu to have a look. I wonder how much do you know about the Purple Mansion, City Governor Zhou? The Purple Mansion is a martial arts family? City Governor Zhou's expression changed. He suddenly remembered the incident of the Black Tiger Gang some time ago. Li Hu was put in prison because of this incident. Now that Dongfang Lingtian and the others came to ask about it, could it be that what Li Hu had told him was true? Chapter 4155. City Lord Zhou? Qiu Yuanqi reminded City Lord Zhou with a smile when he saw City Lord Zhou in deep thought. City Lord Zhou came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. He said to the others, Gentlemen, I don't know much about the Z Mansion. I only know that it's a merchant family that has been doing business for generations. The Z Mansion should be a branch of the Z clan in the capital city. Some time ago, many people from the Z Mansion had died, and all of them died a violent death. It was said that the young lady of the Z Mansion, Ziyin, was the bane of her life. She had caused the death of her close relatives, and even her husbands had died a violent death. However, there was a young master from the Ning clan who married into the Z Mansion, but there was no news of his death. There were more rumors that the young master was refining pills in an attempt to become an immortal. City Lord Zhou finished speaking in one breath. He paused for a moment and said his guess. Not long ago, there was a Black Tiger Gang that had dozens of people killed. Their deaths were extremely tragic. My constable, Li Hu, suspected that it was young Master Ning who did it. However, not long after, Li Hu was sent to prison by the higher-ups of the 6 doors. Refining pills in the furnace, Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. They were right. Chun Shaoran said that the Z Mansion had a qi and blood ointment that could turn someone into a martial arts expert overnight. It matched the rumors, so the Z Mansion really did have such an item. Apart from that, they also deduced that the Z Mansion should be an ordinary merchant family, and the source of martial arts must be the young master. Otherwise, why would the young master be safe and sound when everyone else was killed by the young master? City Lord Zhou, How much do you know about the young master from the Ning clan? Dongfang Lingtian smiled and said, It's him. City Lord Zhou gasped. He was sure that the two top-notch experts had come for Ningqi. In that case, what Li Hu had told him before was not groundless. Actually, this young master Ning can be considered a disciple of the Ning mansion. Oh, the Ning clan that was once executed for the crime of treason. City Lord Zhou said slowly. He seemed to be reluctant to talk about the Ning clan. So it's the Ning family. Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi looked at each other. Even Chen Xiaoran, who was at the side, was slightly shocked. Even the people in the pugilistic world had heard of the Ning clan. After all, the Ning clan's rebellion was one of the major cases that had occurred in the imperial court for so many years. When the whole family was executed, hundreds of heads rolled on the ground. Among them were 3 grand scholars, the governors of various cities, and a few provincial governors. The head of the Ning family was still a powerful figure in the imperial court at that time. With the exception of the emperor, his words were second to none. The green-robed prime minister. Although the Ning family was not a martial arts family, the strength of the Ning family was so strong that even the top martial arts families did not dare to provoke them. Could it be that some warriors who entered the Ning family at that time had passed down some martial arts inheritance? So only the children of the Ning mansion's side branches can practice martial arts? Faces kept flashing through their minds. At that time, the Ning family was so powerful that even the top experts had worshipped under them. In their hearts, they felt that perhaps it was these top experts who had passed down their martial arts inheritance. However, Ningqi was too young. It was unheard of in the pugilistic world for him to cultivate to such a high level at such a young age. Did the two of you come to my riverine city specifically for the Z mansion? City Lord Zhou asked tentatively. Dongfang Lingtian smiled and shook his head. Not for the Z mansion, but for the son-in-law of the Z mansion. There's no time to lose. Let's pay a visit today, Qiu Yuanqi said. City Lord Zhou, I wonder if you're willing to accompany us to see the background of the Z mansion? Dongfang Lingtian smiled. Since I have nothing to do, I'll accompany the two of you. City Lord Zhou nodded. In his heart, he also wanted to see what kind of person the son-in-law of the Z mansion was. Chen Xiaoran was a little excited. Previously, Ningqi had attacked the Chen clan, but now 2 top experts had come to visit the Z mansion. He believed that even if the opponent was a top expert, he would not dare to be arrogant. Z mansion. What sword technique is the son-in-law practicing? Why is it so slow? Can it stab someone to death? Ru Yun and Xiao Lan stood at the corner of the courtyard and looked at Ning Qi curiously. Ning Qi was holding an ordinary long sword in his hand, dancing at an extremely slow speed. After an hour, Ning Qi finally stopped. White smoke was rising from the top of his head, like a steamed bun that had just been taken out of a steamer. I'm not sure if this is reality or illusion. Even the emotion-extinguishing sword art has been taken away from me. Ning Qi looked at the sword in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. However, the only consolation was that this place could take away his cultivation, but not his state of mind. The emotion-extinguishing sword art was based on the state of mind, regardless of cultivation. I wonder if this sword can kill those 2 from the other day. Ning Qi smiled. Son-in-law, what sword technique did you just practice? Ru Yun asked curiously when she saw that Ning Qi had finished his sword dance. No matter what, she was still a second-rate warrior, but she couldn't see through the skill of Ning Qi's sword. It's just the most ordinary sword technique. It's nothing special. Ning Qi smiled. Son-in-law, young lady wants you to go to the guest hall. She said that the city lord is here with a few old men. They don't look friendly. A servant whispered in Xiao Lan's ear. Then, Xiao Lan walked to Ning Qi and whispered, Old men, I'm afraid that Chen Xiaoran invited a backer. Ning Qi smiled. Let's go and have a look. The guest hall of the Z mansion. When Ziyun heard that City Lord Zhou had come to visit personally, she treated him with the highest standard. Many servants of the Z mansion stood in the corner of the guest hall. As soon as the tea in front of City Lord Zhou was a little bit cold, someone would immediately come forward to refill it. City Lord Zhou, may I know who these people are? Ziyun sat on the main seat. Her skin was translucent and fair with a tinge of pink. She looked dignified. She glanced at Dongfang Lingtian and the others and opened her red lips. The origins of these two seniors are not simple. City Lord Zhou smiled and pointed at Dongfang Lingtian. This is Dongfang Lingtian, the family leader of the Dongfang clan, a leading figure in the martial Dao. He then looked at Qiu Yuanqi. This is the sect leader of the Zhang Yi sword sect, Senior Qiu Yuanqi. He is also a leading figure in the martial Dao. Leading figure in the martial Dao. So he was a top-notch expert? Ziyun's eyes moved slightly. Although she was a little surprised, she did not show it on her face. She smiled. What a rare guest. May I know why the two of you are here? The reason I came here today is to be Brother Chen's lobbyist. Dongfang Lingtian smiled. The Brother Chen, he mentioned, was naturally Qin Shaoran, who was standing behind them. Oh, Ziyun glanced at Qin Shaoran. Don't tell me it's the Chun family's patriarch, Qin Shaoran, who has a black conscience and wants to hide the spirit medicine of my purple mansion. Qin Shaoran's face instantly became extremely livid when he heard this. Chapter 4156. 69 Chinese Language Network. Wonderful pop-up window free reading. At first, Boss Qin thought that Shopkeeper Fu and Tiger Down the Mountain were swindlers who wanted to cheat the Chen family of their money. After all, Shopkeeper Fu had boasted about the blood qi ointment. Anyone with some common sense in martial Dao would be able to tell the truth. At that time, the Chen family did not have any other thoughts about the blood qi ointment. However, they later realized that Shopkeeper Fu did not lie. The blood qi ointment did have such a miraculous effect. So Boss Qin decided to keep the blood qi ointment for himself. It was fine to talk about it in private, but now that Ziyin mentioned it and said that the Chen family was going to keep the blood qi ointment, Qin Shaoran's expression could not be any better. He was afraid that Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi would think badly of him because of this, so he immediately defended himself. Miss Ziyun, this matter was just a misunderstanding. My son had eyes but failed to recognize a pearl. He misunderstood that the rich shopkeeper of your mansion was a Jianghu swindler. Later, the misunderstanding was resolved. Our Chun family also intends to compensate. City Lord Zhou was confused. What spiritual ointment? He did not know what happened between Qin Shaoran and the Z Mansion. Misunderstanding? When my husband personally came to visit, how did your Qin family manage to avoid him? You already knew about the blood qi ointment's effects, but pretended not to know. You call that a misunderstanding? Ziyin sneered and looked at Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi. I've heard of both of your names. Are you here to make a fair judgment? The Chen family has gone too far. Our Z Mansion is weak and easily bullied. You can't blame us for this. Instead, the Chen family should give us an explanation. My husband showed mercy and asked them to pay for the blood qi ointment within a month. That's not too much, is it? Initially, you only wanted to sell it for 1 million taels of blood qi ointment, but now you want 5 million taels of blood qi ointment? Your husband even broke my eldest son's heart meridian. If it wasn't for Brother Lingtian, he would have died. Isn't this too much? Isn't this too much? Qin Shaoran said with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, he glanced to his left and right. He was slightly perturbed when he didn't see Ning Qi's figure. However, when he thought about how Dongfang Lingtian and Qiu Yuanqi were here as well, the perturbed feeling vanished without a trace. With these two here, he believed that he would be able to resolve the Chen family's matter today. He might even be able to obtain some benefits. Thinking about the effects of the blood qi ointment, Qin Shaoran felt some regret. If he hadn't had the first misunderstanding, Perhaps the Chun family could have used this blood qi ointment to nurture a few more geniuses. Unfortunately, now that Dongfang Ling Tian and Chiu Yuanqi knew about it, even if they could obtain the blood qi ointment in the future, the Chen clan would only be able to get a small share. 1,000,000 taels of vitality ointment? What is this? Could it be that the rumor that the son-in-law of the Ning mansion was preparing to cultivate to become an immortal was this qi and blood ointment? As a martial arts family, the Chun family was actually willing to pay such a high price for it. City Lord Zhou's eyes flickered. He found that he had learned a lot of information that he had no way of knowing before. He immediately began to calculate in his heart. Dongfang Ling Tian and Chiu Yuanqi looked at each other. They didn't care about the misunderstanding between the two. They only cared about the existence of the blood qi ointment. From their conversation, it was obvious that Chun Shaoran wasn't lying. There really was a miraculous item in this world that could allow someone to become a second-rate cultivator. The two of them had been top-notch cultivators for many years. Their knowledge was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Even they had never seen such a miraculous item before. The curiosity in their hearts was several times greater than City Lord Zhou's. Lady Ziyin, in the end, this misunderstanding was caused by the blood qi ointment. I wonder if your mansion has any more of it? Can you let us have a look? If it's really worth 5,000,000 taels of silver, we won't force you to lower the price. We'll sell it to the Chen family. Dongfang Ling Tian smiled. Chun Shaoran was slightly startled. A hint of anxiety flashed across his eyes. However, when he saw Dongfang Ling Tian's gaze, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I'm really sorry. The blood qi ointment has been used up. If you two seniors want to have a look, you'll have to wait for my husband to refine another batch of blood qi ointment. It might take some time. Ziyin said calmly. The blood qi ointment was refined by the son-in-law of the Z mansion. This was out of everyone's expectations. However, Dongfang Ling Tian and the others suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. If the blood qi ointment was refined by Ning Qi, it meant that there was no powerful person behind him. Perhaps he had obtained such a miraculous prescription from somewhere and used the blood qi ointment to reach such a high level at such a young age. With this thought in mind, Chiu Yuanqi said calmly, there are thousands of spiritual medicines in the world. There are also countless spiritual medicines that are beneficial to the cultivation of martial Tao. However, I've never seen a spiritual medicine that costs 5,000,000 taels of silver. I can see that the Z mansion is still angry at you for using such a price to force the Chen family. Why don't I and Brother Ling Tian be the witnesses to resolve the grudge between you and the Chen family? The Chen family will pay 1,000,000 taels of silver for one blood qi ointment. Why, 5,000,000 taels of silver, not a cent less. Ziyin smiled. Old Senior Chiu, this is a matter between the Z mansion and the Chen family. Old Senior, please don't get involved. Chiu Yuanqi was not angry. Instead, he smiled. If I really want to get involved, I wonder if the Z mansion is going to use the same method to force the Chen family to force my righteous sword sect? My husband will make the decision on this matter. I can't answer your question, Old Senior. Zi Yun's expression did not change. She could hear the threat in Chiu Yuanqi's words. But so what? Ning Qi had clearly told her that from now on, even an innate stage powerhouse would not be able to leave the Z mansion alive, let alone a top expert. She was confident. Unfortunately, Chiu Yuanqi and Dongfang Ling Tian did not know this. They only thought that Ning Qi was a top expert who had condensed his true energy. They never thought that Ning Qi would be the 9th innate stage powerhouse in the divine Tang Empire. Then let your husband come out and talk. We've been here for quite some time. Why hasn't your husband shown up yet? Chiu Yuanqi said coldly. The atmosphere immediately became a little strange. Seeing this, Dongfang Ling Tian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure walk into the guest hall. Ziyin, leave the rest to me. Ning Qi walked into the parlor and smiled at Ziyin. Upon seeing this, Ziyin wore a smile on his face and nodded without saying another word. Dongfang Lingtian and the others looked at Ning Qi with surprise in their eyes. He was too young. Was he really a top expert at such a young age? Chun Xiaoran's heart skipped a beat when he saw Ning Qi. Fortunately, Dongfang Lingtian and Ziyin were beside him, so he did not show any fear. Ning Qi walked slowly to Qiu Yuanqi and said, "I'm here now. What do you want to tell me?" "You're young Master Ning from the Z Mansion?" Qiu Yuanqi stroked his beard and smiled. "I want to ask if the blood and qi ointment is really worth 5 million silver taels?" Ning Qi smiled and suddenly raised his hand to slap Qiu Yuanqi. Qiu Yuanqi did not have time to react. He did not even have time to circulate the true energy in his body. His head was smashed into his chest by Ning Qi. The headless body still stood in front of everyone. Chapter 4157. 69 Chinese Language Network. Wonderful pop-up window free reading. The atmosphere in the reception room seemed to freeze in an instant. Except for Ning Qi and Ziyin, the expressions of everyone else changed from astonishment to shock, to disbelief to panic, and all of them had different expressions. Qiu Yuanqi from the Righteous Sword sect is dead, just like that. Chun Xiaoran's legs trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were wide open as he could not believe what he had just seen. Qiu Yuanqi was a top-notch expert. There were only a few top-notch experts in the entire province. How could he have his head smashed into his chest with just one move? Only an innate expert could kill a top-notch expert with just one move. So there's an innate expert behind the Z Mansion, and it's not just anyone. Chun Xiaoran's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with fear. He should not have gone to the Dongfang family this time. If he had taken out 10 million yuan to settle the grudge between the Chen family and the Z Mansion, the Chen family would at most be severely injured and would have to recuperate for more than 10 years. But now, whether or not the Chen family could still exist was already an unknown. Rumors are harmful. Rumors are harmful. City Governor Zhou was shocked and angry. Recently, everyone had been saying that the new son-in-law of the Z Mansion was a fool who fantasized about refining elixirs and cultivating to become an immortal. It was all a rumor. The new son-in-law of the Z Mansion was obviously a top-notch expert who had converted his true qi from acquired to innate stage. In the past, there were only 8 of them in the entire divine Tang Empire. There should be 9 of them now. City Lord Zhou's heart was filled with excitement. The 9th peerless beast had appeared in River Yin City. According to the previous rules, River Yin City would be promoted to a provincial city. In the future, River Yin City would be the ruler of the entire province. I don't really want to answer the question that he wanted to ask me. After all, I've talked about it with Chun Xiaoran before. Ning Qi walked slowly to Dongfang Lingtian. Do you have any other questions? No questions. Dongfang Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head frantically. How would he dare to ask any questions? He just did not want to answer and smashed Qiu Yuanqi's head into his chest. That was too cruel. No questions? That's not right. Didn't you come to my Z Mansion today for the Chen family? Ning Qi smiled and looked at Chun Xiaoran and Dongfang Lingtian. His gaze gave the two of them the feeling of a huge mountain, bringing with it a heavy pressure. Chun Xiaoran was the first to be unable to support himself and knelt on the ground with a thud. Young Master Ning, please don't misunderstand. I came here today to ask young Master Ning if you can extend the 10 million taels for half a month. Chun Xiaoran was startled as soon as he said this. Then, cold sweat broke out all over his body. It seemed that this was also a problem for him. If the other party was unwilling to answer, wouldn't that mean, why don't you tell me why he brought you here today? I want to hear the truth. Ning Qi smiled faintly. After a few breaths of silence, Dongfang Lingtian recounted everything in detail. Chun Xiaoran's face became more and more ashen. City, Lord Zhou was a little annoyed. The other party didn't explain things clearly from the start. It was obvious that they wanted to use him as a stone to test the waters. So, you think that the Dongfang clan can be your backer and use the blood qi ointment to attract their attention so that they can get rid of my Z mansion. Not only will your Chen clan be able to take revenge, but you won't have to pay the 10 million taels of silver. If you're lucky, you might even get some of the blood qi ointment from the Dongfang clan and the Righteous Sword sect. But my Z mansion will be destroyed because of this, right? Ningqi looked at Qin Shaoran and smiled faintly. I wouldn't dare, it's really just a misunderstanding. Qin Shaoran mumbled to himself. No matter what Ningqi said, he would only repeat the sentence. Young master, Constable Lu is here. This time he brought a lot of people with him, and they're waiting for you outside the mansion. Ru Yin walked to the entrance of the guest hall and looked at Qiu Yuanqi's corpse. He could not help but stick out his tongue and said to Su Han, Constable Lu, is it 6 doors Shangguan Lu Heng? City Lord Zhou subconsciously asked. Then he quickly looked at Ningqi as if he recalled something. It's Constable Lu Heng. Ru Yun answered. 6 doors Shangguan. We're saved today. Dongfang Lingtian's expression changed slightly. No matter who it was, as long as it was a 6 doors Shangguan, even an innate realm expert would not dare to openly kill an innocent person in front of such a person. Yes, he was innocent, although his purpose of coming here today could not be revealed. He was innocent since he had not done anything yet. Qiu Yuanqi was already dead, and his death was not worth it. He, Dongfang Lingtian, could not die so easily in Riverine City. Go, let them in. Su Han nodded with a smile. Yes, young master. Ru Yin turned around and ran. Ningqi looked at Qin Shaoran and said, I'll deal with your matter later. Kneel at the side and wait for the time being. Kneel at the side. Qin Shaoran was stunned. Brother Qin, you can kneel there for the time being. Dongfang Lingtian gave him a look and pointed to the corner of the guest hall. Seeing this, Qin Shaoran could only swallow the humiliation in his heart and slowly walked to the corner and knelt down. At the same time, Lu Heng also stepped into the guest hall with an ecstatic face. He did not even look at Dongfang Lingtian, Qin Shaoran, and the others, and directly kneeled in front of Su Han. This lowly official, Lu Heng, greets the commander. Greetings, Lord Commander. There were more than 10 constables behind Lu Heng. Each of them was strong, and their aura was very powerful. They were at least second-rate experts, the same level as Niu Dazhuang. After Lu Heng knelt down, they also knelt down in unison, with a hint of killing intent. When Qin Shaoran and Dongfang Lingtian saw this, their hearts instantly sank. City Governor Zhou was stunned, and then he took a deep breath in his heart. He had some understanding of the official positions in the 6 doors. There were only a few people in the 6 doors, and every one of them was a peerless expert of the innate stage. Yes, he's a peerless expert. It seems like Lu Heng already knew about this last time. No wonder Li Hu was put in prison. No wonder. After City Governor Zhou figured this out, he looked at Lu Heng with a hidden bitterness. He was annoyed that Lu Heng did not tell him about this earlier. He could have gone to Ningqi LA's place to build a relationship. Get up. Ningqi smiled. When Lu Heng saw this, he immediately raised the items in his hand above his head. This is the Lord Commander's violet Qilin robe and violet bolt command token. Ru Yin, Xiaolan, help young master change. Zi Yin spoke slowly when he saw this. Yes, the 2 women were very agile, and the others did not dare to look at Ningqi when he changed his clothes. In just a short time of 10 breaths, Ningqi had changed into a brand new violet Qilin robe. When LV Heng and the constables behind him saw this, their eyes couldn't help but be filled with excitement. In this way, they would truly have a powerful backer in the 6 doors. However, Dongfang Lingtian and Qin Xiaoran's feelings were completely different. Both of them had never imagined that Ning Qi was actually the Six Doors commander. They were probably in trouble this time. Chapter 4158. Lord Commander, these clothes really suit you. LV Hung looked at Ning Qi, who was wearing a Kirin robe, and could not help but smile happily as if he had become the commander. Is that so? Ning Qi smiled. The robe and the power it represented might seem very important to outsiders, but to him it was not important. Becoming the commander of Six Doors was just a reason for him to contact the imperial advisor or the Xiangu Temple's abbot without leaving a trace. He wanted to see if he was the only one trapped in this place, or if the ultimate gods and divine kings who were trapped in this place were also here. Chun Xiaoran's body trembled more and more violently. He had never thought that Ning Qi would be a peerless expert and at the same time become one of the few commanders in Six Doors. Zi Yin looked at Ning Qi's high-spirited appearance, and the expression in his eyes gradually became slightly complicated. In a short period of time, the Zi mansion had gone from being in a sorry state to having a peerless expert holding down the fort. This change was simply too great. She even wondered if she was dreaming. Senior Dongfang? Why are you here today? LV Hung suddenly exclaimed and looked at Dongfang Lingtian with some surprise. They were all top-notch experts, and every single one of them had a name in the Six Doors. Therefore, he recognized Dongfang Lingtian the moment he saw him. Dongfang Lingtian smiled a little awkwardly. Today, I was asked by an old friend to come to Purple Mansion to talk about love? LV Heng's expression suddenly became strange, and his eyes subconsciously sharpened. He looked at Chun Xiaoran, who was kneeling on the side, and suddenly had some understanding. After a few words of inquiry, he immediately understood the whole story. LV Heng's face suddenly hung a trace of a sneer, and looked at Qin Xiaoran. Patriarch Qin, you're considered an old senior in Jianghu. Why don't you know the rules at all? LV Hung said faintly. Constable Liu, this is truly a misunderstanding. It was my son's fault for causing this misunderstanding. I hope Constable Liu can forgive my Chen family this time on account of the fact that we haven't committed a grave mistake. Qin Xiaoran begged in a low voice. You haven't made a big mistake? Right now, sect leader Qiu Yuanqi of the Righteous Sword sect died in the Z Palace because of you. Is this what you mean by not causing a big mistake? I think that sect master Qiu must have been deceived by you, and that's why he dared to come to Z Mansion and make things difficult for my Lord Commander. Although he deserved to die, you can't escape punishment either. Lu Hong sneered. Dongfang Ling Tian's expression became more and more strange. After being lectured by LV Hung with a few words, Qiu Yuanqi had instead become someone who deserved to die, but the heavens were his witnesses. Qiu Yuanqi had only asked a single question earlier, yet he was slapped to death by LV Heng's palm. Could this be considered as someone who deserved to die? Chun Xiaoran's face became incomparably pale. He'd seen with his own eyes the miserable ends of those Jianghu experts that offended the Six Doors. When he thought that the Chun clan might follow in their footsteps, Chun Xiaoran's body couldn't help but tremble madly. My lord, I think we should first take Qin Xiaoran down and put him in prison. My lord can finish interrogating this case, then follow me to the capital to see the emperor. Lu Hung cupped his fist and said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. He was just about to speak when he saw a servant with a shocked expression walk to the door of the reception room. The servant said to Zi Yin and Ning Qi, Young master and young miss, someone has forced his way into our Z Mansion. Young Master Ning Hung and young Miss Ning Jun have been injured by them. How are Ning Hung and Ning Jun's injuries? Zi Yan's face revealed a trace of nervousness, and he immediately shouted. Young Master Ning Hung and young Miss Ning Jun only suffered some minor injuries. The servant of the Z Mansion hurriedly said. Zi Yun instantly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. There are still people who dare trespass here. Lord Commander, leave this matter to me. A cold light flashed in Lu Heng's eyes. He lightly waved his hand, and then he led the dozen-plus strong constables to rush out of the reception room. "Let's go and have a look," Ning Chi said lightly. "Oh. Constable Lu?" When Lu Heng and his men saw the people who had forced their way into the Z mansion, a trace of surprise flashed across their faces. When they saw the old monk behind Constable Lu, their faces became even more shocked. Master Wu Shi, one of the 8 great experts of the divine Tang Empire, and also the leader of the martial monks in the Xianggu Temple. Taking a step back, he was also the leader of all the martial monks in the world. "Constable Lu, why don't you greet Master Wu Shi when you see him?" Constable Lu's mouth curled into a cold smile. Lu Heng had just arrived at Jiangyin City when he and Master Wu Shi had also arrived, and they had seen Lu Heng walk into the Z mansion with their own eyes. However, Constable Lu didn't follow him immediately. Instead, he inquired about Zi Fu's whereabouts in the vicinity. He learned that Ning Chi had fallen from the foot of the mountain some time ago and had been bedridden for several months. Constable Lu immediately understood what was going on. Even if the other party was not a swindler, his cultivation base was definitely not as exaggerated as Lu Heng said. "I am Lu Heng. Greet Master Wu Shi." Lu Heng hesitated for a moment, but he still stepped forward and bowed. When the group of constables behind him saw this, they immediately followed Lu Heng and bowed. Regardless of whether the other party had come with ill intentions, the title of the leader of the martial monks in the Xianggu Temple was enough to make them respect him. The scene of Lu Heng bowing was coincidentally seen by Ning Chi and the others who had followed him out. Dongfang Lingtian's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of surprise. Then he directly passed Ning Chi and the others, quickly walked in front of Master Wu Shi and bowed deeply. "Dongfang Lingtian greets Master Wu Shi." "Benefactor Lingtian, you are here too?" Master Wu Shi glanced at Lu Heng and the others, but he smiled at Dongfang Lingtian. Lu Heng's expression changed slightly. From Master Wu Shi's attitude, he was afraid that the other party had come to the Z mansion with ill intentions. He was called here by Prince Chund. Constable Lu is really a traitor. In an instant, LV Heng understood everything. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Constable Lu. Not to be outdone, Constable Lu also looked back at LV Heng with a sharp gaze. "Master Wu Shi, it's a long story today, but today sect leader Qiu Yuanqi died here today." Dongfang Lingtian's face revealed a bitter smile. "Benefactor Qiu died here?" Master Wu Shi's expression changed slightly. "How did Benefactor Qiu die?" "He was slapped to death by a palm," Dongfang Lingtian said in a low voice. "Hiss!" Constable Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that Lu Heng really was not lying. The other party was really a peerless expert. Otherwise, how could he have slapped someone like Qiu Yuanqi to death? Amit Ba, who did Benefactor Qiu offend? As a peerless expert, a leading figure in martial arts, even if he was disrespectful, he did not deserve to die. Master Wu Shi put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. When Dongfang Lingtian heard this, he looked behind him with a strange expression. That was where Ning Chi and the others were. Then he said a few words in a low voice. Master Wu Shi's expression changed slightly, and his gaze fell on Ning Chi's body like lightning. "Are you Benefactor Ning Chi, the son-in-law of the Z residents?" Master Wu Shi asked slowly. Ning Chi did not look at him, but waved at 2 figures in the distance. When Ning Heng and Ning Jun saw this, they immediately ran in front of Ning Chi. "You've suffered some light injuries. It's not a big deal. Next time you don't know the depth of the other party's strength. Do not act on your own, understand?" Ning Chi smiled at the 2. "Big brother, we understand." The 2 were a little dejected. It was really a bad start. The first time they fought, they were defeated in a single move. "It's good that you know. Who did this to you?" Ning Chi smiled. When the two heard this, they pointed at Constable Lu. Chapter 4159. Ning Chi smiled, and his eyes fell on Arrestor Lu. At first, Arrestor Lu was still afraid. When he saw Ning Chi looking at him, he subconsciously looked away, but he immediately reacted and looked directly at Ning Chi. There was even a hint of provocation in his eyes. Master Wu Shi, the top martial monk in the world, was beside him. He did not need to be afraid of the other side. So what if the other side was a peerless master? Once he left the Ning mansion, it was destined that he would not be able to reach the capital. As for Prince Chun's idea, Arrestor Lu felt that he had figured it out during this period of time. Master Wu Shi was sent by Prince Chun to eliminate the root of the problem. You don't look young. Why are you fighting with the younger generation? Ning Chi smiled lightly. Constable Lu smiled. They're already second-rate experts at such a young age. I've never seen such talented juniors. Besides, these two little fellows offended great Master Wu Shi. I'm already being merciful by not killing them. Ning Hung and Ning Jun were furious when they heard this. What an overbearing guy. It was clear that they broke into the Z mansion, but now he accused them of offending the old monk? Master Wu Shi, one of the 8 peerless masters in the world. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I didn't expect to see you in the Z mansion today. Ning Chi smiled. Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. But what makes me feel strange is that, as a great master, how can he force his way into someone else's mansion without asking for their identity? This doesn't make any sense at all. What a joke. Master Wu Shi can go anywhere in the world. What's more, we have already spoken to the servant outside and reported our identities. Arrestor Lu sneered. Arrestor Lu, how can you say that? You don't kneel down in front of the commander. That's disrespectful. It's a taboo in our 6-fan school to be disrespectful. Lu Hung suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Arrestor Lu was slightly startled. He just noticed that Ning Chi had put on the purple Qilin robe. But what commander? Has he gone to the capital to meet the emperor? Every commander of the 6-fan school needs to meet the emperor before he can take up his post. Since he has not met the emperor, he is not the commander of our 6-fan school. Lu Hung, you are so young. Don't you understand this? Or do you think you are qualified to appoint him as the commander on behalf of the emperor? Arrestor Lu sneered. Lu Hang was stunned for a moment, and his face turned ugly. Amitabha. Master Wu Shi chanted. Then his gaze fell on Ning Chi. Benefactor Ning, do you not intend to give us an explanation for Benefactor Chio's death? Far away in the guest hall, Qin Shaoran had quietly gotten up and stood at the door looking over. He had seen everything from start to finish and knew Grandmaster Wu Shi's status. Now that he saw Grandmaster Wu Shi standing up for Qiu Yuanqi, Qin Shaoran's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Dongfang Lingtian's expression changed unknowingly. When he looked at Ning Chi again, his gaze was no longer as terrified as before. Instead, it carried a warm smile. Master Wu Shi. Zi Yin pondered. Zi Yin pondered for a while, and then her expression suddenly changed. She had been to the capital city before, and she finally remembered what the 2 words Wu Shi meant. The head monk of the Xianggu temple, second only to the abbot. He is also the head monk of all the temples in the world. This, Zi Yan's expression, turned solemn. His status was no less than that of a great general who possessed a peerless cultivation base and commanded 100,000 troops. Even the Z family of the capital would want to curry favor with such an expert. Why did he come uninvited today? And he did not seem to have good intentions. Could it be the Z family? Thinking of this, Zi Yan's expression changed again. Only by seeing Ning Chi's presence could she feel a little more at ease. Qiu Yuanqi came uninvited to stand up for a guy who cheated on his conscience and stole something from me. Since that's the case, what's wrong with me killing him? Ning Chi smiled. Stole something from you? Master Wu Shi was slightly stunned. At this moment, Chen Xiaoran suddenly ran over and knelt in front of Master Wu Shi. Master Wu Shi, please seek justice for me. Chen Xiaoran successively spoke of all the grievances he'd suffered. According to him, his Qin clan was in a completely disadvantageous position, and because he'd carelessly misjudged, his son was heavily injured by Ningqi. It seemed as if from the beginning until the end, it was the Z court that was bullying his Qin clan, and his Qin clan hadn't done anything wrong. A warrior must have martial virtue. You have such a cultivation at such a young age. You are indeed the pride of the divine Tang Empire. However, if you do not have virtue, it will be the misfortune of the divine Tang Empire. Someone like you cannot be the commander of the Six Doors School. I'm afraid that this robe of yours will have to be removed. Master Wu Shi looked at Ningqi and said lightly, Master Wu Shi, sect leader Qiu died innocently in the hands of this man. I think it's better to bring him back to the Chun King and let him judge. Constable Lu cupped his fists. All right. Master Wu Shi nodded slightly. Then the vital energy in his body surged. In an instant, the loose monk robe suddenly swelled up. He reached out a rather skinny arm and grabbed at Ningqi. Ningqi frowned and immediately took out the dragon saber. He slashed at Master Wu Shi, and the terrifying saber light instantly split Master Wu Shi into two. Hot blood dripped onto the ground. Master Wu Shi's lips moved slightly, but eventually his eyes lost all signs of life. His corpse was split into two and fell to the sides. The divine Tang Empire's 8 great powerhouses, the leader of the world's warrior monks, a terrifying existence whose vital energy had been converted from acquired to innate, could not even withstand one move from Ningqi. After killing Master Wu Shi, Ningqi kept the dragon saber as if he was crushing an ant. He looked at Constable Lu casually. Things had happened too quickly. By the time Constable Lu reacted, Master Wu Shi had already turned into an unpresentable corpse. His lips trembled uncontrollably. His feet and hands trembled. It was only when Ningqi looked at him that he met Ningqi's gaze, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Dongfang Lingtian's face turned pale. Chen Xiaoran, who was kneeling in front of Master Wu Shi, was sprayed with blood and became a little red man. He looked up blankly, unable to react to what had happened. A great powerhouse was killed just like that? Lu Heng inhaled a breath of cold air. He had never imagined that Ningqi's strength had reached such a level. Even a great powerhouse was no match for him. Was he a human or an immortal? If he was human, how could he achieve such terrifying martial arts achievements at the age of 10? Constable Lu, you just said that you would hand me over to Prince Chund? That Prince Chund, who had accused the Ning residents of treason and caused hundreds of people in the Ning residence to be beheaded overnight? Was he the one who asked you to come this time? Ningqi smiled. He finally knew why the other party had come. Chapter 4160. Constable Lu's lips trembled, but he could not say a complete sentence. Although Ningqi looked at him with gentle eyes, Constable Lu felt a trace of terrifying pressure from it. This pressure was like a plague, spreading from the bottom of his heart, invading every cell and every pore of his body. Everyone looked at Constable Lu's current appearance with different expressions. No matter what, Constable Lu was also a gold medal constable, and there were not many people like him in the 6 Fan School. Apart from this official identity, Constable Lu's martial arts cultivation had also reached a peak level and was not weaker than Dongfang Lingtian. But at this moment, including Lu Heng, the dozen strong constables that Lu Heng brought with him, did not look down on Constable Lu. They could understand why Constable Lu was so scared because even they were shocked by Ningqi's violent means just now. The leader of the martial monks, a top master. How could he be killed with a single slash? And where did the saber go? Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. Did Prince Chund send you here? Ningqi smiled. Yes. Prince Chund asked me to come here. Constable Lu finally calmed down the fear in his heart and said a complete sentence. After saying this, his face was a little ugly. If it was any other occasion, he would never easily say the name of Prince Chund, but today he had to say it. Even Master Wushir was killed with a single slash before he could say a few words. He only hoped that the name of Prince Chund would make the other party afraid. What is this person's cultivation? What kind of existence did my unfilial son provoke for my Qin family? Chun Shaoran, who was kneeling on the ground and covered in Master Wu Shir's blood, finally came to his senses. There was a wave of shock in his heart that could not be calmed in a short period of time. He thought that Master Wu Shir would be his turning point, but he did not expect that a top master was not a match for the other party. This simply shattered Chan Xiaoran's world view of martial arts. What kind of monster would have such a martial arts cultivation at the age of a teenager? Why did his Chen family have to provoke such a monster? 10 million taels of silver, a matter that could have been resolved with just 10 million taels of silver. The Chen clan is finished. The regret in Chen Xiaoran's heart surged ceaselessly, but there was no medicine for regret in the world. He could only blame himself for being too greedy and unwilling to part with that 10 million taels of silver. Otherwise, why would he need to kneel here today? Why would he need to feel as if he was about to go to the execution ground? Sure enough, it's Lord Chund. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. At this moment, Ning Jiuxian and Mrs. Ning suddenly came from afar. They glanced at the mess on the ground, and a trace of fear flashed in Mrs. Ning's eyes, but Ning Jiuxian was calm. He came to Ning Qi and whispered, "Lord Chund has a grudge against the main branch of our Ning family. It's best not to make a big deal out of this. Otherwise, soldiers will come to our door in an instant." Arrestor Lu's ears moved slightly, and a glimmer of hope suddenly surged in his heart. As long as the other party was still afraid of Lord Chund, he could leave alive today. He did not expect to use his identity as a golden arrestor of 6 Fan School to suppress the other party. The other party was the commander, and he had just disrespected Ning Qi. His identity as a golden arrestor could not stop Ning Qi's killing intent at all. Only Lord Chund could make the other party fear him. "Father, I have a sense of propriety in this matter. Sometimes the power in the secular world is actually nothing." Ning Qi smiled. "It's good that you have a sense of propriety." Ning Jiuxian breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the scene of the Ning mansion being executed when he was a child, it still gave him nightmares occasionally. "Why did Lord Chund ask you to come here?" Ning Qi looked at Arrestor Lu and smiled faintly. To let me and Master Wu Shir see if the commander appointed by 6 Fan School is competent." Arrestor Lu whispered. Lu Heng's eyes flashed a touch of sarcasm. How could he not know that the other party clearly wanted to prevent Ning Qi from taking the position of commander? Not only did Arrestor Lu not want to, but also Lord Chund behind him absolutely did not want to see the children of the Ning mansion, whose whole family was executed by him, to take such a high position. "Oh, he asked you to come here for inspection. Then did Lord Chund say that you can break into my Z mansion without permission and hurt my brother and sister?" Ning Qi smiled. No. Arrestor Lu stammered. "That's it." Ning Qi smiled and looked at Lu Heng. "Arrestor Lu, you offended your superior and broke into the commander's mansion without permission. What is your crime?" "Your crime is unforgivable." Lu Heng cupped his fists and said, "In that case, why don't you take Arrestor Lu down?" Ning Qi smiled. "Yes, sir." Lu Heng immediately nodded, and then walked to Arrestor Lu with more than a dozen strong constables. "Arrestor Lu, please excuse me." The corner of Lu Heng's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes showed a touch of sarcasm. "It's okay." Arrestor Lu was a little surprised. He did not resist at all and let Lu Heng take him down. As long as he did not die, it would not matter even if he went to jail for a period of time. Arrestor Lu was quickly brought to Ning Chi by Lu Heng. Ning Chi looked at him up and down, and suddenly pointed at his Dan Si. Poof! A wisp of innate chi instantly entered Arrestor Lu's Dan Si. In an instant, Arrestor Lu's Dan Si was like a deflated balloon, and it dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few short breaths, Arrestor Lu's appearance had aged more than 10 years, and his hair had slowly turned white. You destroyed my kung fu? Arrestor Lu looked at Ning Chi in disbelief, and there was a touch of despair in his eyes. The cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for dozens of years was so easily destroyed by Ning Chi today? In this world, martial arts were respected. He could sit in such a high position today because of the strength of a top master. But now he was not even as good as an ordinary third-rate martial artist. If I didn't destroy your kung fu, how could Lu Heng and the others control you? Ning Chi laughed. Lord Chund won't let you go. He won't let you go. Arrestor Lu suddenly roared fiercely. Ning Chi smiled and looked at City Lord Zhou, who had a dull look on his face. City Lord Zhou, can you temporarily detain Arrestor Lu with you? Okay, no problem. City Lord Zhou reacted and nodded like a chick pecking rice. At the moment, he didn't have time to think about whether arresting Arrestor Lu would offend Lord Chund. He was afraid that Ning Chi, who was about to become the commander and had killed the peerless Master Wusher with a single slash, would also kill him. Commander Ning, Dongfang Lingtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said slowly, Wait, it's not your turn yet. Ning Chi smiled, and his eyes fell on Qin Shaoran. Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free? =. Chapter 4161. Qin Shaoran felt goosebumps all over his body as Ning Chi glared at him. He had never felt such fear since he was a child. This time, if the calamity that the Chun family encountered was not handled properly, it was very likely that the Chen family would be annihilated overnight. I asked you to fork out 10 million, but you didn't want to. You even went to find a backer. Tell me, how should I deal with the Chen family now? Ning Chi said with a smile. 20 million. Qin Shaoran gritted his teeth and said sincerely, Young Master Ning, I'm willing to pay 20 million silver to atone for my crime. 20 million silver? Ning Heng and the others thought carefully, but they couldn't figure out what 20 million silver meant. Only Ziyan's expression changed a few times. Are all martial arts aristocratic families this strong? The Chun family can actually fork out 20 million silver. Ziyin was secretly speechless. She had never heard of the Qin family doing anything remarkable in the business field, but the other party was able to fork out 20 million silver in one go. Even the current Zifu realm might not be able to compare with the Qin family. However, Ziyin knew that if the Chun family really wanted to fork out this amount of money, they would have to start from scratch and sell everything. Ziyin, what do you think of 20 million silver? Ning Chi suddenly looked at Ziyin and said with a smile, You do need the support of money to refine the Qi blood ointment, but it's all up to you. Ziyin said with a smile, All right then, 25 million silver. If you can fork out this amount of money, the Chen family will be fine. If not, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you. Ning Chi smiled and said to Qin Shaoran, 25 million silver. Qin Shaoran's heart suddenly twitched. City Lord Zhou's expression changed a few times when he heard the amount of money. He secretly envied the martial arts experts for making money so easily. He didn't think that Ning Chi was extorting him because there was such an unwritten rule in Jianghu that hatred could be offset with anything, including silver. All right, I will definitely get 25 million silver. Qin Shaoran only hesitated for 2 breaths of time before nodding heavily. Words alone are no proof. Let's write a contract and have Senior Dongfang be the witness. I'll have to trouble Senior Dongfang to help me raise the money. When the time comes, I'll personally go to the Dongfang clan to collect it. Ning Chi smiled. Dongfang Lingtian was originally pitying Qin Shaoran because according to his understanding, If the Chun clan really took out this amount of money, they would even have to sell their children. But in the blink of an eye, this ball was kicked by Ning Chi to his body. Commander Ning, Dongfang Lingtian, opened his mouth. What? Isn't Senior Dongfang going to be the middleman for the Qin family? You're not even going to help me with this? Ning Chi's voice gradually turned cold. After Qin Shaoran recovered from his daze, a trace of pleasant surprise suddenly welled up in his heart. If Ning Chi went to the Dongfang clan to collect the money, even if he couldn't collect it, the Dongfang clan would grit their teeth and help him collect the money. Yes, this old man understands. When the time comes, Commander Ning, feel free to come to my Dongfang family. This old man will help you keep an eye on this money. Dongfang Lingtian said embarrassedly. He didn't dare to disagree. Grandmaster Wu Shi had just died, and Constable Liu, whose cultivation was similar to his, had his cultivation crippled. If he didn't agree, he was afraid that he would die a horrible death. Dongfang Lingtian quickly left the Z mansion with Qin Shaoran. City Lord Zhou also hurriedly took his leave. After everyone left, the Z mansion's servants immediately began to clean the ground. Grandmaster Wu Shi's death was somewhat tragic, and there were too many stains left behind. Madam, when I go to the capital this time, do you have anything that you want me to do while you're at it? I heard that the main branch of the Z clan is in the capital. Ning Chi smiled at Ziyin. He paused for a moment. Or would you like to go with me? Go with me? Ziyan's expression changed slightly. Xiaolan quickly winked at her. Ziyin was indeed tempted. Wasn't the reason why she was looking for a son-in-law to prove to the main branch that she wasn't Jinx, so that the main branch couldn't use this reason to stop her from entering the main branch? Her father left something in the main branch, and before he died, he told her that she must retrieve it. Can I? Won't it interfere with my husband's business? Ziyin was a little hesitant. Business? It's just a title. What business can there be? But I can settle your matter so I can be at ease. Ning Chi smiled. So, he knew all along. Ziyun's expression instantly became somewhat complicated. LV Hung had prepared everything. Although Ziyin, Xiaolan, and Ru Yun were following him, the three of them were second-rate cultivators, so they didn't need to take a carriage. They could ride fast horses with everyone else to the capital city. Shenlua World, Heavenly Court. Husband has already left for 100 years. The changes in Shenlua World started to gradually stop last year. I'm afraid that calamity is about to arrive. Fang Lingming's face showed a faint trace of worry. Li Xian and Wang Shui sat on both sides of her. Hearing that, they both comforted her, but they were also a little frightened. In these 100 years, the changes in the heavenly court were considered the greatest. Ning Chi left behind abundant cultivation resources, and in addition to some of his oral cultivation experience, everyone's cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. It was a pity that in these 100 years, there was still no one who advanced to the godly venerable realm. However, in terms of the number of great emperors in Shenlua World, even the Supreme Saint Parliament was at most equal to the heavenly court. Mistress, the Supreme Saint Parliament has been completely taken down by the Star God Kingdom. Niu Dezhuang hurriedly walked into the main hall, looking a little anxious. They were still taken down. This means that the entire Shenlua world has become the creation divine realm's territory. Li Xian's expression was a little ugly. Ever since the creation celestial territory had suddenly descended upon Shenlua world, it had stirred up a bloodbath. The heavenly court had used various methods to avoid this battle after being warned by Ning Chi beforehand. The price they had to pay was that the heavenly court could only hide in the most remote place in Shenlua world. The spiritual energy there was sparse and the resources were exhausted. The main reason was that after Shenlua world merged with the other worlds, it was too huge. Even the godly venerables in the creation divine realm found it hard to locate the heavenly court. Otherwise, at least half of the heavenly court would die in this battle. No matter what, live well. At least wait for husband to return. Fang Lingming said in a deep voice. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked into the Lingxiao treasure hall. Niu Dezhuang saw this and subconsciously shouted, "Who is it?" "I'm Ningqi's friend." The person who came was a middle-aged man with fair skin. He wore a light silver robe, and the aura he exuded was extremely strong. Husband's friend? Fang Lingming and the other ladies looked at each other and were a little suspicious. They had never seen Ningqi having such a friend. However, the fact that the other party could easily locate the heavenly court made the ladies a little afraid, and they did not dare to act rashly. Ningqi went to a place he shouldn't have gone to. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to return. I plan to sit on the throne of the heavenly court and help all of you to survive this calamity. Silver Dragon said lightly. Chapter 4162. Fang Lingming and the others were shocked when they heard Silver Dragon's words. You're saying our husband went to a place he shouldn't have gone to? Fang Lingming said with a serious expression. Li Xian and Wang Shui looked at each other with a hint of worry in their hearts. That's right. Silver Dragon nodded slowly. Master is the utmost saint of the human world. What place can trap him? You said you're Master's friend, but why do you want the position of Heavenly Court Lord? Niu Dazhuang questioned coldly. Silver Dragon looked at Niu Dazhuang and suddenly laughed. Utmost saint of the human world? How is that the human world? We're all living in hell. Everyone could not understand Silver Dragon's words, but Fang Lingming only wanted to know where Ningqi was at the moment. She asked directly, Senior, where is my husband now? The graveyard of a divine king, or should I say, the graveyard of a divine lord. No matter how strong a divine king or a divine lord enters that area, they won't be able to escape. They'll be trapped there forever. Silver Dragon said in a deep voice. Fang Lingming suddenly laughed. If the place that Senior mentioned really exists, and even divine kings and divine masters can escape, how did Senior know about the situation of this place? How do you know the divine kings and divine lords are really trapped there? Wang Shui and Li Xian's worry from Silver Dragon's words dissipated a little. They kept thinking about how to deal with the person in front of them. Silver Dragon's aura seemed to have reached the ultimate god realm. With the heavenly court's current strength, they might not be able to deal with an ultimate god expert. You're right. Silver Dragon nodded slowly. It's indeed impossible for people to know about this place. However, I'm an exception as I've entered and come out before. That's why I know how scary that place is. Fang Lingming was relieved. Since Senior can come out, there's no need to say more about my husband. Silver Dragon's eyes revealed a hint of mockery as he shook his head slightly. You don't know how I could come out. There won't be a second case like this. Fang Lingming smiled. The confidence in her eyes did not diminish because of Silver Dragon's words. Not only her, but Wang Shui, Li Xian, and Niu Dezhuang were also very confident. If the other party could come out, why couldn't Ningqi? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, the great worlds of the myriad heavens are about to attack. The entire Shenlua world, including the few divine kings of the creation divine realm, are no match for those great worlds. The heavenly court was left behind by Ningqi, and I have fate with him. That's why I decided to oversee the heavenly court and see if I can help you survive this calamity. Silver Dragon said. Senior, you should be an ultimate god, right? Fang Lingming spoke slowly. The Silver Dragon nodded. In the heavenly court, the strongest person is only a sixth-step cultivator. I wonder if there's anything here that caught your eye? Fang Lingming asked. Destiny, the destiny of your heavenly court. Silver Dragon's lips curled up, and he didn't plan to hide anything. In the entire Shenlua world, only the heavenly court's providence is extremely strong. Even the oceanic kingdom, led by the Sea King in the creation divine realm, has a providence that is several times weaker than yours. Me and the two of you are enough to create a miracle in this chaotic world. Luck? Does Senior believe in such an illusory thing? Fong Lingming frowned slightly. Luck has never been illusory. It's just that at your cultivation realm, you can't sense the trajectory of luck in this world. Silver Dragon said, Senior, you should know that the master of the heavenly court is my husband. Since you're my husband's friend, there's no reason for you to snatch what belongs to him. Fong Lingming said, It's precisely because I'm his friend that I should protect what he left behind. I've already made a decision on this matter, and none of you can stop me. Silver Dragon said indifferently. Niu Dezhuang suddenly said, You said that the providence of our heavenly court is stronger than that of the oceanic kingdom. Isn't it because of my master's existence that we have such providence? Silver Dragon was slightly stunned. Then he pinched his fingers and calculated in front of everyone. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes before he smiled and shook his head. It's impossible for Ning Qi to escape from that place. This providence should be above the heavenly court. In that case, we'll give up the heavenly court. Fong Lingming stood up slowly. But if we want to leave, Senior won't stop us, right? Of course not. Silver Dragon smiled. He wanted the heavenly court, not the people in the heavenly court. All right, I'll inform the others one by one. Those who are willing to stay will naturally stay, and those who aren't, I'll take them away. Fong Lingming said with a cold expression. Li Xian and Wang Shui's expressions were equally cold. They knew that it was already fortunate that Silver Dragon allowed them to leave. Right now, they could only give up the heavenly court, or else it would attract a great calamity. Ning Qi didn't know what had happened in the outside world, nor did he know that 100 years had passed in the outside world. He galloped on his horse with Ziyin, followed by Lu Heng and the other constables of the 6 doors. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the capital. The gates of the capital were much more majestic than the huge cities they passed by along the way. There were few silhouettes standing on the city walls, seemingly observing the situation in the surroundings. The city gates were wide open, and people flowed in and out of the city. However, regardless of whether it was the commoners or the well-dressed nobles, when they saw Ning Qi's group, they all revealed a trace of curiosity and reverence on their faces. They all made way for them, not daring to approach them. Not everyone could wear a purple robe, not to mention that it was embroidered with a qilin. This kind of identity would be extremely honorable even in the capital. The soldiers at the city gates took a few steps forward and saluted Ning Qi's group. They didn't even dare to ask anything, and allowed Ning Qi's group to enter the city gates. A purple qilin robe, he's either a duke or a governor. But he's so young. What's his identity? One of the soldiers waited for Ning Qi's group to enter the city before looking at his leader curiously. In the end, everyone realized that the leader's expression had become extremely solemn. The person beside him is an officer of the 6 doors. I think he's called Lu Heng. He's already a top-notch expert at such a young age, and it won't be a problem for him to become a gold medal constable in the future. The leader said with a solemn expression, Is that person also from the 6 doors? He might be wearing a purple qilin robe. Could it be? The soldiers suddenly shivered when they thought of this. They all felt that their guess might be wrong. How could there be such a young, peerless master in this world? Your Excellency, this is the yamen of the 6 doors. Lu Heng led Ning Qi and Ziyin to the front of a secluded house, dismounted, and gestured for the constables to open the gate as he said to Ning Qi, It's quiet here. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 4163. With L.V. Heng leading the way, Ning Qi and Ziyin walked as if they were taking a stroll. Along the way, when many constables saw Ning Qi's clothes, they immediately stood aside with their hands clasped behind their backs and saluted respectfully. It was not until Ning Qi walked past them that these constables raised their heads and whispered to each other in shock. Isn't that the qilin robe? Only our 6 fan school's commander can wear it. Who is this guy? When did our six-fan school have a commander? With LV Hung leading the way, his identity must be extraordinary. As for his martial arts cultivation, I think it's just SOSO. Six-fan school rarely makes such a precedent. Without an equivalent martial arts cultivation, how can the people be convinced? This is not something we can figure out right now. Let's wait. I think we will know who he is soon. Lord Ning, Lord Tai Ho is in this small courtyard. Do you think Madam should wait outside for a while? After coming to the small courtyard where Gongsun Tai Ho was, LV Hung smiled embarrassedly. Gongsun Tai Ho only said he wanted to see Ning Chi, not Ziyin, so he did not dare to make the decision. My husband, you go in. I will sit here for a while. Ziyun smiled. There was a pavilion not far away. That's good. Ning Chi nodded with a smile and then looked at the other constables. Look after Madam. Yes, Lord. The group of constables hurriedly responded in unison. They were a little excited. After Ning Chi met Gongsun Tai Ho, he would officially become the commander. At that time, they would be Ning Chi's first group of trusted subordinates. They were very grateful to LV Hung for giving them this opportunity. At the entrance of the courtyard, there was a group of constables waiting to make a report. When they saw LV Hung leading Ning Chi to cut the queue, they did not dare to make a sound. This was because the robe on Ning Chi's body caused the group of constables to be shocked and fearful. Following LV Hung into the small courtyard, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out. Gongsun Tai Ho came up to them with a smile. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, constantly scanning Ning Chi's body. Only when he got close to Ning Chi did his gaze slightly change, becoming much gentler. Lu Hing told me about you. He said that you are very young. I didn't expect to see you in person. Only now do I understand what the word young means. Gongsun Tai Ho sighed. Lu Hing took a step forward and whispered a few words to Gongsun Tai Ho. Gongsun Tai Ho's body trembled and his eyes flashed with disbelief. Master Wu Shi is really dead? Gongsun Tai Ho took a deep breath. He seemed to be asking LV Hung, but his eyes were actually on Ning Chi. The old monk is not sincere in paying respects to Buddha and insists on interfering in the matters of the secular world. Naturally, that Kasaya won't be able to help him avoid calamity. Ning Chi smiled. Wu Shi's cultivation is the same as mine. If he can kill Wu Shi with one move, doesn't that mean he can also kill me with one slash? How did the Divine Tang Empire produce such a monster? Gongsun Tai Ho's bright mood turned gloomy. The stronger Ning Chi was, the happier he should be. However, Ning Chi had killed Great Master Wu Shi, and the Xianggu Temple behind him was the #1 temple in the Divine Tang Empire. Not only did the abbot have an extremely powerful cultivation base, but he also had a close relationship with the royal family of the Divine Tang Empire. If that was the case, the six-fan school would be in big trouble. Not long after Ning Chi and LV Hung entered the small courtyard, a graceful and luxurious-looking woman arrived with a few maids and servants. When the constables at the door saw the woman, they all cupped their hands in greeting. The woman didn't even look at them as she arrogantly barged into the courtyard. However, she was stopped by a constable at the entrance of the courtyard. Madame Hua, Master is meeting with a distinguished guest. You can't barge in now. The constable smiled bitterly. Meeting with a distinguished guest? What distinguished guest? Madame Hua frowned. Is his matter more important than mine? A few days ago, a burglar broke into my mansion. If I hadn't stayed elsewhere that day, I would have been killed by the burglar. He didn't kill me, but he killed more than 10 servants in my mansion. It's been a few days, but the six-fan school hasn't caught him yet. I'd like to ask Master Gongsun if the six-fan school cares about my matter. That distinguished guest was wearing a Kirin robe. The constable smiled bitterly. Kirin robe? Madame Hua's eyes moved slightly, and then she said indifferently, If that's the case, I'll wait for Master Gongsun to meet the distinguished guest before I go in. After saying that, she walked straight to the pavilion not far away with her maids and servants. The group of constables at the entrance of the small courtyard secretly cursed in their hearts. Madame Hua was really arrogant in the capital because she was the lover of Prince Chund. She even wanted to question Gongsun Tai-ho for such a small matter. Did she really think that Gongsun Tai-ho had nothing to do? However, they only dared to curse in their hearts, but did not dare to say it out loud. The power represented by Prince Chund was too strong. Just the Xianggu Temple alone was enough to make the Six Fans School extremely afraid. Zi Yun had noticed Madame Hua when she first appeared. When she saw Madame Hua walking towards the pavilion, she suddenly smiled and was about to stand up and speak. "You go out. I want to rest here for a while." Madame Hua glanced at Zi Yun and then waved her hand impatiently. Zi Yun's face suddenly froze. "Our madam will rest here first. You go find another place." A constable took a step forward and said coldly, "She ordered us to leave as soon as she arrived? What a joke!" In the past, they might not have dared to be so confident in the main government, but now they had Ning Qi as their backer, so there was no need to fear too much. "Your madam." Madame Hua suddenly laughed. Before she continued to speak, a maid beside her had already said with a sneer, "Our madam wants to rest here." "What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of the way quickly." "Madame Hua?" One of the constables was slightly stunned. It seemed that he had thought of the origin of Madame Hua, but he was only stunned for a moment. He was not very afraid in his heart. Ning Qi had even killed Master Wu Shi. How could he be afraid of Prince Chund? The constable came to Ziyin and quietly told her the origin of Madame Hua. "Oh, it turns out to be her." Ziyin nodded slightly. Her character was that if others respected her, she would respect them tenfold. Since Madame Hua was not polite at the beginning, she would not be polite to her. Ziyin smiled and said, "Everything is first come, first served. Since I came to this pavilion first, please go elsewhere, madam." "You don't know who I am?" Madame Hua's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. Usually, she would not be so direct. But today, when she saw Zi Yun's appearance, she felt uncomfortable. Zi Yun was much younger than her. When she thought that Prince Chund did not seem to like to go to her mansion recently, coupled with the disturbance of the burglar, Madame Hua wanted to vent her anger on Zi Yun. But she did not expect that he was in the capital and could enter Six Fan School. But he did not seem to know her identity. "Do I need to know who you are?" Zi Yun said with a smile. "Bitch, slap him for me." Madame Hua shouted coldly. The maid beside her got the order and immediately walked towards Zi Yun. She was not afraid of the constables around Zi Yun. "Who are you going to slap?" Just as everyone was watching, a sudden shout sounded. Chapter 4164. Madame Hua's maid was shocked by the shout and suddenly froze in place. "Who dares to stop?" Madame Hua turned around coldly. Before she finished her words, she saw Gongsun Tai-ho walking out side by side with Ning Qi. She immediately swallowed the rest of her words. "Madame Hua, you are impulsive." Gongsun Tai-ho smiled bitterly. Madame Hua frowned slightly and her eyes fell on Ning Qi. When she found that Ning Qi was so young but wearing a purple Qilin robe, her expression finally changed a little. Ning Qi walked slowly to Ziyin and said lightly, "Ziyin, did this woman just say that she wanted to slap your mouth?" "Husband, maybe she was just joking." Ziyin smiled. "Who said I was joking?" Madame Hua said in a low voice. Although she saw that Ning Qi was so young and wearing a Qilin robe, she knew that his status was not ordinary. However, she was the woman of Prince Chund. In the capital, she knew how powerful Prince Chund was. Moreover, she had never seen Ning Qi and Zi Yun in the capital. She had already concluded that the two came from other provinces, border-level officials. So what? In the capital, even the border-level officials had to give face to Prince Chend. Madam Hua, this is Lord Ningqi, the new commander of our 6 fan school. This is his wife. There must be some misunderstanding between you. Seeing this, Gongsun Taiho immediately pointed out Ningqi's identity. After a secret talk, he decided to make Ningqi the new commander of the 6 fan school, even if he had to offend Prince Chend. He suspected that Ningqi's martial arts cultivation had probably reached the peak, comparable to the imperial advisor of the Divine Tang Empire and the abbot of the Xianggu Temple. Gongsun Taiho believed in his judgment. The new commander of your 6 fan school? Madame Hua was slightly stunned, and then a trace of mockery appeared in her eyes. The trace of vigilance in her heart also disappeared. To be able to sit in the position of commander at this age, he must have obtained it through connections. She did not believe that there would be such a young master in the world. In this case, she had no reason to be afraid of Ningqi. Lord Gongsun, the 6 fan school controls the world. The position of commander is so important. How can it be so easily given to such a junior? Is his family related to the royal family? Or is he the descendant of one of the elders? Mrs. Hua said with a smile. The mockery in his words was not concealed at all. Lord Gongsun, who is this Madame Hua? How dare she be so arrogant and domineering in 6 fan school? Ningqi suddenly said with a smile. Without waiting for Gongsun Taiho to answer, Ziyun whispered, She is Chen Duangye's woman. Since you know who I am, it is normal for the 2 of you to not understand the rules of the capital at such a young age. Apologize to me, and I will let today's matter go. Madame Hua said lightly. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Prince Chen's woman. Ningqi smiled. Madame Hua raised her eyebrows. Just as she was about to speak, she discovered that Ningqi's figure had suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of her. Pa! It was as if Madame Hua had been struck by lightning. Her vision turned pitch black. Her body flew up from where she was and spun a few times in the air. Then she landed heavily on the ground. Only then did her maids and servants react. They cried out in alarm. One of the servants subconsciously rushed toward Ningqi. Pa, pa, pa! Ningqi slapped one by one. One by one, the servants flew out and fell heavily on the ground. They could not get up for a long time. The group of arresters, not far away, was stunned. They knew the identity of Madame Hua, so they were very shocked by Ningqi's heavy hand. There was actually someone in the capital who did not give face to Prince Chend. You dare to hit me? Madame Hua's physique was much better than that of ordinary women. After being slapped by Ningqi, it took her only a few seconds to recover. She covered her face and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. The hatred in her eyes almost condensed into a substance. Murderers will be killed. You want to hit my wife, but I can't hit you? Ningqi said with a faint smile. Just because you are backed by Prince Chend, you think there is no one in the world that you can't provoke. Lord Gongsun, Madame Hua looked at Gongsun Taiho and said sternly, If you don't want this matter to get bigger and bigger, immediately catch this man in prison. Madame Hua, how to decide this matter? I think you'd better go back and ask Prince Chend first. Gongsun Taiho sighed softly and then waved his hand. Immediately, a constable came forward and took away Madame Hua, who was shouting and swearing to take revenge. Her maid hurriedly followed. As for the group of servants who were knocked out by Ningqi, they were deliberately ignored by the constables and stayed where they were. Commander Ning, I will go to the palace later. As for the matter of meeting the emperor, it may have to wait for a few days. Do you have a place to stay these days? Gongsun Taiho said to Ningqi. I have a house in the capital. It should not be a problem to stay for a few days. Ziyin said. That's good, that's good. Gongsun Taiho nodded with a smile. Madam, is this the house you mentioned? Not long after, Ningqi and Ziyun came to a house. The door of the house was open, and people came in and out from time to time. I only left an old servant to take care of this place. There is no reason for so many idle people to come in and out. Zi Yun frowned slightly. Just go and ask. Ning Qi smiled. Then he and Zi Yin went forward and happened to see a servant coming out of the house. Ning Qi waved his hand and asked, "Whose house is this?" The servant was startled. Then, seeing Ning Qi wearing a purple Kirin robe, his eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He hurriedly said, "My lord, this is the Lin house." "The Lin house?" Zi Yin frowned and said, "This house was bought by me. How did it become the Lin house?" "Miss, you are?" The servant was slightly startled after hearing Zi Yin's words. "Zi Yun of the Zi Mansion," Zi Yun said slowly. "Miss Zi Yin, this house was indeed yours before, but it was later sold to our master by young Master Tian of the Zi Mansion. Miss Zi, don't you know about this?" The servant said, "Young Master Tian? The young Master Tian you mentioned is Zi Tian?" Zi Yan's eyes flashed with anger. "Yes," the servant said. "Who is Zi Tian?" Ning Qi asked curiously. "A playboy from the main branch of the Zi clan." Zi Yin said he must have used some kind of method to deceive the owner of this place. "In that case, let's go to the inn and stay for a few days. After we understand the cause of this matter, we can make a decision." Ning Qi smiled. Zi Yin nodded slightly. Just as the two were about to leave, a young man who looked like a playboy came with a group of servants. Before he came close, he said loudly, "I just heard someone say bad things about Brother Zi Tian." Chapter 4165. Young Master, you're back? The manservant, who was questioned by Ning Qi, hurriedly trotted up to the young master after seeing the young master. The young master glanced at him and said lightly, "Don't talk to any Tom, Dick, or Harry in the future. I don't know if some people see that our family is rich, so they deliberately come up to you. Ah San, how many times do I have to tell you this truth before you understand? Young master, that person's clothes are not ordinary." The manservant hurriedly gave him a look and reminded him in a low voice. Hearing this, the young master, who was looking at him from the corner of his eyes, fixed his gaze on Ning Qi. Ning Qi was extremely tall, his face was resolute and handsome, and he looked very young. Most importantly, the purple Qilin robe he was wearing was unusually luxurious, and at the same time, it carried a sense of majesty. Lin Bin's expression slightly changed. After a few breaths, he reacted and asked in surprise, "You are?" At this moment, the sound of horse hooves was heard. Lin Bin and the others looked towards the sound and saw a group of 6 fan schools constables galloping over on horses. The group of constables had black cloaks with a red base fluttering in the wind, making them look even more solemn and heroic. Is that Lu Hung of 6 fan school? Where is he going with this group of constables? Is there a big case nearby? Oh, yes, Madame Hua's house was robbed some time ago and several people died. Maybe he is here to handle this case. Thinking of this, Lin Bin suddenly smiled and took a step forward. He cupped his hands towards Lu Hung and said, "Brother Lu, do you still remember me?" Lu Hung pulled the reins, and the horse under him immediately let out a long neigh, stopping in front of everyone. From galloping to coming to a sudden stop, he and the group of constables behind him displayed an unusual tacit understanding. Some of the passers-by suddenly had a flash of reverence in their eyes. 6 Fan School could be said to be a yamen deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Whether it was the evildoers in Jianghu or the thieves, they were all arrested by 6 Fan School. Moreover, the imperial advisor of the divine Tang Empire and the abbot of the Xianggu Temple also held positions in the 6 Fan School. The Lin family behind Lin Bin was just a family of merchants that had been rising for more than 10 years. He could ignore the ordinary arresters of 6 Fan School, but Lu Hung had a peerless master as his master, and he had a very high aptitude. He was already a first-class master at such a young age. How could he dare to be careless? LV Hung looked at Lin Bin strangely and thought to himself, who is this guy? However, without any hesitation, he dismounted with his men and saluted Ning Qi with a fist and palm salute. Your Excellency, I have completed the handover with the others. From now on, I and my brothers will follow you. My lord? Lin Bin was dumbfounded. He thought he had heard it wrong and saw it wrong. He subconsciously rubbed his ears and eyes. Yes. Ning Qi nodded slightly, then waved at Lin Bin. Come here. Lin Bin subconsciously walked in front of Ning Qi and stammered. His whole face was red, and he was very scared. He did not know if Ning Qi had heard his sarcastic words just now. LV Hung glanced at Lin Bin, and then his eyes flashed with a touch of contemplation. After 2 breaths, he suddenly realized who Lin Bin was. However, he did not take it to heart. For Six Fan School, this kind of ordinary merchant family could be made friends or not, and it did not affect them. He and Lin Bin had met at a poetry meeting some time ago. Neither of them could compose poems, so they happened to chat for a while. LV Hung did not expect to meet on such an occasion today, and he felt a little strange. From what you said just now, you seem to know Zitian, and are you familiar with him? Ning Qi smiled. Lin Bin took a few breaths of time before his heart calmed down. LV Hung actually called the other party Lord. This meant that he was a superior of Six Fan School, and he was wearing a Kirin robe. Lin Bin, who had a good understanding of the official ranks in Six Fan School, gasped in his heart and stammered, I know. Don't be afraid, I'm not a tiger. Ning Qi smiled. Lin Bin looked at the Kirin in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and said with a forced smile, Your Excellency, ask whatever you want to ask. I will tell you everything I know. This house should have been my wife's. How did it become your Lin mansion? Ning Qi said with a smile. Lin Bin was stunned for a moment, then gasped and subconsciously looked at Ziyin. You are the one in Jiangyin City. No. He shook his head and said, I don't know anything. This house was bought from Child Zitian. Ning Qi smiled even more. It seems that you should know the inside story. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to your house and have a good talk. He glanced at LV Hung, and then walked into Lin Mansion with Ziyin. LV Hung waved his hand tacitly, and immediately a constable came forward to protect Lin Bin. Child Lin, please. Lin Bin's face changed slightly, and then he quickly whispered to the servant beside him. Go to Z Mansion and inform Child Z Tian quickly. After that, he followed the group of constables into his house with an uneasy face. The servant got the order, turned around, and ran away. Seeing this, a constable looked at LV Hung, who smiled and shook his head. Let him go to get help. Let him go get reinforcements. This is the way to deal with things in Beijing. Let's see which side has more authority, which side is in the right. Lin Mansion. Young master, you are back. Who are these? When the servants in Lin Mansion saw Lin Bin, they all came forward to greet him, and then looked at Ning Qi and Zi Yun curiously. Lin Bin had to say, This is the superior of Six Fan School. Go and ask my father to come out and entertain the guests. The superior of Six Fan School? The servant was shocked when he heard this, and then he looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment, quickly turned around and ran away. Six Fan School was not a good place. Today, there were more than a dozen constables at the door. He thought that his young master had done something bad outside, which provoked the constables. So he decided to inform Lin Bin's father as soon as possible. Lin Mansion reception room. Ning Qi lightly looked at the restless Lin Bin and said with a smile, The title deed of this house is in the hands of my wife, and from what Child Lin just said, Child Lin knows this. Otherwise you would not say the 3 words Jiangyin City. I wonder if Child Lin can explain why this house that should have belonged to my wife became your Lin Mansion? This humble one really doesn't know, Lin Bin said embarrassedly. How dare you? How dare you lie in front of His Excellency? LV Hung shouted coldly. As a constable of Six Fan School, how could he not see that Lin Bin was lying? Just then, a big-bellied official came into the reception room with a group of servants. When the official saw a dozen solemn figures standing in the reception room, his face couldn't help but change. "Father!" Lin Bin seemed to see his savior. He quickly ran to the official and then whispered a few words. Lin, whose heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He thought that Lin Bin had stirred up some trouble outside. He didn't expect that it was this mansion that attracted the constables of the Six Fan School.